Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, we're the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge, and we're here at Norfolk, Virginia, in the Shabbat morning class. So we're gonna get the prayers rolling. I know everybody's rolling in online, so we'll get the prayers going here in class. So the first three brothers, stand up. All right. There it is. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bataranawa.
Award. Zayalom. The water.
Amen. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the light to see. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High. We can find that in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bataranawa.
Rayach.
The water.
Amen.
Amen. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet Savior represents our prayers going up to the Most High. You can find that in Psalm chapter 141, verses 1 and 2.
Do that again. I imagine we'll put you how you Jerusalem.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bataranawa.
Hashabbat. Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water. Amen.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
Right. We're going to go to Psalms 121. And we're going to read that in the Hebrew. So, this is Psalm 121. Anashah. Ayim Yah. Al. Hahayam. Slow. We're going to start again. Anashah. Ayim Yah. Al. Hahayam. Na'ayah. Yahuwah. Isaiah. Yahuwah. Mayahoah. Shaishah. Shemaiah. Wa'araza. La'ah. Negatun. Yahuwah. Regolia. Yara'ah. Newam. Shesharimah. Yasha'ah. Yahoah. Shemaiah. Yahoah. Shazayah. Hashemash, Yara'ah, Hatayah, Bayawah, Yara'ah, Halayah, Bayawah, Yahoah, Yashemah, Makol, Ra, Yashemah, Yapasha, Yahoah, Yashemah, Hawarakya, Wahuayah, Ma'aikar, I will know. Amen.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Most High, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Most High is thy keeper. The Most High is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Most High shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Most High shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
6 and verse 4. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
This is the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew. It says, Abanaw, Shema Shemayah, Kodash, Hayah, Shemkah, Yahweh, Malakatkah, Taba'ah, Batazakah, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratiza, Korah, Hayah, Ba'Shemayah, Yadalanaw, Yacham, Kol, Yorom, Wasalak Nawa, Khamawat Nawa, Khasalak Nawa, Khamawat Yanawa, Wala'ah, Tabunawa, Parasai One, Omo, Hoshaido, Mayan, Rad, Kaya, Lakad, Hamarakwa, Waha'ala, Wahata, Maharak, La'ayawalamu, Aman.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. This is the 10 Commandments. Number 1. La'ah, Yahayah, Lekah, Alahayah, Ochoyah, Al-Panya.
Thou shalt not have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Sa'aisha, Lekah, Pusol, Wala'ah, Ta'ayvadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Talakwa'ah, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayron, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Amaka, Wa, Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Taratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'inah, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Sakamah, Kol, Asherah, Lara'ayah.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's. Yeshabim, which means to be seated.
We're going to call this brother. I'm like,
Get ready.
he's already staying there. Hold on. Hold on, man. This guy just stood there.
Come on, man. I'm the truth, man. I should overcome it at last.
Right? The way he did that, man, it was just so, it was like clone-like. Okay. Man, he messed me up. Hold on. Oh. This guy is, he's just, I gotta calibrate.
Rakah Award. Chapter Shaw. God. Banya Shalom.
Rakah Award, some of the show, God, Banya Shalom, individual, imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Shem. Yahweh Shai Brakathum.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Brakathum.
He just did that like a Cyclone Warrior in Star Wars, man. He just got like, he just in the back and he just like, he was already there. I'm like, what's going on?
The force is with him.
Hey, that's how it's supposed to be. I But that's how it's supposed to be. He was already ready. He was already informed. Example. Yeah. Perfect word. Example. So the first reader is going to start at Numbers chapter 10. He's going to start at Numbers chapter 10, verses 1 through 20. So the first reader is going to go to Numbers chapter 10, verses 1 through 20. Right.
Tell them when everybody's there.
Con.
Numbers chapter 10, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Make thee 2 trumpets of silver.
Right. Remember last week we was reading about them gathering and stuff for the temple. Right? For the tabernacle. And now they put it to use. So they're making trumpets out of silver. Read.
Of a whole piece shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly.
So it's the call for attention. Everybody, let's gather. Come on. Right? Everybody, it's time to come. Read.
And for the journeying of the camp.
And this is going to go into what you was asking, just getting the understanding of just the Feast of Trumpets, the memorial of blowing of the trumpets.
Yeah.
So it's giving us the understanding on the different reasons and why and styles that we would blow the trumpets and for what their purpose was for. So and it's a keynote in there that's going to give you where the Most High is going to twine and all that. So go ahead.
Verse 3. And when they shall blow with them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to thee at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
So everybody's supposed to be moving swiftly. When you hear that trumpet call, everybody's supposed to be moving swiftly. Get class. It's class time. Go ahead.
And if they blow but with one trumpet, then the princes with their heads of thousands of Israel shall gather themselves unto them.
So then that means this is different types of blows, right? And this blows in a calling to the princes, which are the heads of Israel, right? So if they blow, if they blow but with one trumpet, so they only hear one trumpet blowing, then that's just for the princes of Israel, the heads of Israel, to come to the congregation. Read.
When you blow an alarm, then the camp that lie on the east parts shall go forward.
Mm-hmm.
When you blow an alarm the second time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the congregation is to be gathered together, ye shall blow, but ye shall not sound an alarm.
So it was a certain sound. There's a certain way they would blow the trumpet that would give them the understanding on, this is an alarm versus this is me just calling an assembly. Right? And he gave you the description based off of it says, when you blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the eastward part shall go forward. So this is letting you know the different reasons why they would blow a trumpet and how they would go about blowing it so that they can alert the people. Right? And if you want to say, it's like in the military, they use like the Morse code. The little ting 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 ting. That little noise that they make. But only somebody that studies the Morse code would know, or their style of Morse code would know what they're saying. So that blowing the trumpet and the different styles of the blowing of the trumpets, only that Israel would know, because basically they're being trained on how to listen out for what's the purpose of this particular sound. So yeah, that's what we reading right here. But I'm just going to give you the answer just on the part with the where the Most High is intertwining all this, and I'll show you the part with why we celebrate it as a feast, as a memorial. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall blow with trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. And if ye go to war in your land,
there's right there. There. Yeah, and it's gonna go in verse 10 too, but then just where it talks about the Most High, but it's showing that the Most High wanted us to do this consistently throughout our generations. Well, we're not in a physical war now, but we do it in our feasts, right? As a memorial of the blowing of the trumpets for these specific reasons.
Right, because that word that word ordinance means an authoritative order, a decree. So this is a commandment for us to blow these trumpets. And when we go to Leviticus, it gives us Leviticus 23 gives us the feast days, memorial blowing of the trumpets. But this right here explains to it. See, unlike the holidays that we followed in the world where they were just made up or they had some pagan, evil origin, we could see everything that the Most High required for us to follow has a value, has history to it. That was for our people. Y'all see that? So we're not just celebrating Memorial of the Trumpets just as an excuse for this to get together. Yeah, it's a reason to get together because back when we were in the wilderness, this kept us in order. This is how we communicated. We didn't have cell phones. I wasn't texting you like, oh, Lionel, I need you at the school, or Delvon, you ain't answer your phone. It was, we blew this trumpet. And you had no excuse to say, I didn't hear that. All right? It wasn't my phone died. It was on vibrate. I didn't pay my bill. You didn't have those excuses. So this right here is how we kept the unity within the nation. Y'all see that? But this is what we're practicing today. Everybody's here in class, in the same mind, same spirit. Right? So, and we blew the horn. Right?
Right.
We blow the horn when the brothers come to salute and to read. We blow the horn. So now y'all see where that comes from. Y'all see that?
Right. So let's jump back. Where we at?
Numbers chapter 10, verse 9. And if you go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresses you.
So now it's not talking about just going to the tabernacle. Now it's being used for another purpose. If you go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresses you, read.
Then you shall blow an alarm with trumpets.
Right. So they had a specific sound. It sounded that this is an alarm. So they was able, and the people was able to tell the difference. And that's the cool part about this. Is like an ancient style, like you said, communicating. This is the cool part about it. It's like we had our form of communication to where we were able to be aware of what was going on. And the enemy may not even be aware. He might just think we just blowing trumpets. Probably think we just having fun. But, we blowing an alarm to let it be known that what. I mean, when you think about it, when they have a fire truck, that's basically an alarm. That's basically a trumpet being blown. But electronically, they just recorded the sound to just be confident. Right? It's electronically doing it, but they was doing it with their vocals. And these guys were big. Their lungs capacity was probably way better than what we are. So that thing was probably blowing. So yeah, then it was bigger than we are. So that all that combined together, that was a lot of time. So we go there.
And you shall be remembered before the Most High your power.
Boom. And that's the key. The memorial of the blowing of the trumpets is an ordinance. So the Most High always wanted us to do it. And at the same time, the Most High was the one, we're called, it's almost like we're crying out to the Father through the trumpet. Like, our enemy's coming. We need you. We need your backup. That's what it was for. So read.
And ye shall be saved from your enemies.
And he'll know that we need help. Because we're actually we're crying out to him. Yeah. We're showing out. It's like when you pray. You fall on the knees, you pray, you're asking Father for help, you're crying out. It's an outcry. But when that trumpet blows, it's loud, isn't it? And it travels, it echoes. Yeah. And it's almost like we're trying to reach. When we blow out that trumpet, we're trying to call out to the Lord. I need your help. The enemy's coming. He's in our land. So we call him for protection. Yep. So we let the people know what's going on, but we also call them for protection at the same time. So, but read on.
And you know who, and of course, like always, who copied and took from us? When you think about, if y'all ever seen those old cavalry movies, when they was conquering our brothers, Native American brothers and sisters, they had the bugles, right? You got a picture of the bugles. When they always blow the bugle, blow the horn before they went to war, charge, right? Where did they get that from? They got that from us. So Esau is not the inventor. He's not smart. He didn't come up with some wise way to go to war. The scripture just showed us this is what we do. This is our heritage. This is our custom. Yeah, y'all see that? Even if you see the one where they'll be on horseback. They'll be on horseback, and he's on a horse, and he's blowing the trumpet, charge, and he's getting all his troop to go. That's waking up all the guys in the tents. Oh yeah, it's time to get back in the war. Right. But this was something that the Most High decreed for Israel, right? Not only for us to be in the same mind, but to also keep the reverence of the Father when we go out to war. Because at the end of that verse, it said, remember, it says, and ye shall be remembered before the Most High your power, and ye shall be saved from your enemies. Right? So it wasn't for us to just rally each other up like Esau does. It was for us to always put the Most High first. Y'all see that?
Because I've been overseas, so in the Muslim countries, he how is explaining that we blow the trumpets for the assemblies. When they pray, like in Oman, when I was out there, they blew the trumpet, even though it's electronic, I believe. They still blew the trumpet for when it was time to pray as well, and to pray to their God, So they took that from us as well.
Right, we know that Muhammad stole. Yeah, when you go into Babylon and Timbuktu, it goes into about how they're Muhammad. I'm not going to use the word prophet because he didn't have any prophecies, right? What he did was he took from the Hebrews, right? That's why you see the similarities in a lot of things, is because he took from our culture and made his religion. Because at the time, the Ishmaelites, they were serving 60 gods. 360 gods, right? They had a God for every day. So he was trying to unite them under one God, and what did he do? Well, he had to follow what Abraham was doing. What Abraham had already followed. The one true God. Y'all see that? Who had their hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah. At that time, 360, I spoke to Indian, Eric, and he told me it's now over 1,000.
It's over 1,000?
Now, currently, it's now over 1,000.
Wow.
And I also wanted to say verse 9, where it says, and if ye go to war in your land, right? Even then, the Most High was showing us that anyone that doesn't agree with the Most High is our enemy. And they were even trying to, even while we were still in our land, trying to oppress us, trying to get us to do things that's contrary to the Most High.
That's right on point. He's trying to break your spirit all the way through. Go ahead.
Verse 10. Also in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days.
So not even just for the war moments, not just for class, but even in the days of what? The feast. Right? You blowing that trumpet, sound the alarm, hey, everybody's coming together. Right? It's time to party, it's time to feast. Right? It's time to have fun. So everybody's calling out, what's cool about this is that everybody was able to make the differentiation between the different sounds. I think that's the coolest part. Just being able to do that and then have that connection that, if you're in the right spirit, you're in the right mind, you're doing it the right way, that you can look, when the war is about to happen, you can blow. When the feast is about to happen, you can blow. And the Most High is there. And the Most High is with us in every, he's like literally showing you how every step of the way. You know what's cool about it? He gives us so many tools to help us remember him. So that we can remember what to do to stay safe. Right. But we look at it like it says, it's in the Ecclesiastes. She is very unpleasant to unlearn. What's the song? What's the song? She's very unpleasant to unlearn. Oh, go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6 and verse 20.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Does everybody get there? Because all the things that the Most High gave us to do, for somebody's mind that's like not looking at these things the right way, they're looking at, why we gotta do all these steps? Why we gotta do the play-by-play? Why we gotta do this always consistently as an ordinance throughout our generations? This is the mind that they're in. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6, verse 20. She is very unpleasant to the unlearned.
And that's talking about going through the trials of obtaining wisdom. Right? For somebody that's not seeing what the Most High put, the position that the Most High put them in to succeed, like blowing the trumpets, somebody would trip about that. Somebody would trip about that, but that's something for your good.
God.
So to help you keep that conscience toward God. Right? But then you can get into the robotics, so I'm tired of blowing the trumpets, y'all. Why can't we be the teacher? Why doesn't the trumpet blower? Right? Why can't we be in the tabernacle cleaning?
Right.
I want to be the cleaner. I want to be next to the tabernacle.
Or why we gotta blow it 2 times? Why I can't blow it 10 times?
Right.
You want to change? Now you want to change it up?
Oh,
Yeah.
Now you just want to play with it.
Yeah.
Now you want to play with the job.
Yeah. God. But that goes back into last night's class. If anybody that was here about that stubbornness, right? You couldn't be stubborn and not follow the order, because that would have brought what? Confusion. If Moses decreed that you blow it 2 times, and that when you blow it 1 time, that meant all the elders, right? But you like, no, I'm coming too. That's confusion. Now if he said blow it 2 times, and you like, well, listen, you should have blown it 4 times, and it would have been clear. You see what kind of mind state that could bring, that cancerous mind state? Because once you start thinking like that, the scriptures say the spirits jump like frogs. That's why you have so many different denominations of Christianity, because once you open the door for your interpretation, now somebody else can take that, well, I think we should do it this way. Well, what about this? This should go that way. Instead of just following. Instead of just submitting and humbly following and keeping the decency and order like the scriptures say.
Calm. And that's why I said she's very unpleasant to the unlearned, because then they'll stray away, like you just said, from everything that requires discipline.
Right.
You know, and that's why it's so important. That's why we always talk about with brothers, like, get the fundamentals. When you come in, pay attention to the little things that you're doing. Like, you know, like I was talking earlier with the brother about the rise. Just pay attention to what you're doing.
Yeah.
Pay attention to all the things that when you ask, like, hey, could you help with this? Could you help with that? Like, pay attention to what you're doing, because your introduction to the truth, when you're doing things of that nature, it's supposed to build character. And it's supposed to kill a character, which is the old man, and it's supposed to build a new character, which is the new man. And that's the man that's made in the spirit of the Most High. And charity, discipline, care about what you're doing, the love for your people, all those things are being built into you from those moments, to where, like, you'll see, like Moses, he didn't have off time. So by the time you have to get to the stage where you're a teacher and you're officer, or just throwing that out, right? You're in this position where you're responsible.
Yeah, you're taking on more.
Let's say it like that. You're taking on responsibility.
Right.
Then you don't have an off switch. You don't think like Americans, where I work from 9 to 5 and then now I'm off. So now I get to sleep because I did my part. But no, you're looking at it like now you're building a new you who's able to push past those little moments of I'm tired, I'm sleepy, I'm this, I want to do that, I don't feel like doing this, I don't feel like doing that. Why I gotta be the brother to do this? Why I gotta be the brother to do that? Why I gotta be the sister to help like that? You know, you're pushing past those minds. It'd be simple things like, could you help the sister cook? Right? Could you help the sister with the garment? Could you keep the sister company while she does the garment? Right? Could you cook with the brother? Could you keep the brother company while he's cooking? Mm-hmm. You know, like little things like that. Could you go, hey, you want to go to the gas station with me? Yeah. Like little moments like that, those build the character to where it helps you kill the old man. And people don't look at those things, they overlook it. And somebody can overlook the task of being a trumpet blower. You know, and that can be very pleasant to somebody that's unlearned. Read.
He that is without understanding will not remain with her.
And when you lack understanding of what you're doing, and if you don't pay attention to what you're doing, like we do workouts for brothers, we do street speaking, we do flyers, we have class, we have Hebrew Academy, and then a lot of times we're around each other, and just consistently, even outside of those things, where we're riding around, helping each other with rides, you know, and if you don't know why you're doing those things, it'll become an unpleasant thing to you. So you want to make sure that you're picking up the lessons of why you're being helpful, you know, to others, two brothers, two sisters, because, you know, the Most High is building a new man in you. And if you don't see that right there in that moment, then it'll deter you from being kind, from being charitable, and then you'll become reluctant. So just throwing that out there, right?
God.
So well, let's go back to the reading. Go ahead.
Numbers chapter 10,
Verse 10.
verse 10. Also, in the day of your gladness.
Yeah, because when you look at that, right? Unpleasant. Somebody that wisdom is unpleasant to, discipline is unpleasant to. You're like, bro, we're not even going to class. Why not blow the trumpet? We just about to go have some fun. That's how that person could look at it. Why we gotta pray before the feast? We just here to have some fun. Like we're not in class, it's not like we're going out street speaking. It's not like that's how a person could look at it. But the Most High is like, do it all the time. Read.
Come.
And in your solemn days.
Mm-hmm.
And in the beginnings of your months.
Right. Everything was to develop a mindfulness.
God.
Right? Hey, I'm got my Bible. Be mindful of the Lord always. No, like, does somebody find that? Be mindful of the Lord always. You find it? No, not that. But it's saying in the beginning of your months. Read on, okay?
You shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before the Most High.
Yeah, a memorial, a remembrance before the Most High. And it says, I am the Lord, your power, your God. Right. And yeah, let's get the definition of memorial too. So.
Somebody got the definition for memorial?
Somebody?
Memorial? What you got?
Memorial. Preservative of memory.
Preservative of memory. So let's read.
That was preserved the memory of something.
That was preserved the memory of something. What else does it say?
Anything that serves to keep in memory.
Anything that serves to keep in memory. So what did it serve? It served as a purpose to keep us in remembrance of what the Lord always did for us. When He took us out of Egypt, right? When He took us out of all these different captivities, but then also the great thing that He done for us with what? The feast days. He's actually given us something valuable to cherish.
Right, to maintain.
And to maintain.
Yeah, because you talk about memorial, you said, what did it say, preservative?
Preservative of memory.
Right, not like Esau preservatives that they put in our food to so that your daggone your McDonald's hamburger could be under your car seat and never mold. Or what was it, the French fries?
Yeah.
The French fries that you could keep them around for 10 years and it ain't no mold? Nah, not those preservatives. You talk about preservatives to maintain, so it doesn't slip your memory. Whenever you hear that trumpet, who you supposed to think about?
Most High.
Who you supposed to think about?
The Most High.
Right, so, I mean, that's how you, if y'all have the ram's horns, it wouldn't be a bad idea to blow that in the morning before you set up your prayers. Wake up your house like that. Instead of them alarm clocks. You know what I mean? Some of us got them alarm clocks that you just want to throw against the wall, right? Imagine if you heard that ram's horn. You heard that ram's horn. Y'all know how sometimes when Shaquata blow that horn, and it just sounds like a musical instrument? Or Kazak gets up there, they change the tones of it. I would love to wake up like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need no ringtone. Blow that ram's horn. Kyle? Yeah, so this was for us to maintain the memory of every time the Most High was with us. Y'all see that? What you got?
The first thing we were talking about earlier.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah, Proverbs chapter 3, verse 6.
What's that say?
Acknowledging Him.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 6. In all thy ways acknowledge Him.
Boom.
There you go.
It's to keep you in memory. The whole purpose of blowing the trumpet is to keep you in memory of all these things. Notice it in verse 10, it listed the different things. Your days of gladness, your solemn days, the beginning of your month, over your burnt offerings, over your sacrifice of your peace offerings, right? And that they may be a memorial so that you can what?
Acknowledge Him. And He shall direct thy paths.
So that you can acknowledge him in all your ways, and he shall direct your path. Because that's the way you keep that memory. Because what does the mind always want to do? Get slack, lazy. The flesh likes to do what it want to do. But these things shock you. Because if a trumpet can make a beat an alarm, that means it can make you aware. It can wake you up. It can shock your mind to where now you're aware of what's going on. And you're up. So now your mind's moving. And that's what it's causing you to do. It's causing your mind to move. And with that, this is what I was looking for. It's 1 Chronicles 16:15. 1 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 15. 1 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 15. You got it?
All right.
Go ahead.
Book of 1 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 15. Be ye mindful always of his covenant.
Boom. That's what the Most High always wanted us to be mindful of. His covenant. But what's within the covenant? What's within the covenant? What's within the covenant? Who knows? Go ahead.
His commandments and his promise for us to keep and him to keep.
Boom. So the relationship, right? And then what falls in that is the blowing of the trumpets, right? As a feast day, that's in the commandments. We keep the law. We keep the feast days, right? So now I like how you worded it though. You said the covenants on the laws and what we're supposed to be doing, and then the fact that He's going to keep His promises about when we keep those laws. So I like the way you worded it. Yeah, and then that's what be mindful always of His covenant. Read.
The word which he commanded to 1,000 generations.
And we're supposed to do this as an ordinance to 1,000 generations. So that means leading up to us right now, we're supposed to still be mindful of the blowing of the trumpets. So that's 1 Chronicles 16 and 15. Right? No, you good. Yeah, we can jump back. I just wanted to share that one with y'all.
Numbers chapter 10, verse 11. And it came to pass on the 20th day of the second month in the second year that the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of the testimony.
Oh, real quick, just so for Lionel, did you see that this because you had the question about the trumpets memorial on the trumpet. So y'all make sure y'all precept y'all Bibles, right? Don't be afraid to precept to highlight your Bibles, okay? All right. You put that goes with Leviticus 23 and 24. And the Lord tells us about the memorial blowing of the trumpets, here's why we did it. It just gives us a clear breakdown in the law. So the Bible always explains itself. Y'all see that? It said precept upon precept, what? Line upon line. Right. It said, through thy precepts I give what?
Understanding.
There it is. Right, yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Verse 12. And the children of Israel took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai. And the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran.
Yeah, you remember what he said last week about the cloud? What did he say? I know you already on somebody else outside the same house. You got it? No, good. You got a verse with it? No, go ahead. You go ahead. I was just seeing if everybody remember.
It's about the cloud following, or we are following the cloud.
Boom. Yeah, we followed the cloud. So wherever the cloud went, we went. Whenever the cloud stopped, we stopped. So, yep. Go ahead.
And they first took their journey according to the commandment of the Most High by the hand of Moses. In the first place went the standard of the camp of the children of Judah, according to their armies. And over his host was Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Issachar.
And this is why it's so important to that we was paying attention last week when they were setting up all these officers and leaders and things of that nature, right? Because now those names is coming right back around. So if you just looked at last week like, oh, those just a bunch of names, I ain't gonna hear those guys. That's not Moses. That's not That's not Aaron. That's not Joseph, right? But we have to know those names because those names gonna come in with these different stories. So it's key that we actually pay attention to the names when we go through the names. So go ahead.
Of the children of Issachar was Nathaniel, the son
Nathaniel,
the son of Zahor. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Zebulun was Eliab, the son of Helion. And the tabernacle was taken down, and the sons of Gershon and the sons of Mimri set forward, bearing the tabernacle. And the standard of the camp of Reuben set forward according to their armies. And over his host was Eleazar, the son of Shadur.
And if you pay attention to what's going on here, nobody's doing their own thing. Once they was told their job, once they understood their job, they didn't break form from doing their job. And so nobody was trying to step out of line because then what does that bring? Yeah, the Most High is not the author of confusion, right? But of peace. And discipline, order, and all those things, they bring peace. But confusion only comes when what? When we try to go outside of the natural order of what's supposed to be done, the natural function. So, just point that out. Go to verse 18. Well, read on. Oh, you read verse 18? You read all the way through? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 19. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Simeon was Shelumiel, the son of Zerubbabel.
Yeah, Zerubbabel.
And over the host of the tribe of the children of Gad was Elizaphat, the son of Juiel.
Oh, let's see. First one. Yeah. Yeah, you had no questions for the first? No. Self-explanatory, basically, right? Yeah. And just being aware that it's self-explanatory, but you do also got to be aware that it basically explains to you the Feast of the Trumpets in the first verse all the way till 10. So it basically just explains it to you. So it's basically easy to be understood, but you got to catch it. It's letting you know why we do the Feast of Trumpets in that moment. So, who's next? Did you have to go?
1:30. You gotta leave.
Oh, 1:30?
What was next? Step up. What was next? Step up.
Matazara, Sabbath Reading, Yahweh, Banya Shalom. When the Israel, imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Ba Shem Yah Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yah Shai Brakatham.
So the second read is going to start at Numbers chapter 10, verses 21, and he's going to read all the way to Numbers chapter 11, verse 4. So the first reading is going to start at Numbers chapter 10, verse 21. He's going to go all the way to Numbers chapter 11, verse 4. All right? Go ahead.
Numbers chapter 10, verse 21. And the Kohites set forth there in the sanctuary, and the other day set up the tabernacle against thy camp. They camp.
The camp.
Oh, mine says they.
They came. And the other did set up the tabernacle against they came. That might have been like a... Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 22. And the standard of the camp of the children children of Ephraim set forward according to their armies.
But you see how like the Bible is like a puzzle book? Because we was reading all the names, we was reading all the names with the child titles, we was reading all the names with the ranking system. We was reading all those things, but then now those things have fallen in place with the stories of what they're doing, why they're doing what they're doing. Right? Because then think about it, as much as people like to ask questions in their mind, the Most High alleviated. So I'm gonna give you the 1, 2, 3, and I'm gonna put the picture all together. So if you pay attention to step 1, step 2, step 3, and then I'm gonna give you all the pieces, and you're gonna understand the whole story. So if you pay attention to it, because now we're reading this. Now we're reading these people acting out their jobs, right, and actually upholding the position that's been given to them. So I think that's cool how it just fell in line that way. Well, go ahead.
And over his host was Elishama, the son of Amihud. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Manasseh was Gamaliel.
Yeah. Gamaliel. Yeah.
The son of
Pedazor.
See, one of the things that helps us with these is two things. You wanna you can't skip over these Old Testament names. You know what I mean? And how you help to pronounce it is getting into your Hebrew. Now they spell it in English, but if you understand the fundamentals of Hebrew and how we pronounce and how the characters fit together, it'll help you to be able to help you be able to pronunciate them in English, right? So don't skip over the names. Don't just look at the names and just say it how you want to say it. You gotta practice it with the Hebrew tongue, because that's part of our custom, right? Yeah, so we gotta practice that. Get back to that Hebrew tongue, that Hebrew language.
Yeah, you just gotta enunciate too. Enunciate the letters. Don't shortcut your speech. Pedazor. Yeah. No, go ahead.
The son of Pedazor. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Benjamin was Adihad.
Abidan.
Abi. Yeah, just look at the letters. How your letters look? Yeah, Abidan. Yeah, like if you see the letters, like you know how the word. We all know how these letters in English is pronounced. A, B, E, because the I is like an E when it's connected with words. Abidan, da, at the end. Abidan. So you just use your phonetics. Use phonetics to capture the words or the names, because it's like I said, you gotta also know the fundamentals of Hebrews. But it's also, if you just use phonetics, that'll help you pronounce the words.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Verse 24. And over the hosts of the tribe of the children of Benjamin was Abiham, the son of Gideon.
Gideon
9.
Gideon. Verse 25. And the standard of the camp of the children of Dan set forward, which was the reward of all the camps throughout their hosts. And over his host was
Ahazer,
the son of
Amishadai.
And over the host of the tribe of the children of Asher was Hagil, the son of Ocheran. Akron. Verse 27. And over the host of the children of the tribe of the children of Naphtali was Ahira, the son of
Enon.
Verse 28.
Yeah, and if you picking up something from this, it's like we were saying in the beginning, right? Go to 2 Timothy 3 and 14. We spoke about this earlier, right? 2 Timothy 3 and 14. Go ahead. Go ahead.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 14.
Mm-hmm.
But continue thou in the things which thou hast learned.
Yeah, you're supposed to be continuing the things that you learn. So that means when you learn something, you're not supposed to diminish from it. Right? And when you learn it and you know it's correct and you know it's the truth, it's accurate according to the standard of the Bible, you're supposed to follow it. And you're supposed to keep it, whether that person's around or not around.
Right.
Right? Whether that figure that you deem as an authoritative figure is around or not around. Right? And you're supposed to do it regardless of who's around. And when you learn something, stick to it. Stick to it because that's the thing that's going to keep you alive. And if you don't stick to the thing that's going to keep you alive just because that person's not around, then you're going to drown in right back into the what? The beggarly elements. And these things kept those men strong. These are the qualities that kept Israel strong. When we learn something, we kept it. Right? This is what made Moses strong. Moses wasn't Moses because Moses was Moses. Moses was Moses because Moses kept to the standard of the Most High. Right? Aaron wasn't Aaron because Aaron was Aaron. Aaron was Aaron because he kept to the way of the Most High. He had his battles, but for the most part, he got right back up. A righteous man falls 7 times to get right back up, right? So Miriam slipped up, she got right back up. Right? Esther wasn't Esther because Esther was Esther, but because Esther was actually giving herself to what she learned from her uncle Mordecai. It kind of taps back into yesterday, listening to your teachers. When they was taught, they stuck to what they was taught. And they held strong to it. So that means like when we're realizing that we don't know, we didn't grow up just knowing we're Israelites. So now as we're learning what it takes to be a Israelite indeed, not just in nationality, we gotta hold strong to that because that's the thing that's gonna keep us alive. Because everything that we was doing previous to that, every way that we knew previous to that was destructive to us. But that scripture is saying continue. Once you learn it, once it's brought to your attention, add it to your character. Once you master it, continue in the thing that you was well.
But continue thou in the things which thou hast learned.
Yeah, continue what you was learning. Why? Read.
And has been assured of.
Because you've already been shown, and the Spirit already shows you that it's accurate. It's nothing that you're being taught that's faulty. So why fight against it? Why resist against it? Why go opposite to the method? Because you want the shortcut. You want the easy way. And the easy way is destructive. The easy way destroys us. The easy way let us right here in slavery where now we have to relearn everything that we should already been knowing. You should have been able to grow up and knowing you was of the tribe of Judah. Right? And not be speaking English. But speaking what? Hebrew. Right? We should have been able to be knowing how to count to 10 in Hebrew. Because that would have been our what? First language. But because we like what? Shortcuts, it made us now have to go through this whole process where we have to work for Esau. We have to be around the nations. We have to be around all this defiled food. We have to be around this culture where they cultivate lust and transsexualism and rape and you got to be around all that and child sacrifice and all this weird stuff going on behind the scenes. Yeah. Now we got to grow up in a culture of that. And we got to fight against negative while trying to get ourselves right to get away from the negative that we entertained and like from the world. But that's because we ran away from it. We shortcut. We wanted to do a shortcut in life, and now we're here. And that's because we didn't continue in the things we was taught. But we're supposed to. Because we've already been assured of it. Read.
Knowing of whom thou hast learned them.
Yeah, you know who you learned it from. You know that teacher has pure intentions. You know that teacher was coming from nowhere but the Bible. Right. Right? And he showed you, she showed you if it's your mom, your dad, right? Exactly what you needed so that you could thrive in life. And you got to see that. Go to Proverbs 4 and 13. Oh, you got it. And did you finish those?
Yeah. That was the end of that.
Okay.
You don't get
Yeah, you gotta stay focused where you at.
Proverbs chapter 4, verse 13.
Oh, I didn't know. Go ahead.
Take fast hold of structure.
But that's what we're supposed to be doing when we've been assured of something. When you've been assured of something, it shouldn't just go over your head. You shouldn't just take it like light words, like, oh, this is just a conversation that we're having, and you're shooting an opinion, I'm shooting an opinion, and you're making a good point, I'm making a good point. No, this is counsel. This is the word of the Most High giving you commands and showing you when he said continue that, that's a command the Most High just gave. When he said you've been assured of it, that means in your spirit you knew it was biblical and you know it was God given, and you knew that you needed to hear that, and you know that it works. That method that's been shown to you works. You've been assured of it consistently. So he's like, it's in your spirit, you know, and you know who you're learning from. That they have what? They're just trying to guide you toward the spirit. Their brothers and sisters just trying to guide you toward doing things the right way, thinking the right way. So, because don't you want peace? Who don't want peace?
Don't want peace.
not saying that like you don't want peace, like saying like more in a rhetorical sense. Who don't want peace? Like who doesn't want it? Yeah. Everybody wants peace, right? Everybody wants stability, right? But how do you get that? By continuing the things that you can learn from the biblical methods that you've been taught.
Right. Hold fast.
Hold fast. Right. And that's what this scripture is saying. Hold fast. To what?
Take fast hold of instruction.
Take fast hold of instruction. That means don't play with it.
Right.
Don't take it light. Take no matter small or great light, right?
God.
Be just in the least things, because that'll make you just in the greater things.
God.
And that's what the Father's saying. Take fast hold of it, because that's what's going to give you life. Read.
Let her not go.
Don't let wisdom go. Don't let a wise word pass your ear. Don't let it enter one ear and go out the other, because that'll save you from a bad relationship. Right? That'll save you from, I was watching it earlier about, because I was looking up this guy about Molech a little bit, but looking it up this recently about child sacrifice, sex trafficking. And there was this one Filipino girl, she wanted to be like rebellious against her parents. And then what happened? She go join a street gang in the Philippines, and then she in the street gang, she thinks the boss not going to sell her into sex trafficking because the boss was cool with her and whatnot. And what happened? Lo and behold, 2 months later, she is sold into sex trafficking. Because why? She didn't listen to her parents. She wanted to be rebellious. And then now she get caught up for like 2-3 years. And we're going around the ring, and then she gets sold to grown men on a compound. Right? And they raping her. Raping all the women because why? They was rebellious. Yeah. Because they when somebody was talking to you about, you don't want this to happen to you. You don't want that to happen to you. You don't want this type of situation to happen to you. You didn't take fast hold of the instruction. And that's even outside of just a woman's state. Your father, he told you don't hang around those guys. Yep. Don't be around us. Right? And then now you've been hearing the truth, fast forward now, where you done lived a life, right? For those that lived a life and you felt the repercussions of the things that you didn't listen to when it came to your parents. And now you hear it, and it's like, well, when somebody's giving you instruction, your pride bubble up. And then you feel the repercussions because you let pride come in. Because you didn't take fast hold of the instruction. So this is an opportunity the Father's given us to learn how to listen to wisdom, have an ear to wisdom, because hardly do we guess right. When we in our natural spirit, our natural man mind, we don't guess right. And that's why it's so important that we have to listen to instruction. Read.
Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life.
That's what's going to give you life. That's what's going to give you the ability to go through day-to-day life. Daily activities that you got going on, your daily responsibilities right now, your job, your family, your your husband, your kids, your camp duties responsibilities, or just your at-home things. You got to clean the house, all those things. You got your own business, I know, right? For some individuals, the way you're going to be able to handle this is by taking instruction. Because the instruction gives you life. Right. And the Bible is the instruction manual, and he's giving a minister the ability to teach you, to give you the practicality. Because that minister does what? Has experience. He said it yesterday in class, the minister has experience. Right? So don't let those experiences, don't just let yourself be around, and don't lay hold of those experiences to preserve your life. What's you going to say?
I have that verse you quoted about being not ignorant, very small.
Everybody knows that one. You know that one. We go to it, but everybody kind of knows. Yeah.
Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and verse 15. It says, be not ignorant of anything in a great matter or a small.
Right. Be not ignorant of anything in great matter or small, because that little thing that you let slide by, the little thing that you chose to ignore in the council, is that little thing that's going to either preserve or destroy your life.
Yeah. And for you kids in the back, you kids sitting there in class, don't take the experience of your parents lightly, right? Because I always share the story. When I was about 12, right, I had a kid that was on my baseball team, and it was raining outside, and his mom told him, don't go outside and ride your bike. Why? Because she probably had experiences of being outside riding a bike and something bad happened. But you know what? His stubbornness, right, his rebelliousness, he took his bike and did what? He went outside and rode it. But what happened? He didn't take fast hold to the instruction. He took fast hold to his natural mind, him wanting to fulfill his own desire. And you know what happened? He rode his bike, and he couldn't stop in time and got hit by a truck, and he died at 12 years old. I'm 43 years old now. He has no idea the life that it is to be 43. He died at 12 for being disobedient. So you children that have parents that's raising you out in the truth, don't take that for granted. Because they're sharing their experiences before the truth. They're sharing their experiences in the truth to keep you safe. Y'all see that? Because, are you kids? Are you paying attention to all these school shootings that's happening? And when I say kids, I mean just young adults too. Y'all in college, right? Y'all in high school, middle school, elementary. There's no place safe. The scriptures say that slay utterly old and young and little children, right? So what's going to keep you safe from being slayed? Well, your parents, your relatives, those that care enough for you to teach you this word. Because when we're operating and we're living by this word, following the instructions of the Most High, that'll keep us safe. Y'all see that? So it's very important, y'all kids. You with me? You with me, Zanab? You with me, Zanab? Huh? Huh? Yeah. Nah, but it's real. Don't waste your time just coming to class thinking I'm doing this just because my parents. These are the instructions, the basic instructions for y'all as well. Y'all see that?
Yeah, that's a good point. They'll look at it like, oh, they're just talking to the adults.
Right.
Y'all just talking to the grown folks.
Right.
No, we're talking to all people, because the Most High, like he said, let's slay utterly old and young, maids and little children. So you don't care about how you look. You don't care about I was the Miss Ma'am of Colorado, right?
Miss Universe?
Miss Universe of Colorado.
Miss Virginia.
Yeah, he said maids and little children.
God.
Right? I'm only a 12-year-old.
Yeah. What you want?
Most times like, no, you're going to get judged too. So, especially if it's 12, now you know. Now you know. Most High doesn't care about those things. So, who had something? Oh, okay. Oh, he had something.
He left. Okay.
Yeah. Go to this one, we're going to jump back to the
Philippians 2 and 12.
Right. But I quoted it earlier, just in reference to continuing in the things that you've been taught.
Philippians chapter 2, verse 12. Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only.
And that's the key. With showing, this is how you prove yourself. This is how you examine yourself and what level of maturity you have in you.
Right.
If you're able to obey not only in his presence, not only in the presence to where you feel like an authoritative figure there, or my parents is not in school with me so I can act any old way. My parents are not in college with me so I can act any old way. I can smoke.
It's turn up time.
I can drink. I can party. They wouldn't know a thing. Right? I can get loose. I can shake my tail feather and they wouldn't know a thing. Right? I popped them out and I was sweating. Mama didn't know because I got what? I'm on campus. Yeah. I got my time. I got me time, so they don't even know. And that's important to not tap into that mind. Because that's that mind that leads you right to get enslaved by the Father. That's the mind that gets you get your butt whooped by God. That's literally that mentality. You in high school, you hang around the so-called jocks and the game bangers or the smokers or the weed heads or the skater hippies. that like to do shrooms, right? You hang around those guys, you're gonna get entertained with devils. Demons gonna jump on you. Their demons gonna jump on you. Demons that's not in your house. Because your parents is fighting hard against those spirits. Your parents is trying to fight against those, and you don't want to entertain that. But you as a parent, too, you got to make sure that you don't only obey when your husband's around. You don't want to obey when a brother's around. That you obey when what? You just knowing that the Spirit of the Lord is watching you. Because everybody got an angel assigned to them, recording every word, every thought that passes your mind. So every idle word, right, is being recorded. So you have to understand that the Most High is watching you. What are you doing while the Most High is watching you? You see that? Read.
But now much more in my absence.
You gotta have, this is where you show your maturity level. When nobody's there. What do you use to deal with your emotions? What do you use to deal with your battles? What do you use to strengthen yourself? Right? What do you use to kill the doubt? Do you tap more into doubt? Or do you tap into something that links you to the doubt, like porn? Or do you tap into something that's something like, do you tap into some sort of a liquor? You get alcohol, you become an alcoholic? Do you tap into alcoholism? You gotta think about it. What are you using in the moment? These things will show you your maturity. Or if you're saying it is the Bible, you saying it is the Most High, you saying you do go counsel, good, keep doing it. Right? Or you're able to hold strong and not give in because you're replaying scriptures in your mind, that's good, keep doing it. But if you're saying you're the other way, if you're saying to yourself, I'm the other way, I give in to those things, you gotta start confessing. You gotta start getting the help. You can't just do it to where somebody's around. You gotta actually start getting the help to actually deal with those things. I want you to read that one more time.
Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only.
Not only in the presence of the Lord, or not only in the presence of an authoritative figure. Read.
But now much more in my absence.
Yeah. That deals with that's going into integrity. Right. Like who are you when nobody's looking? When are you a man pleaser? Are you the only gentle, kind, a meek sister when there's a big body around? But when you get home, you acting like a straight up monster, a straight up dragon. You know, are you wearing your fringes and you're saluting powerful, you know, when you're in class or you with brothers, and then when you're, you know, with your homies, you know, you on the drill music scene, you doing the sturdy dances, you doing sturdy dances with fringes on, right? You got a vape pen in your pocket and you got fringes on. Right. You got a Hebrew Israelite name. Right. Like, where's your integrity?
Dot shorts.
Right, you got dot shorts. You got to change your clothes in your bag. Right. As soon as you run out the house, you gonna put on your get 'em girl pants. Right. Yeah. Right. But like the Most High wants to see if we're gonna stand for these moral virtues when no one else is around. Because that's doing what? Keep reading.
Work out your own salvation.
It's working out what?
Your own salvation.
Meaning what? You can't get to the kingdom on the strength of your husband. You can't get to the kingdom on the strength of your parents. Right? Or another brother, another sister. We have to do what?
Work out your own salvation.
So when I'm by myself, I need to make sure that I'm examining myself. Am I walking in the same principles? Right? Am I walking in the same commandments that I was taught to keep me safe? Am I walking like a Hebrew Israelite every single day or only in class? Or only when I'm around people? Every single day, because that's the only way we're going to get salvation. It's not like Christianity. You're not going to get to the kingdom based on your attendance of coming to class. You know, I've been here every class day, Yahweh, so I deserve a spot in the kingdom. It's not like church. This is not church. This is a way of life. Y'all see that? So you gotta be about this life regardless of who's around. Because when you're in that mind state, if I fall off, if the brothers up here fall off, you're not going to fall off. Right. That's something heavy that Kazak always shared, that his elders shared with him and told him that if they ever left the truth, he'd stay locked in. Why? Because you can't push your trust in men. Because men have faults. Men have shortcomings. Men stumble. Right. But we look at, Most High is looking for those that have integrity. That's going to keep going, keep rolling. Right?
Right. And you know, you don't put your trust in man as that's like your guardian strength. But in balance, it's like you do have brothers you can lean on. Right? Two are better than one. So we understand that. So when it's saying don't put that trust in men, it's like it's saying like for that very reason of what we was just going into. But like what he was just saying, it can only be in somebody's presence that you have so-called strength. Yeah. Right? But if you don't let your strength be developed by the Spirit of the Lord, right? The brother's ministering to you, he's teaching you, he's guiding you, but he's teaching you and guiding you based off of the principles that the Most High is trying to give you. And he'll give you that, he'll help you, he'll teach you the pathway to get the strength of the Father, right? To trust in the Lord. And that's what he's basically saying, that balance, Yeah, I like what you said. That was beautiful. And with that, you want to understand that it's very crucial that you pick that up, because then what you're saying, I like what you said, because it's like when you put your strength solely on a man, then what's going to happen when you get challenged, right? With your belief. When your belief gets challenged, this is how your belief gets challenged, right? Right? This is how you get challenged. Brother, why would you say that? Why would you tell that sister that her head is big? Like, that was mean as hell. Right? Like and then somebody's correcting you and you feel some type of way about the correction. So you shut down. Or somebody asks you, how you doing? But you shut down because why? You want them to feel that you don't what? You don't feel appreciated. Right. So you shut down on them. That's when you get tested. Yeah. Do you respect the Bible, or do you respect your emotions? Yeah. The Most High is testing you. Right. Do you respect the Bible, or do you respect your emotions? Right.
Are you locked into the strong moral principles of the Bible? Right. Regardless of the situation. Right. Regardless of who's around. Like are you more of a follower of your own emotions and your own desires, or are you really a true follower of Christ, who didn't do his will, but he did what? The will of him that sent him. Right? And that's what the Most High is always going to see. What are we going to choose? Are we going to choose to say, you know what? I'm going to operate according to the Bible. When things are bothering me, I'm going to communicate. Right? When I'm by myself and I feel a temptation, I'm going to communicate. I'm not just going to feed into the negative. Y'all see that? That's very important.
Yeah, and you got to see that negative is going to eat you up. So if you keep playing with those thoughts, keep playing with those emotions, it's going to eat you up. It's going to destroy your zeal. It's going to destroy your desire for righteousness. And you're going to have this warped belief in the Father. Right. You're going to tell yourself, I'm doing enough. I'm showing you love. I'm showing you kindness. If you're in a marriage, right? For the married people, right? And for the single people, you're married to the Lord. So think about this in your contract with the marriage toward the Most High, right? I'm doing it, Father. I'm doing it, husband. I'm showing you love. I'm in class, right? Because we got to think about it. The way we show love in the world, that's like just based off emotions. That's not true love.
It's only physical.
That's only physical. It's only like you lay together, you go to the movies, you laugh. The Rock crazy, man. You see them in the Fast X? That's not love, man. Because how many people have been on a date and you never heard from that person ever again? Oh. and y'all splurge like money on that date.
Nah, take it deeper than that. How many people you said I love you?
Right.
How many of y'all? Everybody in here been like I love you, right? And then you don't even know who that person that you said you love is right now. Right. But you told them that you loved them. Because that was based off a physical thing, off a carnal thing. We got to get deeper. Yeah, you got to get deeper. You got to get into the wisdom of what love really is.
Yeah, you don't know what love is. You think love is a cuddle session. Yeah, that's a show of affection. There's nothing wrong with that. It's part of it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a show of affection. That's why I was saying that, right? It's the show of affection. It's like, this is me displaying. This is an outward emotion. This is me showing outwardly that I love you in this moment. Right. I have a care about you in this moment. But the true care is in me correcting you. The true care is showing you how to be a father. Right. Laying down ordinances. But that's what the Most High. Because how many? Do y'all love the Most High? Okay, beautiful. Now, how many of y'all been hugged by the Most High? You been physically hugged. You've been physically hugged by the Most High.
Right
Where?
now.
I explain that.
Right now.
No, he's
No,
asking
I'm
a literal
saying
question.
physically. So he
Physically.
literally physically
No.
grabbed you and hugged. No, but I'm serious. Because that, listen to
Tom,
it.
yes.
No, Aaron, he's asking a direct question. Has the Most High literally touched you with his own two hands?
No.
This would melt.
Because that's where I did. Think about February 14th. That's where a lot of people's idea of what love comes from.
Right.
It has to be something tangible. It has to be something that I can feel. None of us have ever been hugged or cuddled or kissed by the Heavenly Father because He hasn't been here on this earth. None of us have even seen Yahweh shine.
You got this.
So yeah.
You got this dog, like you said about stubborn. You got this stubborn mentality on what love is.
Yeah.
You got to change your outlook on what love is, right? And the Father's showing you that your way of looking at it is not gonna get it right. Like you gotta stop looking at love like baby and beggar, baby. You know what I mean? Like you looking for your husband to play Keith Sweat or Jaheem when you come in the house, and with roses on the floor and your favorite wine bottle and the bed. He did some arts and craft on the bed and turned it into a heart. Like come on, man. Nothing wrong with affection, though. Let me say that. Nothing wrong with your husband or you showing, or vice versa, you showing him some affection.
Right.
Nothing wrong with it, but it's like you can't get so lost in that where you forget the standard of the Most High. No, the Most High says you're not supposed to give the strength to him, right? It's not. So it can't. Your outlook as a man of what love is can't just be solely off the emotions, and a woman's outlook on love can't just be solely on emotions, because then you're gonna have this. You're going to create this war within yourself when your husband has to dedicate himself to the ministry, to the body. And because you're going to be like, you going with the brothers again? I don't never get time. You don't know that brother needed that ride. He was just stressed, but he just lost his family member. He needed somebody to console him. You're talking about emotions and time. Yeah, you get your time, but you got to understand that there's bigger things, greater things going on. You can't be selfish, is what it is. Because you're going to get your time, you're going to get your affection, you're going to get your love. But you can't be selfish in that look.
It can't be selfish. Not as a Hebrew Israelite man or woman, because, just speaking from the perspective of a brother, for me to show my love to Yahweh Shai, I got to do it to all, right? So my wife has to understand that cuddle time, blue time, it's getting less and less. Not to say that it's not there, but I gotta care about the brother. I might have to be on a phone call for 3 hours. She might have to be waiting for me to watch a movie, but you know what? I'm just gotta go to sleep tonight. We'll get to it another day. Because if she really does love me, she's gotta love the kind of man that I am. I'm not a selfish man.
Right.
I'm about rebuilding.
Right.
I care about others, just like I care about her. Because I'm not gonna neglect her, but I also can't neglect the brothers or the sisters that might need whatever I can give them in the spirit of the Most High, right? So that's the kind of mind that my wife has to have. But any of you women that do have men that are here to be laborers for the truth, that's the mind that y'all gotta get on.
Right.
Y'all gotta get on that.
And just to finish the verse, I'm gonna let you continue. Just close out the last one.
Oh, okay.
Or finish what you actually doing.
Work out yourself.
What you're saying too. Go ahead.
Work out your own salvation.
You gotta know what you're supposed to be getting saved from. Like your outlook on what love is not gonna save you. Right. That's gonna destroy you, because when you have a man that's committed to the work, committed to the truth, committed to the ministry, then you're gonna be looking at the things that he's doing as evil when it's actually good. You're gonna have an evil eye to the good that he's doing. You're gonna be doubting, like, is this really what God wants us to do? Is you really but you're not even home. You're always with the brothers talking, you counseling. So now when he's helping counseling is helping somebody.
Right.
He's helping somebody. He's establishing order. He's helping somebody become mentally stable. What he's trying to help you do.
Right.
Right? But love is not solely just based off of the affectionate moments. It's based off of those enduring trials that you go through together. Right? Now what you can say, what Draco I say? Was when we shooting in the gym?
Oh, you wasn't with me?
Yeah, that trial. You go through those heavy trials in your relationships, those build that bond and it builds that unity. And that's what the Most High really deems what love is, because he sees a man goes, it's like our relationship with the Father. He sees you go through a trial, and you fight through that trial, and you overcome through that trial by trusting in him. He's like, this man loves me. I can bless this guy. You gotta ask yourself too, are you even doing anything worthy to deserve that sort of affection? What you don't ask yourself, like I like how John says it, like ask yourself, what have you done for the Most High in the last week, the last 2 days, the last month, the last year, for you to deserve a blessing, right? A certain level of love that you're looking for. Do you deserve? Ask yourself, do you really deserve it? That's what we gotta ask ourselves when we complain about certain things. Do I deserve this affection? Do I deserve this type of attention? Am I acting as somebody that deserves this type of love? Because like, sometimes I just be ready to just chill and quit. But now I'm trying to boo-boo because I'm not getting the affection that I want. But you don't understand what the Most High is trying to save you from. He's trying to save you from yourself. You're looking at things with a carnal mind. You're looking at things with a fleshly mind, with a stubborn mind. And he's like, work out your what?
Work out your own salvation.
You don't know what you need to be saved from just yet. Because you don't believe you need any saving. You don't think that you have any battles. You don't think you have any character defects. Right? And if you do, and if you don't, you toss them to the side.
Right. You're not attacking them with the sense of urgency that you need to. You're worried about other things that aren't even beneficial to your salvation. You have stumbling blocks that need to be knocked down. You got character flaws that need to be destroyed. There's virtue that you don't have that need to be added to you, but instead you're letting yourself be distracted by things that aren't going to save you. Right. Like when we go back to the reading, we're gonna read about how our forefathers and foremothers who were saved out of Egypt, right? You're gonna see the mind state that they acted in and how they went about, this blessing that the Most High gave them. A lot of us know the story. They were in there doing what? They was in the wilderness doing what? Complaining. Just like a lot of us are today. A lot of us have blessings right now in our life that people on the outside will be praying for. Right. You got a man that you is with you in your household, raising your children, that's teaching you the Most High standard. You got a brother that's holding you accountable. I didn't have that in the world. I don't know about y'all. I never had anybody that came up to me and said, "Yo, bro, you drink too much." Right. You know what they did? They laughed. Good thing I wasn't born in this generation, because I probably would have had a lot of viral moments, foolish world star moments. But because they didn't care about me. I was just a joke, or I was just a cool guy that could get the party jumping. But nobody said, "Yo, bro, you don't live like Christ did. You don't live like how the Most High would want you to live, to get delivered." They just let me act like the world. But did y'all have that before the truth? Did y'all have that before that husband, before that brother, before whoever gave you that flyer? That's something that y'all really got to meditate on and don't let go. Y'all see that?
Yeah. You can drop that on Sheba. What would you have?
Jeremiah 29:11. Book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11.
And then we're going to jump back to the reading.
For I know the thoughts that I think toward you.
Yeah, you don't realize that your thoughts is not aligned with the Most High thoughts. But the Most High understands what He thinks towards you when He's doing things in your life and making things happen a certain way in your life and play out a certain way. So when you get that emotion, when you juggling emotions and thoughts and you don't know what to do, why is he acting this way? Why is he acting that way? You don't realize that the Most High is shaking something up in your life to help you realize something about yourself first. Right? And then the person next to you. Read.
Saith Yahweh, thoughts of peace.
But you don't realize that He's trying to create peace in the situation.
Right.
But your emotion is misguiding you. Your emotions is misleading you and telling you that, no, this is the way. But the Most High is like, what? I see goons, I see goblins, I see murders, I see thieves, I see robbers, I see rapists over there. Why would you want to go that way? And you're like, no, but this, I don't worry about that. But the Most High like, bro, that thief, he's looking right at you. He's ready to rob you, stab you, and slaughter you for that bag. Why you want to go that way? Go this way. And you wrestling with all that. And sometimes it's not even that drastic. But because you're so stubborn, even in a minor moment, you're ignorant of what the Father is doing for you.
Yeah.
You're ignorant of how he's trying to save your life. But because you're what? You're all in your... It's because you're all in your... It's because you're all in your emotions. You're all in your emotions. You're all in your emotions.
Right.
And your emotions got you lost. And now you get to see that the Most High is going to bring you to peace. Read.
And not of evil.
And not of evil, but...
To give you an expected end.
Yeah, he's trying to give you the expected end. But you looking at things that are good for you as evil. I don't know why y'all say that about the brother. He's doing a good job. Like, you don't see that the way you think is worldly.
That perspective.
That perspective is worldly.
Yeah, not beneficial.
You don't see what's happening with that brother? With the rib? She's fading away. Because he's using worldly methods on how to express love. You don't see that. But you don't realize that because you don't see that the Most High is leading you to peace. You don't see the way your lifestyle that the Most High has created you to live it, this truth. You don't see that it's leading you to peace. You don't see the peace in it.
Right.
You don't find love in it.
Right.
You don't find joy in it.
Right.
But it's because you're stubborn. You're stubborn to seeing it. You see your hard-headed to seeing it. And the scripture's going to go deeper into that. But let's jump back to the reading.
What you having now, Jack? The old in his hand.
Oh.
Yeah,
Hold that. We're gonna hold that. And we're gonna come back to it. I want you to hold it. We're gonna come back to it. We're gonna jump back to the reading. But keep it though. Write it down so that you can have it. We're gonna come back to those. Let's jump back.
Numbers chapter 10, verse 28. Thus were the journeyings of the children of Israel according to their armies, when they set forward. And Moses said unto
Where you at? What verse?
Hobab. Okay.
Yeah.
Verse 29. And Moses said unto
Hobab,
the son of
Raguel,
the Midianite,
the Midianite,
Moses' father-in-law, we are journeying unto the place of which the Lord said, I will give it you. Come thou with us, and we will do thee good. For the Lord hath spoken good concerning Israel. Verse 30. And he said unto him, I will not go, but I will depart to mine own land and to my kindred. And he said, leave us not, I pray thee, for as much as thou knowest how we are to encamp in the forest, and thou mayest be to us instead of eyes. Verse 32. And it shall be, if thou go with us, it shall be that what goodness of the Lord shall do unto us, the same will we do unto thee. And they departed from the mount of the Lord 3 days' journey. And the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them in the 3 days' journey to search out a resting place for them. And the cloud of the Lord was upon them by day, when they went out of the camp. And it came to pass, when the ark set forth, that Moses said, rise up, Lord, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee. And when it rested, he said, return, O Lord, unto the many thousands of Israel. Numbers chapter 11, verse 1. And when the people complained
So just real quick, back in verse 31, Numbers 10 and 31, what you see is Moses, right, talking to this Midianite, another nation, right, doing what? Asking them for help. Now you got Hebrew Israelites today that, man, don't you dare talk to another nation. But the scriptures talk about make friends of the mammon, right? We're supposed to use the world, not abuse the world. So it's very important that you see it wasn't, we did use those, we did have communications and dealings with the other nations, right? So just because we were chosen to be above, it don't mean that we couldn't use them for assistance, right? Don't get into that mind. You got a lot of Hebrew Israelites that get into the mind. They, you might cut your blessing short. The Most High might send this Edomite person to drop some donations, some alms. But you're not going to take it because they're Edomite? Well, I don't want no daggone Edomite money. Filthy Edomite. That's what you're going to do? Because when Moses was asked, he was like, listen, y'all can help us. Y'all can watch our back while we going out. Right? Y'all see that? So it's important that we really get the mind state of our forefathers. It's not warped like it is today where we think, okay, we can't use these people for any kind of benefit or value.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah.
A question. So was Hobab his brother-in-law? Because back in verse 29, it says, and Moses said unto Hobab, the son of Raguel, the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law. So was that technically his brother-in-law?
Yeah, because he's the son of Raguel. Yeah, his brother-in-law. And Moses said unto Hobab, the son of Raguel. Yeah, he's the son of Raguel, the Midianite. So that's his brother-in-law.
Okay.
Yeah, because it says Raguel the Midianite, Moses his father-in-law. So that would be, and that's his son. So that would make him his brother-in-law. Okay. So Numbers chapter 11 verse. What verse you at 2?
He's at 1.
Is that 1? Oh, you got pause that 1 on 1.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to bring that part out.
No, that was a good point because I mean those are instances of like the simplicity in Christ that we miss when we read the Bible. When you read the history about Solomon communicating, talking,
right,
all these different prophets communicating, talking to the nations, but then you don't attribute it to like that we can actually talk and interact with different nations.
Right.
And that's why it would seem strange when Christ would interact with the nations in the New Testament, because you would miss those points where we just literally used to just do that. Right? For whatever reason it was at that time period, we do it, but sometimes it's like a conversation. Just do it, but it existed. It's not strange. They're human just like we're human, but they're just without the wisdom of the Most High. Right? And that's what sets us apart from them. That's what makes us above them. So, and the Most High chose us at that too. So, but read on.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 1. And when the people complained, it displeased the Lord. And the Lord heard it, and his anger was kindled. And the fire of the Lord burnt amongst them.
Look at that. You complaining. Yeah, people complaining, man. Because you always got something to complain about, right? Always have something to complain. Our people, we always looking for something. There's always something. You can never be satisfied is what it is. Yeah. A complainer is never satisfied. Which is what? Showing you what mentality they have in them. They're not sufficed with what the Lord has given them. Right? They're not sufficed with their situation. They're not sufficed with the state of life that the Most High has in them currently. And they wrestle with that. When you wrestle with that, you're going to complain and not realizing that you're talking against the Lord. So you got to be mindful of what thought, what emotion you allow to take control of you. Because you could be saying words to cast down the courage of your husband. He could be doing the work of the Most High, right? Dedicating himself, giving himself, he excited about it. And then you over there at home, why you always with the brothers? You always want to go with the brothers and go to class and like, what is you doing? You don't realize, you might be thinking you're talking to your husband, but you don't realize that you're talking against the father in that moment. Because you're telling him that you're almost discouraging him you're almost discouraging him from doing his duty as a priest. Right? You don't want to be that person. You don't want to be a discourager, a spirit discourager. But the spirit, the scripture say, Thessalonians, it say, quench not the spirit. You don't want to quench the spirit because you kill his zeal, and now he's going to war within himself. Like, damn, should I go with the brothers? Should I go with the sisters? What should I do? Now you're at war. Now he's at war on the inside because of you. Right? We know it's a balance. You definitely gonna get your time, definitely gonna get your attention, but be mindful of the complaining. That's in everything, right? Because like, dang, brothers always want me around. Brothers always want to ask me for a ride. Like, it could be anything. So just be mindful of the complaining within yourself.
God.
Read.
And consume them that were in the utmost parts of the camp.
Yeah, the Most High will consume you. Keep complaining in your mind, and the Most High will consume you. He'll show you the fruit of your thoughts. And that's how you know whether that was a good thought, a good emotion, or a bad one. Because the Most High, you know, obviously he's going all the way to the fire right now. But, I mean, now the judgment is kind of happening faster than it was. Right? Something, you get counsel about something, and something that happened a couple of hours later, or to a day later, or a week later, it happened in a time frame. But, you know, and sometimes it's little instances. But understanding he's not going all the way to straight fire, right here and there. So you have the opportunity to get right. So watch your thoughts. Watch what you entertain. Watch what mind you allow to attach itself to you, because that'll be your downfall. That'll be our downfall. So be mindful of that. But go ahead.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 2. And the people cried unto Moses, and when Moses prayed unto the Lord, the fire was quenched.
You see that? We could avoid that whole thing by just not complaining. But now we have to go do what? Repent. We had to go repent. Right? Before judgment, examine thyself. Right? Right when that thought jumped in, you're supposed to stop yourself. Be like, is this a good emotion? Is this a good thought? Is this the way I should be thinking? Right? When I'm asked to do something? Right? When I'm doing something charitable? When I'm helping out? When I'm giving? When I'm responsible for something? Is this the spirit I'm supposed to be in? Am I supposed to be reluctant? Am I supposed to be stubborn? Or I feel like I'm doing it the right way, the best way? This is like this is perfect. But then somebody like, ooh, that line though. That stitching on that girdle ain't right. Ooh, you gotta pick up your tones. Right? Your brother, your neighbor, he comes search you out. Right? And he comes help you adjust what needs adjusting to make you what? More and more perfect. Unto the Most High. But you gotta be willing to receive that. You don't have to go to the stage where you have to constantly repent if you just listen the first time. These people got consumed because they don't want to listen. So, we'll read on.
And he called the name of the place Taberah, because the fire of the Lord burnt amongst them. Verse 4. And the mixed multitude that was amongst them fell in lusting.
Right. And you know that those people came out of Egypt with us. There was people of different nations that came out of Egypt with us. They seen all the things the Most High was doing. Right? And that shock, that fear hit some people. They were like, oh, I'm going. Right? Like now, they going to seek to please the, how does scripture go? They should seek to please. I'm paraphrasing it right there. The other part, not the finishing part of that verse, is to seek to please the children. Nobody. What was that verse? Okay,
say
find it. Let me find it. Since I quoted it. Oh, Job 20 and 10. Y'all got to just write it down. Y'all got to go there. Y'all can just write it down. It says, his children shall seek to please the poor, and his hands shall restore their goods. Yeah, there it is. Right. So it's like now they try to appease us. Right? They're going to want to cleave unto you. They're going to want to cleave unto you. But that was that same thing with this mixed multitude coming out of Egypt. You know, these different nations wanted to follow us. Because why? Most High, they see what the Most High was doing. They see his power. that fear jumped in them. So yeah, but we see in this instance it's just talking to them about them in this instance. And the mixed multitude that was among them fell lusty. They got weak. So that same complaining, right, that was on us, affected them. And we know what happened when it affected them. They go all the way in. Right? Our God conscience kind of hits us, but they going all the way in. So read.
And the children of Israel also wept again.
And then they start weeping again. You just seen some people get burnt up by the Most High for weeping. But you fall right back into that weeping. That means they didn't understand the experience that they just went through. Like the Most High just burned up some people. But they didn't comprehend that, like, whoa, let me check my mind. They just looked at it like, that's them. We gotta see that though. That's them. Because you can even read the story and be like, that's them at that time period. I don't think like that. I'm not a complainer. I'm not selfish. What you had to us? Go ahead. You said that precept, Melissa? Okay.
2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 5.
Oh.
Examine yourself, whether you be in the faith.
And that's what we got to do now as we're reading this. And this is what they weren't doing when those people got burnt up. They weren't examining themselves about their spiritual defects. Mm-hmm. What's the character flaw in me that can keep me from the kingdom? What's the character flaw in me that can keep me from being an aid to my people? What's the character flaw in me that's going to keep me from being sound in my mind and stable in my spirit? Right? Read.
Prove your own self.
And where do I have to prove myself? Where do I recognize that I'm weak? And I have to prove if I actually overcame this spirit. Or am I just tossing it to the side and putting it in the gutter trying to avoid it? Read.
Know ye not your own self.
You know yourself. You know if you actually overcame the spirit. You know yourself. You know if you overcame stubbornness. You know if you overcame pride. You know you overcame lust. You know what you deal with and what you haven't let go of.
Right.
Read.
How that Jesus Christ is in you.
Right. The only way Christ can be in you is what? Except what?
Except ye be
reprobates. Like you willingly, knowingly, constantly resisting to do the right thing. The only way Christ can be in you if you diligently trying to do the right thing. And you know whether or not you're giving yourself to those things. So, was that what were you thinking about when you put that scripture?
The same thing. I read in the NIV, because I had read this before. Plus, we've gone over this several times in class. It says, in the first verse, actually the second precept, it actually says, test yourself.
All right.
You know, when it says prove your own selves, it actually said test yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
but you gotta knock on the door. Yeah, don't just do that.
Yeah, make sure y'all knock on the door before y'all open it.
Yeah, it said test yourself. You know, not with your own standard, with the standard of the Most High. You know, because that's how you know Christ is in you. Mm-hmm. You know, when you test yourself to His standard, not your own standard, not your own eye, not the own apple of your eye.
Right.
But when you made His word, His statutes, and His precept the apple of your eye. That's how you test yourself.
Right. And they definitely did. And it's cold. I like that you pulled that scripture. And we pulled it last night. We do go there often because 2 Corinthians 13 and 5, y'all should have that in your memory, babe. Y'all should be examining yourselves. But what we read right here, verse 4, Numbers 11 and 4, it said, and the children of Israel also wept again. Not wept, but they were complaining again. After, like the brother just brought out, we just read that the Most High just burnt up a couple of people for complaining. But how many of us are forgetful hearers? How many of us forget not only the counsel, but forget the experience that the Most High delivered us from, judged, or punished us for? And we, do the same thing over again. Can I get one? Somebody get Jeremiah 8 and 12. And what you're going to see in this chapter, you're going to see a spirit that's still in our people today. Like, we reading this Bible right here, a lot of times we disconnect. We say, oh, no, that's not me. I'm not complaining. Well, yes, you are. You just did. You just complained to your husband about not getting enough time. You just complained to the brother. Why are you always checking it? You complain to the sister, why you talk so stern all the time? Right? But all of these things are the same kind of mind states that our forefathers, our foremothers were in when we was in the wilderness. And they weren't examining themselves to say, you know what? I do that. I do think like that. Let me make a change this time. But what happens when you don't make a change? What happens when you don't examine yourself? Read that scripture.
Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 12. Were they ashamed when they committed abomination?
Right, because we go over it all the time. There's a sorrow that worketh repentance unto righteousness, right? But a lot of us, we aren't truly ashamed. We say Salakia at that moment, but we really don't examine and try to destroy the mind that led us to that decision. So what happens? Keep reading.
Nay, they were not at all ashamed.
So no, they wasn't ashamed, just like a lot of us aren't today. You wasn't ashamed to the point where you put down that vice. You destroyed that thought. But you did what? You said sorry, but in your heart, in your mind, you really wasn't. Keep going.
Neither could they blush.
So they wasn't ashamed, they wasn't shameful. Go ahead.
Therefore shall they fall among them that fall.
Because what the scripture said, thy own wickedness shall correct you. So these people were in the wilderness watching the power that we can only try to visualize it. A cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. We see a little bit of light in the sky and we get hyped. We see a chariot right now, a little quick, we had the pride. We didn't walk through it that the Most High is not with us. The Most High didn't bless us. But think about it. None of us are homeless. Literally, none of some shape, form, or manner. Right? So that's how the Most High is showing us today that He's with us. And He's also, in the spiritual realm, making moves on the backside. On that side, opening up doors. You're able to get this loan when your credit is bad. Right? Why? Because you're not murmuring. You're still giving thanks to the Most High for all the little things that you have. Y'all see that? But when you don't have that humility, when you don't have that shame, you could murmur at the Most High. What they say in the world, they try to box with God. Your arms is too short to box with God. Right? But a lot of us do that today. Keep reading. No, keep reading, Ricardo.
Come. In the time of their visitation, they shall be cast down.
Read it from the top. Verse 12.
Come. Were they ashamed when they committed abomination?
Right, when you have this proud outlook at what you think you should go through, or what you shouldn't go through, or what you should be given. Right, go ahead.
Nay, they were not at all ashamed.
Nah, you got this prideful, like you could really, that's some really high level audacity to think that you could just murmur at all that they see, all that the Most High did for them. Remember, don't forget, they saw the plagues in Egypt. While Egypt was getting destroyed, they were comfortable. They were protected. All of those plagues, the darkness, the fire, the frogs, the lights. There was only one plague that touched us, but everything else hit our oppressors. But do you still forgot? How quickly do we forget? Keep going.
Neither could they blush. Therefore shall they fall among them that fall.
Right, because you act like you don't got the Most High with you. So then you're going to have to fall just like them. Just like those Egyptians, right? That served other gods. Keep going.
In the time of their visitation, they shall be cast down, saith the Most High.
The Most High doesn't deal with that rebellion. He doesn't deal with that wickedness. Because you now start to worship other things more than you worship the Most High. You don't believe that He is. You don't believe that He can bless. You don't have the patience to wait on the Most High. So all of these things you now cast away because of your own pride, your own selfishness. Y'all see that?
Yeah. And let's jump back to the reading. I think you're done.
Yeah. Next week.
Done. You got finished reading your lunch part?
I a little bit left.
Oh. Okay.
Just
Right.
reenact what you were saying.
Oh.
Done. And said, who shall give us flesh to eat?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's basically what he was saying. They went right back into the mind of worry, doubt, distrust.
The Most High don't have the power.
Right.
Yahweh, Aharon, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban, Yasharala.
Aharon, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasharala. Men of Israel, Elijah, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah Brakatah. Yeah.
So this is the third reader. The third reader is at Numbers chapter 11, verses 5 through 24. Numbers chapter 11, verses 5 through 24. Third reader.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 5. We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, and the cucumber.
And think about that. They think about food. They cancel out all the good, and that is beyond measurable with words. Like, think about all the great, majestic things that the Father did for them.
Right.
Did for us.
Right.
Right? And they're thinking about fish, cucumbers, melons, and what else?
And the melons, and the leeks, and the onions, and the garlic.
They think about food. Understood. You need those things. You need those things. You gotta eat. You gotta have food. You need sustenance. But what's that scripture? If I don't want to see everybody think about it, what's the scripture that gives you the balance of their mindset? Oh, with the story? Why that's you say you don't understand why? Hold on, y'all. You say you don't understand why that's a problem? With them talking about the food? Oh, okay. Read that again. Read the verse verse 4.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 4.
So you remember the beginning of the chapter, right? It started off when you read the beginning of Numbers chapter 11. It says the people was complaining. So there was a part of people that complained. That people, the Most High burned them up and killed them, right? And that's to serve as a sign for the people that stayed alive, as to say, okay, let me not put my trust in my flesh. The mindset that the weak mind that keep jumping at me, the pride, the doubts, the uncertainty, Yahweh, He just left us out here to die. All that thought, cancel that out, because I always take care of you. So that's what they were supposed to be picking up from those people that got burned up from complaining. Yeah. And then now you jump to verse 4. Read.
And the mixed multitude that was among them fell in lust.
And so those are those nations that came with us out of Egypt. Right? That's the mixed multitude. But they fell in lusted. So they got weak. Oh man, why we came out here with these guys? Man. Now we struggling with them. Yeah. But that didn't only jump on them. That also jumped on who? Read.
And the children of Israel.
And the who?
And the children of Israel.
So our people also did what? Because lusting is not a good thing. Read.
Also wept again.
And then they wept again. Start complaining. They started complaining all over again. But they just seen a group of people get burnt up for complaining. And that's where your verse comes into play, Manasseh. We need your verse, man. Philippians 2 and 14, baby.
Philippians chapter 2 and verse 14.
Try to read it louder.
Do all things without...
Let's get a definition of murmuring, too, though. Let's get a definition of murmuring. Definition of murmuring. So, do all things for what?
Without murmuring.
The murmuring. Right? So, who got it? You got it? Who got murmuring? Who got it? Well, as they look for the definition, they were complaining. So nothing was wrong with talking about the food. You got it? Go ahead.
Murmuring, uttering complaints in a low voice or sullen manner.
You see that? Uttering complaints in a low voice or a subtle manner. That's what it said, right?
Sullen.
Sullen? We got that word up now. But you see that they uttering complaints in the low mass, so they're like, man, what we doing here, man? Man, we used to be in Egypt, we was eating fish, onions, leeks. Hey, God, in Egypt, we was getting fish and leeks and onions. And, we look at that.
Southern, bad-tempered and sulky.
Boom. Boom. So they was upset while complaining in a low, in undertone.
Right.
So
There was pouting.
It was basically pouting.
Pouting.
Leeks
is like spring, like green onions.
Green onions.
So like green onions.
Green onion scallops.
Yeah.
So, okay, so basically the same thing. They be stuck in the fish probably. So, are you getting that, Sarai? Okay. Yeah, so they was basically complaining. So they was remembering a time when they lived in Egypt and they complained. So to them, this was good enough. They was okay with the lower state. Yeah. So but jump back to verse 5.
What you got, Rakai?
I'm thinking about this, right? So in verse 4, Israel is just going off of it is following a nation that doesn't even have the wisdom. Because it says the multitude among them fell a lusting. They fell a lusting first.
Mm-hmm.
So they followed after the example that wasn't even from the Most High.
Right.
So it's like how Zion would say, they slow right now.
All right.
You know what I mean? Because you're seeing your power do all these wonderful things for you, like how you said.
Yeah.
But you're going to follow after a carnal example from another nation that is not even, the Most High is not even dealing with.
Right.
So that's kind of what's been kind of hitting me right now.
Yeah, and think about it. But what we're figuring out that to be weak is easier. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't, yeah, let me finish this verse first, because another one just jumped in my head. Go ahead, Manasa.
And disputings.
So do all things without murmuring and what? Disputings. So all that back and forth, arguing, striving, right? The Most High said do all things without murmuring, and that's what they didn't understand. So they going back, they letting this grain of a thought jump in their mind about fish and food. Damn, we had it easy. It was just giving it to us. We didn't even think about it. That's like today where you got food stamps and what's it called? With the houses when you don't have to pay for it.
Section 8.
Section 8. You can get so comfortable in that, and then your next generation fall right into that. And the next generation fall right into that. And the generation after that fall right into that because everybody's comfortable. Or their generations just stick to the project. They never want to move out. Right? They never want to graduate. And you get stuck in a mentality, and that's what happens. Or you, like applying to us here, you're the truth, you come around, now you know you're Israelite, you get stuck in that. And you good with just knowing that you're Israelite, and you get stuck with that mode, and you just what? I don't want to grow, I don't want to help be a teacher, I don't want to put in works, I just want to learn, I just want to sit around. Like church. Yeah. You treat it like church, like you just hear a good word, hallelujah, praise the Lord, and then you just go home. And you can get stuck in that mode if you don't snap yourself out of it. And these people got stuck in the mode for a second. They got stuck in the mode of remembering what they used to get in Egypt. So, read on. Oh, you good, myself. What you have?
I'm on the Baptist form.
Man?
No, you had asked what they should have been thinking about eating.
Oh, come on. Everybody,
you asked the question, yeah.
Go ahead. What you got?
Matthew chapter 4, verse 4. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone.
And that's why it was if you just give you a verse to go along with it too, that's why it was a bad thing. Because they were living by bread alone. They were thinking about food.
Carnal.
They was like basically carnal minded.
Yeah.
So the only thing that was on the mind was the food. You know how I talk about with the feast, it's not about the food, it's not about the decorations, it's not about those things. But people can come just for the fiesta, right? And not the actual getting to know somebody, building a fellowship and communicate, talking, helping out. You know, they don't come to feast for that. And the people was missing the point of what the Most High was trying to show them in that instance. Mm-hmm. You know, that man not supposed to live by bread alone. I'm breaking you off. You're coming out of being a slave, so I'm trying to break you off from thinking like a slave. So it takes me straining that spirit out of you. And this spirit obviously had to be strained out of them because look at what they reverted back to. And they looked at Egypt as if it was a good thing. Read.
But by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of Yahweh.
This is how we're supposed to live, by trusting in the Lord in all, like the verse Mount Sinai in all our ways. And we're supposed to be able to live by the word. The word is supposed to be our guide in everything. I'm stressing, the word. I'm doubtful, the word. I'm angry, the word. I'm lustful, the word.
Right.
I'm feeling hateful, the word. Jealous, the word. And counsel mingled in there. Right? Because the counsel is going to sedate your mind and then you get back into that word. You see that? So you're not juggling thoughts within yourself. But that's just me. What you have
John 6 or 47?
47?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Con.
51?
No, go ahead. That's like that verse.
Book of John, chapter 6, verse 47. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me hath everlasting life.
Right.
Verse 48. I am that bread of life. Your fathers did eat manna in the wilderness and are dead. Verse 50.
You see that? So for all the people that ate food, and that was only about the food, they died because they didn't see that. They didn't see the spirit. And obviously we know that bread of life is Yahweh Shai, because he teaches us how to get closer to the Father. And they missed what they were supposed to be picking up. This is an opportunity for you to get closer with the Father, because Christ fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. So that means those couple of days that they was complaining about no food, they could have gone without that food. But they didn't want to tap into the spirit. So they did what? They tapped into the weak nature. And they started thinking about Egypt freely. They started thinking about cucumbers and melons. And like to them, that was like a vacation in Cancun. Right? That was a vacation in Cancun. They was okay with just being slaves.
Yeah.
That's wild. Like really think about that. But that's even now though. That's even now. Because when you get counsel about how to actually deal in your relationship, that the way you deal with your relationship is worldly, you wrestle against it. And you say, nah, that don't apply to my relationship. I don't see that. Right? When you get told that you gotta have your ribs submit to the scriptures, you don't see that. But you don't see how that, because you're doing that, she's falling right back into the world. Right? She's falling right back into the world, wearing pants. Right? Doing all those things that what? That's not biblical.
Right.
How you get her closer to the Bible? By listening to the wisdom. But you gotta see where the life is in the wisdom. If you don't see the wisdom, then you're gonna be thinking like the people in the wilderness. Or you are thinking like the people in the wilderness. You're gonna look at the manna. I know I'm an Israelite. And you stuck at that. And then you never learn any like applicational, like fundamental skills on how to apply the Bible. Like those essential qualities that make you a biblical man indeed, like Christ. You never learn that because you're stubborn. You allow your stubbornness to lead you. And the Father's trying to redirect your whole life. And that's in relationships, but that's even in just you. How you talk, how you dress, look. Like all these things come into play because somebody's counseling you along the way how to form yourself into a biblical man. Because everything's tied into us being biblical. Our speech, our talk, our walk, our act, our dress, our appearance, facial expressions, food, like all these things, balance, all these things is intertwined with showing yourself to be a godly man. Because everybody's always looking for the negative. But how do you be blameless? Which is a requirement of the scriptures. What you going to say on?
I had a script.
Oh, everybody else. We're going to have to jump back to this reading. No, we're going to have to jump back to this reading. Oh, save it for the next go around. Right? You mix this part of the roller coaster.
Verse 50. This is the bread which cometh down from heaven.
From heaven. They missed it. But it was right in their face, like you said, every day. It was right in our face. Yeah. The word is right in our face. The signs is right in our face. The Most High will be telling you what you need to do to get healed. The Most High will tell you what you need to do to grow. The Most High will tell you what you need to do to resist that spirit. But you got to listen to the counsel. Right? Whether that kind of person comes meek or whether that person comes forward. You can't give yourself an excuse in your mind as to why you can't listen to the word. You can't, because that'll slow your growth down that'll slow anything that you got going on down. Because then you're being stubborn to the Most High. The Most High, I got to show you that I don't have respect for your sacrifice. Like he told Cain. Is that it?
One more.
Oh. Was that on that verse?
Last precept.
Okay. Go ahead.
That a man may eat thereof and not die.
Right, because you don't want to die, like our people right here. So don't just be thinking about the food alone. So just jump back.
Verse 6.
No, yeah, verse 6. We read that.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 5. We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, and the cucumbers, and the melons, and the leeks, and the onions, and the garlic. But now our soul is dried away.
Dramatic. Just being dramatic. Right? Being like a dang drama queen. They soul really dried up? No. They ain't fasting for 40 days and 40 nights. They ain't got no reason to be dried up.
Yeah, they're not even fasting. Yeah. And that's, I like what you said, drama queen, because it makes you think of like children. And a lot of us adults do act like children, and these people will act like children because y'all remember the Exodus part of this, right? When they murmured the first time about not having food, and the Most High sent the manna, right? Right? They complained about not having food, not having the things they had in Egypt, but the Most High gave you that manna.
Yeah.
And that manna was designed to taste like anything you wanted it to taste like. So now you basically just complaining just to complain. But it sounds like a child. They'd be like, the child asks you, can I play video games today? You say, no. I never get to play video games. I never get to go outside. You just went outside yesterday. You was on a game for 18 hours the other day. You didn't even blink. But now you never play the game? Like, come on. But that's what they're doing right here. We're starving. Are you starving? You got men. Keep reading where you at, Aaron. Keep reading where you at. Because you're going to see us in the Bible time. Yeah.
There is nothing at all. Besides this man.
Besides this man. So is there nothing or you don't have what you want?
Right.
That's just like us. A spaghetti again? Yes. Spaghetti again. Because when you only have eggs to eat, you'll look at spaghetti as a 5-star meal, right? And when you have spaghetti, you look at the spaghetti like a steak. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of people, we forget, there's a lot of people that are praying for the things that we have.
Yeah.
Right? We're too busy focused on what we don't have instead of what we do have. You got healthy children. There's somebody's child who's in a hospital or in a cemetery, but you complaining. Right? I don't got, my sneakers. There's some kids that have their toes busting out their shoes, wearing hot water pants, but you don't got the newest J's, so you can complain. See, our perspective, our mentality was warped even back then, but we have that today. So we can't say that we wouldn't be there, but we doing that right here today. A lot of us growing up with central air. I ain't have central air. All the y'all that got central air conditioning, y'all better barakatah Yahweh. Because I used to wake up in sweats. We had a fan that blew hot air. Just recycled hot air back and forth all the time. Ain't no about no air conditioning. And if you did, and then when we did come up, you leave that one room with air conditioning, now you just walked into hell. Y'all get to go use the bathroom with central air conditioning. We sweated our butts off, literally, in the bathroom. So a lot of us is taking these blessings that we have for granted. Right? But the same thing that's happened to our people then. You got like the brother said, they looked at it as vacation. But they wanted to be in a 5-star resort, but they was in a Holiday Inn. You on vacation. But they wasn't. They was on permanent vacation. The Most High delivered them from their oppressors. But they still was thinking about going into bondage. That's crazy. But how many of us do that today, though? How many of us do that today? We get blessed with things and we take it for granted. Or we get them and we don't cultivate them to increase them. Y'all see that? Who had their hand up? Oh, Ariel, you did. What you want to say?
I was about to say Matthew 4:4.
Matthew 4:4. Come, we just read that. Yeah. Yeah, but, huh? Stand up.
Sorry. So I was about to say that Matthew 4:4, it goes along with the scripture, but then I think that because I remember that we quoted.
Yeah, but it's cool that you forgot, but don't forget in your daily life, right? When your dad says you can't go outside, or you're not able to get a bike, or you're not able to play on your cell phone. Oh, I never get to play my no. Remember where that mind comes from. That's a murmuring mind state that the Most High doesn't deal with. And he literally destroyed some of our people. And just in that passage right there, they forgot how the Most High judged those people that murmured. So what do you think is going to happen again? You know, the Most High is going to, we just read it in Jeremiah, you're going to be taken in that fall. You see that? That's already happened. Yeah. Oh yeah, go back to the reading.
Besides this manna before our eyes, and the manna was as coriander seeds, and the color thereof as the color of bejewelment. And the people,
Bedilim.
What's that?
Verse 8. And the people went about and gathered it.
Verse 7.
And the
Bendelum. The color was as Bendelum. Somebody go to Wisdom of Solomon 16 and 20. Just to give a little bit more edification on what this manna was. Because remember, they were complaining about them not having the leeks and the cucumbers and the fish. But look what the Most High gave us. Because when they murmured, if anybody remembers the story, this was back in Numbers, the 16th chapter, when they were complaining about not having food. But did the Most High leave us starving? No. The scripture said, I've been old, I've been young, but I never seen the righteous forsaken or his seed begging for bread. Right? But you'll see that in our history. The Most High didn't bring us out to the wilderness and not give us anything that we needed. Right? Somebody read that Wisdom of Solomon.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 and verse 20. Instead, whereof thou feedest.
Wait, slow down. Let him read it.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 and verse 20. Instead, whereof thou feedest thine own people with angels' food, and didst send them from heaven bread prepared without their labor.
Right, so if y'all got the story of how about the coriander or the manna, you got to go back to Numbers 16. Numbers 16 and verse 31, when the Most High sent that dew. Y'all remember that? And the dew that fell down from heaven, when they woke up, they had these coriander seed, right? But what did the coriander seed taste like? Read.
Able to content every man's delight.
Able to do what?
Content every man's delight.
So what does that mean? That means that whatever you delight in eating, this is what the manna tastes like. This is what the manna tastes like. So if you wanted the manna to taste like fish, your manna tastes like fish. If you wanted your manna to taste like oxtail, curry gold, some lamb over rice, you had that. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Keep reading.
And agreeing to every taste.
And it was agreeing to every taste. So what were they really complaining about? The Most High gave them what they, but see, you'll have that blessing in front of you today, and you're still complaining, right? You have a vehicle now. It's not a Mercedes-Benz. It's not the Bentley Phantom, right? It's not the G-Wagon. But isn't it getting you from A to Z? Not A to B, because it's not leaving you at B. It's getting you from A to A, from start to return. But a lot of us, we complain because it's not what everybody else has. It's not what they got. And that's what was happening. They was looking back at our oppressors in the way that they were living instead of seeing what the Most High blessed them with. Y'all see that? Go, read verse 21.
Come. For thy
And sustenance.
Declare thy sweetness unto thy children.
Read.
And serving to the appetite of the eater.
Right, so again, whatever your heart desire, your appetite, this coriander, this manna, that's why they called it the angels' food. Not that this is what angels eat, because angels ain't eating this, right? It just was heavenly sent. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Temper itself to every man's liking.
So this is why the Most High would have this hateful taste for these people, because I gave you something that you can enjoy. Every man, this brother likes fish, this brother likes chicken, this sister likes lamb, this sister likes vegetables. That coriander seed was able to appease all of us. So why are you thinking about the past instead of enjoying the blessing that the Most High gave you today? Y'all see that?
The reason that they weren't even able to see is the fact that the manna and the coriander was able to appease to their taste bud, to everything that they would enjoy. Is they weren't even looking at that. You know, they weren't even desiring to be pleased by what the Most High was providing them. Otherwise, their taste buds would have been satisfied. And another thing.
What? Are you got verse?
No. Just speaking on the fact that looking back, you know, this is the mixed multitude that came out of Egypt with them, right? These were people that weren't even not Israel. You know, we gotta be mindful and look at that and say, okay, all right, who's coming in my house and speaking ill of me with to my children, so that my children won't follow the commandment of my mouth, right? Who's coming among you and speaking ill of the Father? Who's speaking ill of your work? Just like you brought out, you know, if the wife is not in agreement with the husband on his work, she's gonna discourage him. She's gonna grieve him, and in turn, she's grieving the Holy Spirit. Right. We got to look at that. These were people that weren't even Israelites, you know, and they were speaking against our God, our power, you know. That's what they were doing, and we followed them. That spirit jumped on us, and we followed them.
Yeah, and that's right on point. You know, and that's what we got to be careful of. What spirit am I allowing in my house? What spirit am I allowing around my family? And that's where the self-examination comes into play. Where we're examining ourselves, because we're watching what spirit we bring around the body, what spirits we bring around the brothers and sisters. Is it a joyful one, or is it a grieved one? Is it a happy spirit, or is it an angry spirit? You know, and you gotta really look at those things. Is it I'm discouraged, or is it I'm ready to do the work of the Most High? You have to look at those two things, because those are compared to contracts. The word examine wouldn't exist if you didn't have something to try. You know, that's why you going through the trial of your faith is important, because that's where you gain the strength. That's where you actually grow and actually become a new man. You know, breaking forth and not allowing those spirits to break you, but you break those spirits. Because basically they got to overcome, right? With their own mind, and then on top of that, they're looking at the nations like it's easy for them, right? So, that's not on point though. But let's jump back to the reading.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 8. And the people went about and gathered it, and ground it in mills, or beat it in the mortar, and baked it in pans, and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was as the taste of fresh oil. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. And Moses heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent. And the anger of the Lord was kindled greatly. Moses also was displeased.
Yeah, because they basically had it. And I had looked up online real quick just now with the coriander seed. It says, and the manna was as coriander seed. So you can eat whatever. You can eat whatever, and look, it says it'll boost your coriander seeds, basically boost your immunity, improves heart health, protects brain health, promotes digestion and gut health, improves kidney function. So it's a lot of things that coriander seeds. So imagine you eat just regular things that probably wouldn't just even just have this effect, but he said it was as coriander seed. So it would have this effect on you to where you were good, you were sustained. So just be mindful of those things. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And Moses said unto the Lord, wherefore hast thou afflicted thy servant? And wherefore have I not found favor in thy sight, that thou layest the burden of all this people upon me? Have I conceived all this people? Have I begotten them, that thou shouldest say unto me, carry them in thy bosom, as a nursing father beareth the suckling child, unto the land which thou swearest unto our fathers? Whence should I have flesh to give unto all this people? For they weep unto me, saying, give us flesh, that we may eat. I am not able to bear all this people alone, because it is too heavy for me.
Right, so we gotta think about when we start complaining, children, brothers and sisters, we start complaining. Think about how that's affecting the person that you're complaining to. How much of a burden that you're now adding to them. You know what I mean? If they have been showing a pattern of supplying you, right, with the necessary things for you to continue, right, to grow. If they've been giving you the scriptures to edify you, to grow you spiritually. If they've been giving you the physical food to eat too. And now you're complaining. Just going back to that childlike mentality I was talking about earlier. When you're a child and you're so ungrateful. You're ungrateful about what your parents may have prepared for dinner that day. Think about what you're doing to them. How much of a burden now you're becoming just on their mind. On their mind like, Dad, I got a child that's really ungrateful. But many of us operate today as ungrateful children in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. Because we're constantly complaining and murmuring. But here it is Moses, who we've seen. These people seen the Most High use this man multiple times to not only deliver us from our oppressors, but also lead us and get everything that we asked for. The Most High sent it through him. But then they constantly came back and complained. That spirit of ungratefulness, that's something that you need to examine and see if that's in you. And how that's affecting the people that you're complaining to. Yes, y'all see that? Where you at? Verse 15?
Verse 15.
Go ahead.
And if thou deal thus with me, kill me, I pray thee.
See, look how much. Now, Moses didn't say kill them, complaining ass niggas.
No,
many of y'all today will say that. Sadly, this is what you see a lot too. As sadly has been popular, you see these single parent women, because that wasn't the design for women to bear that burden by themselves. They get these newborn babies, these babies start crying, and what do? They can't handle it, they kill their own children. See, that's the mind that people are going in when they have that burden, they don't know how to bear it. But Moses didn't say that. He didn't say kill them. Read.
And if thou deal thus with me, kill me.
He said take me.
Kill me.
He didn't say take them.
Kill me.
Right. And a lot of us would be quick to point the finger at someone else instead of this brother saying, you know what? He didn't say wipe them all out. He said, you know what, just take me. Maybe I'm not fit for the job. But he was.
Right.
See, it shows a lot about his character as being the meekest man on the earth. Keep reading.
I pray thee, out of hand, if I have found favor in thy sight, and let me not see my wretchedness. Verse 16. And the Lord said unto Moses, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom thou knowest to be the elders of the people.
This goes back into the rank, right? You gotta bring men that know is what? To keep the standard. right? Men that aren't covetous, men that have integrity, right? We were just talking about that. Like these are the kind of men these men were chosen because regardless of who was around, they were the example of the standard. Go ahead, keep reading.
And officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregation, that they may stand there with thee. And I will come down and talk with thee there, and I will take of the spirit which is upon thee, and I will put it upon them, and they shall bear the burden of the people.
So what does the scripture say? The Most High always gives us a way to escape. Right? Yahushua said, take my yoke, it's light. Why? Because the Most High was not going to give us more than we can bear. So even right here in this example, you see Moses being the leader. How did the Most High send him away to bear it? Well, he sent them 70 qualified men. 70 qualified men that he was going to put the same spirit that Moses operated in, he was going to put them on those men so that they could bear the burden for Moses. That's why it's important to understand that this is not, we are working out our soul salvation, but how are we doing that? By the brothers and sisters that's working out their soul salvation. So now I'm able to understand and learn patience by dealing with another brother. I'm able to understand and learn love by dealing with another sister. Not this carnal sense, but this spiritual sense. Because even Christ, did Christ roll alone? He had the 12 disciples, right? So none of us were made to operate and move alone. Y'all see that? So even Moses wasn't made to bear this alone. Because he had Aaron, he even had Miriam. So even you sisters have to understand, y'all play a very important part too. It's not just about the men. This nation building isn't just on the backs of the men. It's on the back of the men and women who want that change to come past. Who do value the standard of the Most High. Y'all see that? Keep reading.
And they shall bear the burden of the people with thee, that thou bear it not thyself alone. And say thou unto the people, sanctify yourselves against the mortal, and ye shall eat flesh, for ye have wept in the ears of the Lord, saying, who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore the Lord will give you flesh, and ye shall eat. Ye shall not eat one day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, neither 10 days, nor 20 days, but even a whole month, until it come out of your nostrils, and it be loaded unto you.
That I love that because it reminds me of them Judite parents that, you wanted to sneak and steal the candy, right? So now you're going to eat candy till you throw up. That's what the Most High was doing right here. Y'all want to complain and act like I ain't feed y'all? Well, now y'all going to eat until you throw up. Y'all see what's happening here, right? Because of that unthankfulness, now the Most High is going to see. Now your belly full now, right? You satisfied? Your belly so full it's pouring out your daggone nose. God.
Go ahead.
Because that ye have despised the Lord which is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why come we forth out of Egypt?
Thank you for looking at everything all wrong. Negativo. Read.
And Moses said, the people among whom I am are 600,000 footmen, and thou hast said, I will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month.
So the Most High, what is he doing? Every step of the way, he's killing the excuse in the mind as to why not to give yourself. So he's setting up, he's helping you out. He's helping you alleviate the spirits on your mind and putting you at ease so that what? Those spirits don't have power over you. Right? If that's the case. Right? For those that actually, that was just something that was wrestling with them, and they actually were trying to tap into the spirit, you know, I'm gonna alleviate you. Right? But when you look at it, it's like you said, it's a check on you. You should have never let your mind go that way. You should never let your mind go that direction to where you feel that weak because of food. You want a particular type of food. Like being particular. The Most High is about us being what? Malleable. Right? Adaptive. You gotta really be adaptive to the situation. You gotta adapt to your environment. And the people didn't want to do that.
Right.
They were so stuck in the way of how they learned to do things in Egypt that the Most High was trying to teach them a new way, but then they didn't want to break form. So, yeah, that's what we're reading. So go ahead.
Verse 22. Shall the flocks and the herd be slain for them to suffice to suffice them, or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to suffice them?
Like, what's going to make you feel whole? What's going to make you feel like you've had enough?
Right.
What's going to make you feel like you've got it, like I'm taking care of you? What's going to help you acknowledge see the Spirit, my Spirit? What's going to help you see the Spirit of the Lord? What's going to help you see that I'm the one that's watching over you? And that's the question that he's asking, rhetorically. Read.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Is the Lord's hand waxed short? Thou shalt see now whether my words shall come to pass unto thee or not.
Right. I think that's what Dr. said he read ahead of. Yeah, it's like there's nothing that the Most High can't do for you.
Right.
So it's really like a question. Has his hand waxed short? No. Because the Lord, he can do any and everything. He can do any and everything that you need that you need for your spirit. Right? You need a limb, he can make you grow a limb. He can do that. But, right? He can do anything. But we have to see that. We have to, it's like, you have to believe it though.
Right.
And that's what the Lord is getting. That's the whole point of the message. You have to believe it. I can take you out of Egypt. I can show you, I can burn up some people. Mm-hmm. Right? I can show you a cloud traveling by day, traveling by night. Right? I can show you those things, but you have to believe that I'm true. You have to believe that in me. And that's a lot of things that literally makes people stumble even now. You'll have a partial belief in the Word. You have a partial belief in the Most High. And you'll say that you believe in the Word. You'll say that you believe in the Most High, but it's partial. Because when certain things come out, you're like, I don't know. Well, it's saying this though. It's saying but then when all the precepts come out, it should be clear. When all the history come out and it's coming straight from the Bible, it should be clear. But what is it really? It's your belief. It's your faith. Right? And that the Most High is actually revealing to you the Word. Because we be looking for this dramatic moment. And the Most High gave them all the dramatic moments. But that's why the Most High is like, all the dramatic moments are here. Y'all in this generation, y'all don't need dramatic moments. Right? The only dramatic moments we get is when you get that check. You got to be able to see the signs that the Most High is showing you in your life right now. The direction that He's taking you. And He does it when you're grown, and when you're a kid. But you got to be paying attention. Because otherwise you're going to miss the lesson that the Father's giving you. You're going to miss it. Right. It's very crucial that you see that. Because you'll miss exactly what the Father's trying to give you. So don't take the word lightly. Right? So, we'll jump back to the reading.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 24. And Moses went out and told the people the words of the Lord, and gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people, and set them round about the tabernacle.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Bon Yasharal.
Lanel, Sabbath Yahweh, Bon Yashua, Name Israel, Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashum Yahshua Brakathum.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
The fourth reading is reading Numbers chapter 11, verse 25. Numbers chapter 11, verse 25 through chapter 12 and verse 9.
Right. Barakatah. No.
So Numbers chapter 11, verse 25 is where first the fourth reader is going to be reading. He's going to read all the way to chapter 12, verse 9. And you can start.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 25. And the Most High came down in the cloud and spake unto him, and took of the spirit that was upon him, and gave it unto the 70 elders. And it came to pass that when the spirit rested upon them, they prophesied and did not cease. But
and you see that, they didn't just get the spirit. They didn't just get the spirit was just given to them. Right? Go back to that Ecclesiastes 6 and 19. 6 and 19. Yeah, Ecclesiastes 6 and 19.
God, Ecclesiastes chapter 6, verse 19. Come unto her as one that
Everybody there? Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6, verse 19. Come unto her as one that ploweth and soweth.
You see that? Plowed and sowed. So you till the ground and then you gather. Right? You put in labors. So you're basically, the scripture is saying you're laboring. And when you're laboring in the truth, you're fighting. Like you literally fight. Every day you wake up, you're trying to fight your flesh. Every day it's a trial. It takes work. Like these 70 elders, think about it, they're coming out of slavery too. These 70 men, they're coming out of slavery just like every brother and sister there that's in the wilderness. We're all here coming out of slavery together. But what set those 70 elders apart from the average man that was there in the wilderness? What set them apart? Question. We know you're ready to answer. My what? Zanai? One shot? What set these 70 elders apart from the rest of the average men? So the people in the wilderness, think about it, all these 70, the Most High set up 70 elders. But all these individuals is coming out of slavery. What made these 70 elders different from the rest of the people in the wilderness? Go ahead, Corbin. They weren't what? Con.
Okay. Somebody's awake. Somebody paid
Who
attention.
else? The young.
They had to lead.
They had the who?
Lead.
They had the lead.
Yeah. By example.
By example, yeah, but not. They had to first learn. They had to first learn. Who else? I don't see any hands. Malazar? Don't say who? Who? You gotta say it loud in your prayer voice.
Disproving.
Who? You said disproving?
Disputing?
Disputing.
No.
He's still in the Philippians.
Oh, he's still in the Philippians mode, man. No, I asked what made these 70 elders, these wise men, what set them apart from the rest of the people that was in the wilderness? Go ahead, Arya. how they do that? You remember you gotta stand up? You gotta stand up. Stand up straight, both legs. You say who? By showing? So you say an example?
Not murmuring. They believe that they're gonna get like food, so they didn't murmur.
You gotta speak a little louder.
They believe that they're getting food. I mean, they're gonna get some food and not murmur, so they didn't murmur.
Well, it's deeper than the food. It's deeper than the food. But yeah, they didn't get weak because they were getting what they wanted, but they were sufficient. They were sufficing what they got. And they were in the right mind when it came to it. Who else had their hand up? Oh, let's go to the sister.
Kirkland.
Say it one more time. That about sums it up. That about sums it up without detail, but that's all point. Boom. Everybody was saying was right. It's pieces to the puzzle. So I'm coming to y'all 16. Yeah, I'm coming to you.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 16.
We asked what, like, I want to see your understanding. Not the verse. The verse.
Okay, all right, my understanding comes from this verse. And it's basically God told Moses to gather 70 men of Israel who were elders, who he knew to be elders. As the sister said, they didn't shy away, they didn't murmur and complain about keeping the commandments of God, about hearing what he said, or taking, right, and appreciating what he's providing them. These were men of understanding.
Right.
These are men of wisdom. These are men of stature.
Right.
You know, these are men that of integrity.
Men of integrity.
Right.
So they go into their trials. Mazara.
Ecclesiastes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
You gotta say it. We don't know the verse, but we're asking. Come from your mind of what you know, based off the Bible, all the understanding you have. What set these men apart from the rest of the average man?
Okay, so what's the word? Renowned men, right? Known for their actions, right? Able to teach, eloquent.
You doing you on track. You just
You called the verse.
Yeah.
Oh.
He called the verse.
This guy, he's trying to get his way. No, man. This guy. You squeezing it in. It almost went over my head if he didn't say nothing. Nah, bro. I'm happy for your understanding. We know what the verse says. You know what the verse says. And the verse that he's about to read, he's going to finish reading it. We know what it says. We know that it comes from all those things. Well, I want to know your understanding of it. What set these men? What have you gathered from just all the things that you understand from your own words, based off of the logic of the Bible? That's what I'm asking.
So, renowned simply off of the fact that these men are known amongst the congregation and are able to do good works and are able in different types of scenarios and counseling. They show their wisdom, their knowledge. It's known amongst the congregation.
Boom. It's proven.
Right.
I'm trying to get everybody to interact. Everybody's sitting there like, trying to get all y'all to interact and think. And y'all giggling amongst each other, right?
Yeah.
I want to get y'all to interact in class. Go ahead, sis. Boom. We're going to end on what you just said. They didn't follow the weak example.
Right.
And with them not following the weak example, they were able to cleave onto the strength and actually tap into what Sabbath was saying, which is what? They were able to follow that good example, cover the best gift, and they became examples among their people. And that's how they earn their spot. This is how you fight for your spot in heaven. Because otherwise, why would the Most High just point out, or just to show us that there was some 70 elders? Right. Cool story? Right. No, it's like, no, we're supposed to look at these men and be like, look at the work that they put in to get to that level, to where now the Most High is using them on a high level. But these are the works that's going to get you to the kingdom of heaven. Because they're sacrificing their life. And they came to wisdom as what?
Come unto her as one that ploweth and sow it, and wait for her good fruits.
And they waited. Not with the wicked mind. Not with the, I'm going to do it my way.
Right.
Not with, I'm going to get distracted by my carnal desires. But they waited, and what else?
For thou shalt not toil much in laboring about her.
Because as they started trying the Spirit by the Spirit, right? They started realizing that, oh, this don't really take that long.
Right.
It takes as long as you battle. You make the battle long. You, the person, you make the battle long. You make it strenuous. You make it harder because you don't want to put the work in. Because you're avoiding the work. You don't want to go through the fire. It's necessary that we go through the fire. The scriptures tell us this is the condition of our battle. Being that it's the condition of our battle, or the condition of our battle is what we have to go through to get wisdom, to become wise. Like these men, in the midst of them having to come out of slavery. Think about it. We don't know the fine tune, the detail of what these men battled, but we know that they was going through the same thing that the people was going through. They was in slavery. They came out of slavery, right? They was going through trials. They seen the sea split. They seen Pharaoh chasing.
Right.
They could have got weak in all those moments, but these men obviously tapped into some strength. At some point in time, they traveled to some strength. They tapped into strength, and that's what you're supposed to be picking up from seeing these 70 elders. You have something else? No? Go ahead, Gordon.
I was going to say it, but I was going to say that they didn't go out of spirit and they had patience, but they already said it, I think.
No, but it's right on point though. They had patience and they didn't tap out the Spirit. They didn't lose it. They didn't distrust the Spirit of the Lord.
Time.
Read.
But thou shalt eat of her fruits right soon.
They seen that. You learn that over time if you actually go through your battles without getting out the Spirit. Without getting out the Spirit, you go through your battles, you'll actually pick that up. That it don't really take that long. It takes time, but it don't take as long as you might think it is. Damn, what if it takes 10 years? Or what if I never get over this battle? You're so worried about that it's causing you to not want to put the work in. So you don't see that's blinding you. That's where the blind is at. That's where you can't see spiritually what the Father is doing and working out of you. So while you're supposed to be trying to focus more on killing the demon, you focus on worrying about if the demon is going to have so much power over you to where you can't defeat the demon. So you're focusing on the wrong thing. And that's where their focus was at, on the wrong thing. Read.
Verse 20. She is very unpleasant to the unlearned.
And we read that. And that's why it's an unpleasant thing to a unlearned person. Because they don't want to go through the labor because they're so focused on thinking that they can't beat the battle. And they succumb to the demon.
They don't really have faith. That's basically what it is, if you want to sum it up.
Yeah, they don't have faith. And that's the difference between them and the elders. The elders have faith. So I like that. Yeah. My will. Come.
Teacher.
Yes, sir. Sharp, brother. Let's jump back to the reading.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 26.
No, that's right.
But there remained two of the men in the camp. The name of one was S.O.W, and the name of the other Abida. And the Spirit rested upon them, and they were of them that were written, but went not out unto the tabernacle, and they prophesied in the camp. And
they did their position. They played their role.
Right.
They played their role. They did it joyfully, and they didn't break form from it. They enjoyed the position that they were in. Read that.
Verse 27. And there ran a young man and told Moses and said, Eldad and Medad do prophesy in the camp. And Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of Moses, one of his young men, answered and said, My Lord Moses, forbid them. And Moses said,
They'll tell Moses to stop them from teaching. Why are you doing your job, Moses? These brothers out the spirit, but they're actually in the spirit. Read.
And Moses said unto him, Envious thou for my sake? Would God that all the Lord's people were prophets?
That's what the Lord really wants. that we all are able to move in the same spirit as Moses.
Right.
You don't just want 70 elders. You want the whole nation of wise men. He called us to be a nation of kings and priests.
God.
But for us to pick up that attribute, we got to be ready to sacrifice. But in you as a sister, you got to be ready to sacrifice. You got to be ready to give up your life for Christ. You got to say to yourself, what do I really have in the world? Because all the things that I like in the world cause me stress. It causes me anxiety. It causes me to have a two mind, double mind. Right? It causes me to one day be happy with my spouse, and one day upset because why? The same day yesterday he said hi with all his energy, but today he come in, he's a little tired, so he might have just gave you like a regular hi.
Right. Little head nod.
Little head nod. Right? And you upset because of that. Why? And you go to the bedroom lay down. Why you ain't saying hi to me? Like yesterday you said hi like with all that energy, and now you come in today like, huh? And I was like, huh? And you was like, eh. And I was like, huh? Like, I didn't get it. That was weird. But you gotta see that you can't play with that spirit. You gotta be ready to sacrifice that emotion because it's not profitable.
Right.
Because it'll cause an unnecessary argument between you and your husband. It'll cause unnecessary arguments because you're not ready to sacrifice. Right? One person's moving forward, the other person's still trying to figure out, is this the way? No, you gotta block it. You gotta learn what you're doing. So while you're in your beginning stages, right, or even while you're around, make sure that you keep constantly reaffirming yourself and learn what you need to learn so that you can be rooted in what you're being taught. So
yeah, that's beautiful the way you said it because that's what we're seeing from. Well, let me ask you this: after Moses died, who was the leader for Israel? It can't be the same hands. It can't be. It's more than just 4 brothers in here. It's more than 4 Hebrew Israelites. Is anybody on? Well, we not. The sister not online. Who was the leader for the nation after Moses? Sisters. Hebrew Israelite sisters, right? Well, some of these young children. Who was our leader? All right, who had their hands up? Go ahead. We not.
Does anybody know?
No. Who was it? It was Joshua, right? Thank you. So what we see in verse 28, going back to what the brother said, is what the scripture said, right? When the time you ought to be leaders, you need the one teach you again. Because Joshua's perspective at this time about those men that were operating in the spirit of the Most High, teaching, when it said prophesying, it was wrong. But for him to be a leader, he had to go through those learning processes to see that the way he perceived things weren't the way his elder, his current, his head. The scriptures talk about in Ecclesiastes 25:1 about being in the same mind as agreeing one with another. The thing that the Most High is beautified in, right? Right? And this is what Joshua was being trained up into, being in the same mind with Moses, right? So that he was able to see, okay, the way I looked at that was a little off. Yeah, those brothers were actually doing the work of the Lord. Yep, let them go. Right? Because it's not about Moses. Moses shouldn't be the only one because, well, think about what we're waiting for. We're waiting for that Jeremiah 31, right? That day when the Lord's in what? All of our inward parts, right? So then we won't have to teach each other anymore. So when you ask the question about who was the leader for the nation, everybody's hands would have been up. Because everybody would know that. Right? When we ask a question about what's the standard, everybody's going to go, well, I know the standard. Let's go to Timothy, chapter 3. Because it goes to apply to men and women. Right? But we're working at right now. That's what class is about right now. We're learning to become these leaders under Christ. Y'all see that? And this is what Joshua was doing.
Right. That's why you got to make sure you pay attention. Yeah. So you can't go in your head and get distracted. You got to make sure you pay attention to what's being said. Because if you didn't know Joshua's one of the popular figures in the Bible, so everybody should know that.
It's your heritage.
Yeah, it's your heritage. So you got to make sure that you know that, write that down, and have that in your mental dialogue. Right? So, but let's jump back to the reading.
And that the Most High will put His Spirit upon them.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the whole goal of Moses teaching everybody, so that the Spirit can be on everybody. Read.
And Moses got him into the camp, and he and the elders of Israel. And there went forth a wind from the Lord, and brought quails from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey on this side, and as it were a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, and as it were 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth.
Yeah, and I did a little reading last night, preparing for the Sabbath reading, and I found this hilarious. Because what happened, remember what the story is. The people were murmuring about not having enough food to eat, right? And the measurements, 34. Yeah. So the people they were complaining about not having no flesh to eat, right? So the Most High said, okay, you ungrateful little children, I'm going to feed y'all to the bust out your nose, right? Right? And what happened? It said he sent the quails about a day's journey round about the camp on the other side. Or the other side round about the camp. Meaning what? All around the camp. Y'all remember? Can I get the picture of the tabernacle? It's on the pillar. Y'all gotta see this. This is cold. So this is one of the pictures, right? Let's hold it up. So this is the camp, right? And y'all remember last week when it was 3 tribes to the east, 3 tribes to the west. Yeah. It was 3 tribes. All of the 12 tribes were divided around the camp, right? And the tabernacle was in the middle, right? So what the scripture just read was outside of that was where there was the quails, the flesh that we cried for, right? So if you walked a day, let's say you were here at the school and you walked a day journey straight, you would walk into these quails. Now, keep reading where you at.
And the people...
Oh wait, no, you read it already. It says, and it was 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth. Now a cubit was, what do you got, page 34? See, whoever got the maps charts book, go to page 34 because it gives you a breakdown of all the measurements. Right, so a cubit was, in ancient times, a cubit is 18 inches. So all my math scholars, all my kids in high school and college, what's 18 times 2? 36. So there were quails 36 inches high. 36 inches high off the ground. That's 3 feet. So you say about the size of a small child, that's what the Most High gave them. All around the camp, there was 36, there was 3 feet worth of dead flesh, birds.
That's a pile or like
That's a pile.
Okay.
That's a pile all around. So you had you got your endless chicken. Look at this looking like that. Quail being a bird, right? Not chicken, but a type of fowl, lawful fowl that you can eat. All around the camp. Y'all wanted to eat flesh, so yeah, y'all got y'all flesh. You got 3 feet high worth of flesh. Who eats that much? Now the scripture said it was Moses, when he took the census, said it was 600,000 footmen. So that was just the men that were able to go to war. So it was more than that, because you had the women, you had the children, and you had the elderly, right? So we can safely say that number was way more above 600,000. But to have 3 feet worth, but it's going to get colder. Keep reading, Lionel, verse 32.
And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day.
So you had this, for 2 daggone days, they was up getting this daggone quail. Y'all got to visualize like how that looked. A mound of this flesh all the way around you. This birds, that birds all the way around you. But this is what y'all wanted though. You got to be careful what you pray for. Keep reading.
And they gathered the quails. He that gathered least gathered 10 omers.
Right, so the person that got the least amount got 10 homers. So a homer in today's math would be 58 gallons, right? And if you wanted to do the conversion, right, we're going to get the conversion so we can really get a real visual. So 58 gallons, the least person got 10 of those. So 580 gallons is what that person gathered, right? That's 580 gallons. So you want to see how that might weigh. 580 gallons into pounds, that's 4,840 pounds worth of meat. 2 tons, because a ton is about 2,000 pounds, right? That's like the size of a small car. Who eats that much? I mean, I got a family of 5. We don't eat that much. Who eats 2 tons worth of flesh on top of the manna that you already had too? Don't forget the manna. You had the manna. You had 2 tons worth of flesh. So when the Most High said you was going to be eating it till it poured out your nose, y'all can see that. Right? Is y'all with me? That's a lot of daggone. I mean, listen, I like to eat, but I ain't eating that much. Good gosh. Keep going.
And they spread them all abroad for themselves round about the camp.
Right.
And while the flesh was yet between their teeth, it was chewed. The wrath of the Most High was kindled against the people, and the Most High smote the people with a very great plague.
Right, because you got stuffed your mouth so full that the Most High sent a plague. The Most High deals with moderation, right? These people could not have been eaten in moderation. If you grab 2 tons of flesh for yourself, that's insane. And there's a consequence when you don't move in moderation. Khan? What you had, Aaron? Yeah.
I'm gonna read it, and y'all can write it down. Ecclesiastes 31 and verse 19 and 20. Y'all can write it down, I'm gonna read it. Oh, there it is. Ecclesiastes 31 and verse 19 and 20. It says, a very little is sufficient for a man well nurtured. The Most High was revealing to themselves. Right? He was revealing to us, ourselves, that we're not well nurtured. So when we complain, when we murmur, that means we're spiritually deficient. And we have character flaws. Right? When we wrestle against something that the Father already requires, and we know it biblically, that is being required of us. We know biblically that it's required of us. We got to see that what the Most High is showing you, that you're not nurtured.
Right.
You're not sufficed with the Spirit of the Lord. You're not sufficed. The Word doesn't make you happy. That's what it's showing you.
God.
The Word doesn't make you happy. And it's showing you this. What? Watch. And he fetched not his wing short upon his bed. He was looking out for your health too. So he was showing you what you need.
Yeah.
I'm giving you exactly what you need to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Because remember, it said it was as coriander seed.
Right.
So that means
yeah, you went into the benefits of the coriander seed and how it can help you. And we all know what happens when you eat nothing. Not saying that eating flesh is wrong, right? But we all know that abundance of flesh, how that affects your body. It makes you feel sluggish. You can't deny that. You know, I'm a meat eater, and I know I had to learn being here that I gotta start weaning myself off of that. Right. Gotta start consuming it in moderation. Right. Because you'll have that American mind to say meat goes with every meal, but then look at most Americans. They can't even see their toes. They can't walk them out. They couldn't even walk to go get this food. Right. If the Most High would have put that food out there, a day's journey, Americans, in our physical state right now, we'd have been swollen ankles, bad knees. Right. You know what I mean? I gotta take a break. They literally had to physically go labor to get their reward, their blessing. Yeah.
You know, it just hit me what you said. You know, that was so dope.
was that what's dope was what you said. Think about all the work you have to do. Pick up the tabernacle, put it down.
Yeah.
Just take it down. Put the instruments in this place. Put it in this place. Take care of it this way. Then travel to a whole other land and build it right back up in the exact same way that you built it in the previous land. Right? And then you got to do all that work 40 years. You think you're gonna be able to sustain doing that for 40 years and you don't have sound sleep? I mean, you're not eating moderately.
Right.
The Lord was watching out for them by giving them the manna. They can eat what they want, get the flavor that they want from something that will keep them healthy when they eat. But they didn't want that. They wanted to eat like Egyptians. You see that? And that's how we do. We want to live like Americans.
Yeah.
So when you get a biblical message, on how to move biblically, you don't want to hear it, and it hurts your ego and your pride because you want to still be American. Right? You want to still show love like an American. You want your relationship to be guided like an American. You want to have friends like an American. And that's what happens when you get counsel on something and you don't want to listen. You see that you're still battling with the American in you. You see that the silly guy, the silly girl, the ditzy person. And the Most High is trying to wake you up and teach you how to live in moderation. Moderation is protection. You see that? And then it says, verse 20, sound sleep coming of moderate eating. That moderation. He was helping him. He rises early because they had work to do. They had work to do. They were doing the wilderness, the tabernacle, church, class, sacrificing. The Most High was watching out. And he said, and his wits are with him. Your wits, your mind going to be there. You're going to be able to be present. You're not going to be moving around like a slug.
Yeah.
Like you said earlier, you're not going to move around like a slug. And that's why you got to have to be mindful of the health and how you eat and what you eat and what you consume on a day-to-day basis, because it can slow your wits down. And now you think slow. Now you react slow. Now you move slow because why? The way you eat and how you think. So, yeah, that's why I want to go with that verse.
What was that again?
Ecclesiastes 31, 19 and 20. Yeah. Ecclesiastes 31, 19 and 20.
Yeah, because you got to think like, when Yahushua returns, y'all know we're going to the wilderness again, right? Y'all do know that, right? So are you going to be in the wilderness murmuring for lemon pepper wings? 7-Eleven Toquitos. What do they call them things? Toquitos? Oh, I don't know what that mystery meat food is. But that's what, are we going to be in that mind? I could go for one of them McDonald's value burgers right now. You know what I mean? All of this garbage food. But whatever the Most High chooses to feed us with in this wilderness, make sure you remember what your forefathers, your ancestors did when they were in the wilderness. The Most High feed us with coriander manna again. Y'all better barakatah Yahweh. So however long it takes. Khan?
Yeah. And let's go back to the
Verse 34. And he called the name of that place Kibroth
Hafa.
Kibroth Hatta'ava.
Kibroth Hatta'ava. Because they buried the people that lusted.
Gotta highlight that.
And
see that's a memorial. That's something to remember. You see that? Because why? Go to John 6 and 26. John 6 and 26. We got to be watchful of ourselves. So for the grown-ups and for the young people, we have to say this up. Because if you're young, you have to say, I have to start examining myself now while I'm young and see what can stop me from fully giving myself to the Spirit of the Lord. Right? And I have to see that, and I have to take note of that, because that thing is going to make me stumble over understanding the simplicity of what the Most High wants me to know about serving Him. Read that.
John chapter 6, verse 26. Jesus answered them and said, Verily, verily, I say unto you, ye seek me.
We got to ask ourselves, why are we seeking the Lord? Why are we here? Why are we so glad in saying that I'm an Hebrew Israelite? Right? Why am I so glad? Why am I sitting in the classroom right now? Why am I learning what I'm learning? Why am I even here?
Why am I online?
Why am I online?
For 4 or 5 hours
right.
on a beautiful Saturday.
Right. Yeah. Right. Why on a beautiful Saturday where I could be at the beach, right? You could be in Cancun, you could be in New Zealand,
in the malls,
whatever people like to do on a Saturday, right? You gotta ask yourself, or playing basketball, whatever. Right? You like doing it. Why are you sitting here? Don't just let it be about the show, like a Christian, right? Don't just let it be about my husband. Don't just let it be about a woman. Don't just let it be about my parents. Don't just let it be about, we all believe we Israelites, and I'm just sitting here, right? The brotherhood. It's good that you're following in certain instances. Right? Those dynamics. But don't just let it be about that. Like literally pick up your own zeal. Pick up your own desire to serve the Father. Don't just let it be off of somebody else. Don't just let it be off of something. Something that you desire. Don't just let it be all those things. Christ is asking, you seek me. Well, he's telling you, this is why you seek him. Read.
Not because ye saw the miracles, but because ye did eat of the loaves.
You see that? Not because we saw the miracles. The miracles were there as a sign to show you, I need to get closer with God. And Christ is saying, let it be because you want to get closer to the Father. And you want to stray away from all the things that destroyed your mind. Right? We got to want to stray away from all the things that destroyed us. Like the ego, the pride, the doubt, the lust, the laziness, the envy. Like the type of parties you used to be engaged in, the people you used to mingle with. Yes. Those people spur those things up. And you got to say, I seek the Lord because I want to stay away from death.
God.
I want to stay. I seek the Lord because I want to be stable in my mind. Understand what you're a part of. Read.
And were filled.
And it's saying you saw him because of the miracles, not because of the miracles, but because you were filled with food. You were looking at the food. You wasn't suffice for what the way the Lord had it set up to keep you physically, spiritually, and mentally sharp. You wasn't suffice for that. You suffice for the food. That's all you wanted. So we got to start chasing after the Spirit of the Lord. But let's go back to the reading.
Verse 35.
No, we thanks for the question.
Verse 35. And the people journeyed from Kibbutz Hadavah unto Hazorah, and abode at Hazorah. Numbers chapter 12, verse 1. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married.
Right. They worry about something that the Lord dealt with Moses on that level. He said, Lord have mercy, who have mercy on me. The Lord makes his decisions. He knew Moses wasn't going to get distracted by this. The average man would get distracted by a nation and allow a nation to come in and rule him. And then they'll start doing what? Doing Ethiopian customs in the house. Right? Ahab. Look at Ahab with Jezebel. Jezebel, right? Look at Ahab with Jezebel. And how he just let her come and just slaughter the prophets, just set up groves and images. Most I knew that Moses wasn't going to let that happen. Right? But Miriam and Aaron worried about something that they ought not be worried about. Right? They focus on something that they ought not be focused on. Right? Because the Most High's ways is higher than our ways. So we can't be focused on what the Lord is doing with somebody else.
Right.
Focus on what the Lord is doing with you. That's what they were doing. They were stepping out of their, what's the word I'm looking for? Stepping out of their position. There's another word, but position fits in line. There's another word, but they're stepping out of their position. Right? As I say, Ecclesiasticus. We're not going to go there, but it says, because we keep going here. We try to do speak. But, they, think not about matters that's too high for them. Yeah, we quoted it. Let's go to it. We quoted it. Let's go to it real quick. Just
for comment. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 14.
No. No, it's in Ecclesiastes. Yeah. It's in the third chapter.
3 and 23.
Come on.
Go to 22.
Come on. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 22. But what is commanded thee? Think thereupon with reverence.
You got to that stand out when you read it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 22. But what is commanded thee? Think.
He's like, but what is commanded thee? You see how you stop on that word commanded? Yeah. But what is commanded thee? So this is what the Lord is commanding you.
Right.
What about what the Lord commanded you? You the individual. What about that commandment? Read that order. Read it.
Think thereupon.
That's what you're supposed to be mindful of. Don't go beyond the means of what the Lord told you to think. Think upon with what?
With reverence.
With high respect. That's what the Lord is saying. So when the Lord drops something on you, and you're supposed to focus on that thing, focus on that. Don't worry about what he's doing with somebody else. Moses took y'all out of Egypt. Why y'all worry about what Moses got going on in his personal life?
Right.
I'm dealing with Moses. If I had an issue with that, I would have told Moses leave it a long time ago. Before we got to Numbers. Right? Read.
For it is not needful for thee.
It's not needful for you. Read.
To see with thine eyes the things that are in secret.
The Lord was communicating with Moses. The Lord knew what Moses had going on. And the Lord made sure Moses is good. These other guys, they're immature. They would let that woman run them. Right? They wouldn't look at her for what she is. This is a nation and put her in a proper place when she did come around our people. Y'all can't do that. Moses is a mature man. So how the Lord dealt with Moses is how he dealt with Moses. After that, we mind our business. Read.
Verse 23. Be not curious in unnecessary matters.
Because Moses teaching you to go sin? Is Moses teaching you to go be a whoremongering? Is Moses teaching you to just go sleep with all the nations? No. He understood that was a deal that the Most High had with him.
Yeah, he wasn't, like you said, he wasn't teaching us to reverence the God of the Ethiopians and the Most High. Right? So he wasn't teaching us like what we see in Nehemiah and Ezra, where the children of these mixed breeds were following the customs of their mother and not our custom. Moses didn't have that. It was clear that Moses was used as a vessel for the master's use, for the Most High's use.
Right.
So why are you trying to challenge him? Why are you trying to check him? See, that's out of order. Yeah.
Right. Right. That don't mean by just because you get mature in the spirit, you can go run around and mess around with different nations, right? This is a dealing the Most High had with Moses. Right? This is business that the Most High had with Moses, that he allowed Moses to do. So that don't have nothing to do with us. So, go ahead. Be not accused in unnecessary matters.
For more things are showed unto thee than men understand.
Yeah, a lot of the conversations you get is conversations you need for your spiritual growth. So don't worry about what Moses got going on. This is what's happening with Miriam and Aaron. They stepped out of line and Moses through the Spirit of the Most High, put them back in line. So read it. Let's go back to the reading.
Yeah, that you can see that a lot in a lot of times, sadly, with sisters, because sisters be so focused on what their husband is doing that they're not locked in what they should be doing to please the Father.
Right.
You know, they get distracted by that. Oh, where you at? Who you talking to? Why you gotta talk to them? Why you dealing with her? Like, if that man is not teaching you to sin or showing you sin, then lock into what he's doing, which is serving the Father. The same thing that you should be doing too.
Right. Yeah. Be not curious in unnecessary matters. So play your position, play your role. You're a wife, play a role. But that just shows you as a wife that you're immature and that you're idle. You're idle. So being that you're idle, all you got is time to worry about what your husband got going on. And so all you're doing is thinking about him and thinking about what he's doing, and you have negative thoughts jump in your brain about him. Right. And now you just run with those negative thoughts.
Right, you jump out the spirit now because he ain't home when you want him to be home.
Right. Why you not home at 8? You used to be home at 8. What you doing? Did you talk to some other girl?
Yeah. It always go to about another girl.
That's the first one.
It's always that, yeah.
That's the first thought. It's like you worry about the wrong thing though. Yeah. You worry about the wrong thing. Focus on what you gotta do to please the Father.
Right, what you can control.
Yeah, focus on what you can control.
God.
You can't control your man. Your man is not for you to control.
Right.
Right? So be mindful of that. And man, don't get so involved in your woman to where you toss the Lord to the side. You see that? Or toss by a woman to where you get tossed to the side. Because the Lord is watching you. The Lord is watching the spirit and what you're giving yourself to. So be mindful of that. But let's jump back to the reading.
Numbers chapter 12, verse 1, second precept. For he had married an Ethiopian woman. Mm-hmm. And they said, have the Most High indeed spoken only by Moses?
And now that worked because they start being curious in unnecessary matters. Now their minds twisted. They're like, shoot, is the Lord even really just dealing with you on? I mean, shoot, the Lord gonna use me. You didn't want to talk. The Lord had me talking for you. The Lord using me. You know what I mean? Is he really only using you, Moses? Read.
Have he not spoken also by us? And the Most High heard.
You see, they just said it. The Lord used us too. So now because you know a little something, you got a little knowledge, what do? You puffed up. Right? Now you're trying to teach the teacher. Right? Now you're trying to play the teacher position. You're asking a question, but at the same time you're trying to teach. So how do you ask a question, but at the same time you're trying to teach? Why are you asking the question?
Now you're moving in that insubordinate. Was that the word you was looking for? Insubordination?
Nah, but that's
okay, yeah. Okay, right. That's what they're doing. Because clearly the Most High chose to deal with Moses. Right? The Most High shows us that he deals with this ranking system, this structure, right? So he's dealing with Moses, not to say Miriam wasn't important, not to say Aaron wasn't important, but how are you trying to check your elder, your head, your covering? Right? So now you're moving in this insubordinate mindset.
Yeah, it's important because that's why this is the spirit that they stepped out of, right? It's in Ecclesiastes 32 verse 7.
They stepped out of this spirit. Read verse 9 first.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30.
Chapter 32 verse 9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 32 verse 9.
Ecclesiasticus.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30 verse 9.
32 verse 9.
32 verse 9. If thou be amongst great men.
Moses is a great man. Moses is a great man. So why is Miriam and Aaron stepping out of line with a great man who's humble, who's meek, who don't even try to flex his position? Why are they even challenging somebody like that? Because the spirit that was working in them, the Most High had to check it and humble them.
Right.
Read.
Make not thyself equal with them.
You see that? They're trying to make themselves equal with him because had not the Lord spoken with us too? Don't the Lord give? He said he gave the nation of king and priest. So why I can't teach too? Why I can't question but then I should teach?
Right.
Because the Lord said when the time you have to be teachers, you need that one to teach you again.
God.
That's why. Right? And the Most High said that what? Moses was the leader. Moses is the leader. And he's a great man. Not because he's just Moses, but because the works he put in. He proved himself. He was renowned. He proved himself to the people, to the nation.
God.
Read.
And when ancient men are in place, use not many words.
Right. But what were they doing? They start talking outside of their tongue. They neck. They don't know about respect, but brothers and sisters do that today.
God.
They don't know about respect. They don't know about mannerisms, etiquette, conversation, right? The Most High, the core, like the word, the core. You gotta know about that because it's important. Because if you're gonna teach somebody else that same bad habit, that same bad behavior, and they're gonna pick up on it, and then what? We're gonna just have a house. We're gonna be a church, but we're gonna be a church building filled with what? The block. The church is gonna be the block again. We're gonna be the school of blockism and block nationality.
You see it. You see it out there.
You see it though. That's how it's kind of rolling though. There's some good examples, there's some bad examples, but you gotta tap in with the good example. The good example is to not speak out of turn with the ancient men. You see that with the great men, which is what? Those wise men, the ministers, the ones that the Most High set up as leaders. So we have to pay attention to how we're moving when we're around the elders, the ministers, the teachers, the ones the Most High set up as the guides, because you could be coming off the wrong way. And you can cause what? Disorder in that fashion. Yeah. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, so you want to learn, because when it comes to your time to teach, if somebody else does that with you, it's gonna you're gonna see the confusion that it causes. You're gonna see the disruption that it causes. So be aware of how you move. You see that, and then jump to verse 7. Verse 8.
Verse 8. Let thy speech be short.
You see that? Let your speech be short. Be mindful of all that excess speaking, because you're still learning. It's the point. The Most High is really protecting you through doing that, because He knows that you're still learning, and He don't want you to come off like a hypocrite. Right? Your intention is not to be a hypocrite. He's like, He don't want you to do that. He don't want none of us to do that. So he's like, you're still learning, so be what?
Let your speech be short.
Read.
Comprehending much in few words.
Right, that's all of us. That's all of us. Comprehending much in few words. Yeah. Read.
Be as one that knoweth.
Mm-hmm. Because we all got some knowledge. We all got something to share. But be as what?
One that knoweth.
Because we all got knowledge. Read.
And yet holdeth his tongue.
But you hold your tongue. Because you're aware of the times. Right? A wise man discerning time and judgment. Does it fit me speaking in this moment? Does it fit me sharing in this moment? Or should I just wait and then share? Pick the right moment to. Right? Let me be aware of the times. So, but yeah, you can drop that. We was going to go to verse 7, but those two answered it. Somebody had their hand up. Huh?
I just say you do that all the time.
I feel like, I know I ain't tripping on this one though. I'm sorry, you had your hand up? Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. Malachi, you did? Okay, come on.
Right.
That must be Sharad. Okay. I thought. My bad, y'all. This is probably done, y'all. That's something.
And the Most High heard it. Now the man Moses was very meek.
Look, I didn't even see that one. But say he was very meek. Read.
Above all the men which were upon the face of the earth.
So the Most High is really showing us, like, well, why would you wrestle with somebody to be meek? That's showing you love and kindness and charity. Like, think about that. He literally was used, and he allowed himself to be used to save you out of captivity. Right? Read.
And the Most High spake suddenly unto Moses, and unto Aaron, and unto Mary, come out ye three unto the tabernacle of the congregation.
Right, you in trouble. Come to the principal's office. Come to the principal's office. I heard what you said in class.
Right.
Yeah,
I know about that.
I heard about that. Go ahead, read.
And they three came out, and the Most High came down in the pillar of the cloud.
Think about how intimidating that is. We're reading it now because we're not there in that moment, but think about how intimidating that is. Think about something that made you fearful in your dream. You've seen in a dream that causes fear to jump on you. It's not, it don't feel good. When you have sleep paralysis, right? Think about that. But then, this is the Most High step into them. Read.
And stood in the door of the tabernacle, and called Aaron and Mary, and they both came forward.
Yeah, I got something for you. Read.
And he said, hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I, the Most High, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream.
Know your place. Know your place. God use you. But if I'm making you that prophet, like to the level where I had Moses, I'm going to come to you in a dream, in a vision. And I'm going to let you know that that's what you're the man. Read.
My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all mine house.
Yeah, he's faithful. He's the most faithful man. I set him up. That's who I set up. He's proven himself. That's what a faithful individual does. They prove himself. He's proven himself to be able to deal with all the things he dealt with. Think about how long he dealt with every day before he ran to Ragul. And Ragul told him set up officers. He gave him counsel to set up officers to help him, to assist him, because you're going to drain yourself. Think about how long he was dealing with it in patience, in meekness, in forbearance, in long suffering. That's heavy. Think about the things that you deal with right now on such a minute level that work your spirit. But Moses was able to deal with it. Yeah. And that's what we should be picking up from the Sabbath reading. How did Moses deal with all these tribes? Right? Yeah. How do I eradicate the spirits in me? What do I do to watch out in me so I don't get burnt up with the rest of the world? How do I tap into the same spirit that led the 70 elders to become the 70 elders? Right? So you got to look at all these things and put all these pieces together. Read.
With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches. And and the similitude of the Most High shall he behold.
Right, so the Most High had to remind them of what kind of man Moses was. Because if he was just a prophet, he would have had, Moses would be like, yeah, I had this dream, and the Most High came to me in a dream, which is how the Most High dealt with the prophets, in the dream and the vision. When you go to Job 33:15, that's how the Most High seals instruction. But we know that the Most High, right, through the angels, through Yahushua, he spoke to him face to face. When he was on Mount Sinai, that wasn't him sleeping. He was up there. He was getting the beginning and the end. He was getting the laws, statutes, and commandments. Nobody else had got dealt with like that. That Most High wasn't dealing with Aaron like that. He wasn't dealing with Miriam like that. So he reminded them of the caliber of man Moses was. He reminded them of, even though these people murmured, and see, we don't really go to the Josephus a lot because a lot of brothers get confused, but when you read the Josephus, it gives you a little color. Because when y'all hear murmur, you think just complaining. Nah, they wanted to kill. The scriptures bringing out too about them wanting to stone Moses. Could you imagine let's look at the amount of people in the school right now, and you have to stand by yourself against everybody. Everybody pointing their finger at you. It's your fault, Aaron, that we hungry. It's your fault we haven't got nothing to drink. Why you brought us out here? Why the air conditioner not working? What would you do? Nah, don't answer that. Don't answer that. What would the old Aaron do? The new Aaron will be striving to be like Yahushua, striving to be like a Moses, being meek. We read back in chapter 11 when the people were begging for the flesh that he could say, Yahweh kill these people. They not worth you even saving them. He didn't say that. He didn't say they're ungrateful. They never going to change. He said, well, maybe I'm not the man for the job. Take me out of here. Maybe I'm not doing it right. But who moves in that kind of a humble mind? That's a humble mind right there. But here it is, Aaron and Miriam, his brother and sister, his own family. The scriptures say a man's supposed to be what? Of his own household. So at this time right here, they seeing the Most High using this man. But I like that word audacity, because it is, there's a lot of brothers and sisters walking around with audacity to be murmuring and complaining when they're not even close to what they're complaining about. They're not even close to the standard that they saying somebody else is not achieving.
Right.
You pointing fingers at somebody for not being something that you don't even come close to.
Right. That person's putting in some work.
Right.
That person's putting in some work, doing something for the ministry, for the body, but what you doing?
It's tagging
playing
along.
hide and go seek.
All you doing is tagging along.
Right. You playing hide and go seek. Somebody got to chase after you. Today may get you to want to commit. But that's the thing. Brothers ain't trying to chase after nobody. You want to do it, you want to do it. But like you said, just on the point to what you're saying, it's like you point fingers at people.
Yeah.
You point fingers at something that you feel like somebody ain't living up to. No. You ain't living up to what you say, what you just uttered out your mouth. So it's I like what you said. That's true. Yeah, they gotta stop. Calm. But let's just jump back. Let's finish.
Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?
Right. Because you weren't thinking. They got into us. It was a spurt of emotion. A spurt of emotion right there. For both of them. Read.
Verse 9. And the anger of the Most High was kindled against them, and he departed. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle.
He done.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, that was the fourth reader. Oh, yeah, Dua.
Okay.
Mala'aki Sabbath Yahweh Ban Yasrala.
Mala'aki Sabbath Yahweh Ban Yasrala. Mala'aki Sabbath Yahweh Ban Yasrala. Maybe Rabbi Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Brakatham.
the fifth reader reading Numbers chapter 12, verse 10. He's reading Numbers chapter 12, verse 10 through Numbers chapter 13, verse 13. Fifth reader is reading Numbers chapter 12, verse 10 through Numbers chapter 13, verse 13.
Numbers chapter 12, verse 10. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh hath consumed when he cometh out of his mother's
Right.
womb.
And this is one of those color scriptures. Right? Numbers 12 and 10. And it says, and the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. Well, when you think about it, well, we all know it here, right? Well, what she had to be previously. There's only two shades of people on earth. There's pale skin, and, as far as white people, and then there's dark skin, or different shades of brown.
Right.
Right? So it's only two different shades. So it's either you're going to be white or you're going to be black. Right? And we know we're not literally black, right? And they're not literally white. But just using those layman's terms. And so that's one of those color scriptures that you would use to show that the Israelites were dark skin. Read.
Verse 13. And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, Hear her now, O Yahweh, I beseech thee. And the Lord said unto Moses, If her father had put spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days.
Yeah, she got to deal with the repercussions of her behavior. She got to deal with it. She definitely spoke out of turn, right? She spoke out of turn with her brother. And what's dope about this part is that Moses didn't even look like he wasn't trying to. Oh, yeah, question? Go ahead. You said only Miriam was punished? Yeah.
I was getting ready to ask that same question.
All right.
but I was going to ask it. Well, I was going to ask it from the sense of looking back at when it was first presented, right? You know, maybe this has some validity that it said Miriam and Aaron. So maybe and this is I'm probably stretching this, that Miriam was the instigator.
Well, we don't want to do that. We don't want the scriptures talk about adding.
Yeah.
We don't want to add. You don't want to read.
Because when you look at it, verse 1 says that Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses.
Right.
They both spake against him. So spake means like they literally opened their mouth.
Right.
So they both did it. Right. And then, it tells you they. It says, and he here, let me see where else. Where was the other part where it says? Oh, in verse 2, it says, they said, had the Lord indeed only spoken to Moses, by Moses? Yeah, they both spoke, but she was out of her place, what it was. Most I went to that extent with her because she was literally out of the turn. That's like, that heavy, that magnitude of type of conversation, it was happening, that was like a conversation that 2 men supposed to be having. So she was really out of her place as a sister, as a woman, you know, she damn near tried to check him.
Meddling in matter.
Yeah. Let's go. Huh?
Meddling in matter. Did we just? Let's see.
Meddling in matter. Well, we just went to that one, but she's trying to understand about from Miriam's perspective why she was doing check to that level. You know, I want to go to. No? What? Why?
Exodus 15:20. This is to show that she was a prophetess as well.
Well, that would be answering her question. Cause because there's nothing wrong with her speaking, but she spoke out of her tongue. I'm gonna touch bases with you again on that. I'm gonna write that question down. Kirkland.
Yeah.
Kirkland, and then I'm gonna touch bases with you on that again. All right, just so you get the clear edification on that. Yeah, come back with the verses because there's verses that go along with that, but and I want to touch back bases with you on that. All right, there's definitely a reason, but yeah, I gotta remember those verses. It's not coming to my mind right now. So I'm gonna go over it, talk to the priest, and then we're gonna come back with the question. All right. So let's read on.
Verse 14. And the Lord said unto Moses, if her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days. And after that, let her be received in again. And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days. And the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterward, the people removed from Hazeroth and pitched in the wilderness of Paran. Numbers chapter 13, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Send out men, that they may search the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Israel. Of every tribe of their fathers shall ye send a man, every one a ruler among them. And Moses, by the commandment of the Lord, sent them from the wilderness of Paran. All those men were heads of the children of Israel. And these were the names of the tribe of Reuben: Shemua, the son of Zachor, of the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat.
You said, read that? Shaphat. Yeah.
The son of Arad, of the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, of the tribe of Issachar.
Yeah, so there's some spy from each tribe. Read.
The son of the tribe of Issachar, Idol, the son of Joseph, of the tribe of Ephraim, O'Shea, the son of Nun.
Right, and just, if y'all know who that O'Shea is in verse 8, right? What? No, it's not Hosea. Is anybody beside, I know Sonny-Bun knows it. Anybody else? Hint, we asked, he was one of the answers earlier. But
Joshua.
Stand up when you read it. Joshua, right. Joshua, remember, he was the Ephraimite. Joshua was from the tribe of Ephraim, the son of Nun. Khan? Right.
Verse 9. Of the tribe of Benjamin, Eliab, the son of Raphu. Of the tribe of Zebulun, Gedel, the son of Sadi. Of the tribe of Joseph, namely, of the tribe of Manasseh, Gedai, the son of Shusha. Of the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Amiel, the son of Gamaliel. Of the tribe of Asher, Sethur, the son of Michael. Of the tribe of Naphtali, Nabaz, the son of Basti. Of the tribe of Gad, Yul, the son of Makai. These are the names of the men which Moses sent to spy out the land. And Moses called O'Shea, the son of Nun, Jehoshua. And Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said unto them, Get you up this way southward, and go up into the mountains, and see the land, what is it? And the people that dwelt therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many. Verse 19. Of what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad.
And so they're basically going to go spy out the land, whether it be weak or strong. So they get specific details so that they can come back with no excuse. Right? And we're going to read what type of report they came back with. But it says whether they be strong or weak, few or many, give the honest report.
You read to 13?
You read to 18.
Oh, you read past. Okay.
Well, I don't know. You can come back. Come back over here, but well, let me we're gonna salute him up and then you can come up. All right.
Bakar Gabar, Shabbat Yisrael, Yahweh, Ban Yashabala.
Bakar Gabar, Shabbat Yisrael, Yahweh, Ban Yashabala. Men of Israel, imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Ba'Shem, Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Ba'Shem, Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
I'm sorry for one I knew you can't bring the camera to war.
That's
in the Lord. Yeah. So he had built it up. I know what said if he had built a house. Yeah.
The fifth, the sixth reader. Okay, yeah, okay. Was reading Numbers chapter 13. He's reading the sixth reader is reading Numbers chapter 13, verse 14 through 33. Numbers chapter 13, verse 14 through 33.
Khan. Numbers chapter 13 and verse 14.
Well, I guess 18, because he's read it.
Verse, Khan.
He stopped at, he didn't read 17.
He didn't read 17?
Oh, he stopped at 16? Okay, Khan. Okay. Numbers chapter 13, verse 17. And Moses went to them, and Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said unto them, Get you up this way southward, and go up into the mountain, and see the land, that it is, what it is, and the people that dwell therein, whether they be strong or weak,
right,
few or many, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad.
Yes, and this they're being clear, because they're like, don't go off of your own judgment, don't go off your own logic, don't go off your own emotions and fears and doubts and worries of what can and cannot happen, right? And you know, they're saying, give us an honest report. Read.
God. And what cities they be that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds. And what the land is, whether it be fat or lean.
Right. Give a visual of what's going on in that land. And you know, you got it? Okay. Go ahead.
Come. And be ye of good courage, and bring of the fruit of the land.
So what mind they were supposed to tap into right there is, don't worry about all the things that you see. Don't let it cast away your confidence.
Right. Don't
let it cast away your confidence into giving that honest report about what's going on in those areas. Because what a man can see can make him fear, right? Or a woman can fear, right? And it shouldn't, because you got the Most High backing you.
Right.
The Most High is your backup, and He's watching over you, He's shielding you, He's protecting you, and you're just not supposed to worry about how strong they are, if they have a lot of people. Like, those things can make fear come into your mind, and that's what the Lord is basically preparing. He's pre-gaming them. It's like before you step out on the basketball court, or whatever, you know, and you like coach gassing you up, right? They get gassed up to make sure that they know to give an honest report. Read.
And be of good courage, and bring of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the time of the first ripe grapes. Numbers chapter 13, verse 21. So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Zin unto Rahab, as men came to Hamath. And they ascended by the south and came to Hebron, where Ammon and Shishai and Talmai, the children of Anak, were. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. Verse 23. And they came unto the brook of Eshcol and cut down
from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bear it between two upon a staff. Wow. Wow, let me read that part again. It says, and cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bear it between two upon a staff. So they took a staff and they put this cluster of grapes to carry it. Now think about that. When we go to Food Lion, Walmart, Costco's, I don't know, Harris Teeter, I don't care where you go. You don't need a staff to carry a cluster of grapes, do you? So think about how bountiful, how plenteous, how in healthy condition these cluster of grapes were, that you had to bear it upon a staff. Y'all see that? Yeah, verse 20. Oh, it's me. And they brought of the pomegranates and of the figs. The place was called the Brook of Eshcol because of the cluster of grapes which the children of Israel cut down from thence. So this place bears such bountiful fruit that they named even the land about the fruit, after the fruit. Right? Verse 25. And they returned from searching of the land after 40 days. Verse 26. And they went and came to Moses and to Aaron and to all the congregation of the children of Israel unto the wilderness of Paran, to Kadesh, and brought back word unto them and unto all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. So these men, they were sent out to spy out this land, right, which the Most High had promised us, right? He promised us what? A land flowing with what? Milk and honey. Meaning what? It was going to be bountiful. It was going to be a fruitful land, right? It was going to have the best of the best. So now they were coming back with this report. They were coming back with this testimony about this land to either do what? Inspire the people to go take what the Most High gave them, to promise them, or to do what? What we going to read? Be fearful. What you going to say?
Well, I was going to say discourage them from even wanting to go into that land, because then bring them back to that doubtful mind of, man, Egypt was probably safer for us. Because we did all this journey just to realize it's dangerous. Nah, I'm trying to go back.
Well, I like that you say that, because all the way through this journey, they've been always thinking of do what? Going back to Egypt. Going back to Egypt. It was better in Egypt. When the Most High said he had a land for them, right? That was better than Egypt, right? But these men were going to give that testimony of what the Most High promised them. But I like what you said, well, he was going to either encourage them or discourage them. So we got to be careful about how we speak amongst the body. Are you speaking words of life, or are you speaking words of death? Are you encouraging a brother and sister, or you are discouraging them? We got to be conscious of that. Verse 27. And they told him and said, we came into the land whither thou sent us, and surely it floweth with milk and honey, and this is the fruit of it.
And look, you know why this part's so important? Just tying in everything that we was reading earlier, is that they, with that negative mind that they had, was just being so upset with the manna, right? That laziness, that stubbornness, but that doubt, that unfaithfulness, and they want things to go their way. They wouldn't be prepared to take this. They wouldn't be in the warrior mind or warrioress mind to take this land. The men or the women wouldn't be in the right mind to take this land. They wouldn't take it. Because then they would be looking at how strong the people are. They would be looking at just how strong, that strength to cause fear to come in. Right? Or let's say somebody's weak. Oh, we got these guys. You're not going to come in with the mind of just doing things with your full spirit. Right. Then when you think you got somebody, then they get you by what? A surprise. Because you thought you had it. So it's like on both ends, on both spectrums, almost like showing you why you got to give your spirit. And why they were supposed to be giving their spirit in that moment. And, with us nowadays, we never know what can happen. So, but if you give your spirit, you never know what positivity, what can take place. And the Most High is trying to show us that with any situation, just give yourself. Just give your spirit, give your time and your effort to what you're doing, because then you never know what can come up from it. You can spark somebody's spirit, you can awake their spirit, you can change somebody's life. Just even when you share in class, You never know. The way you said it might have cost somebody spirit.
Con.
And it probably made it register. They was getting the teacher, they were understanding the teacher, but it's like you made it like just sink in. You never know. So when you share or when you have a question, like you said, because like her question, you know, I wrote it down. Her question, he had that same question. That popped in his head. So you never know, somebody might have the same question as you. So even in that sense, just asking, you never know how you can affect somebody. So just do something. Just ask. Give your full spirit. You know, so just on that note, it just popped in my head. Mm-hmm. But go ahead.
Verse 28. Nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land. So they brought back the evidence that everything the Most High was right, was faithful. Everything the Most High said was true. That there was a land with milk and honey. So they brought back this big cluster of grapes with the pomegranates, with the figs, right? But they said, no, the people are strong. So what is that saying? The Most High promised us something that we can't have? You see that kind of confusion that they were with? You see that kind of doubt that you could instill in someone else? So it said, nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land. And the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak. Remember the children of Anak? These were the tall, the giants, right? Verse 29. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, and the Hittites, and the Jebusites, and the Ammonites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea, and by the coast of Jordan. Verse 30. And Caleb stilled the people before Moses. Meaning what? These other men, right, with this negative outlook, with this weak mind, had the people fearful, had the people doubtful. This is the people that was already murmuring. They were already spiritually immature. You did what? You just fed their immaturity. You just fed their doubt. You just fed their fear. But Caleb came in, he said he stilled the people. Meaning what? He brought that calmness, that peace. And how was he going to do that? He said, and Caleb stilled the people before Moses and said, let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it. Verse 31. But the people that went up with him said, we be not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we. And they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Israel, saying, the land through which we have gone up to search it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. And all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature. And there we saw the giants, the son of Anak, which come of the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight.
Yeah, so what are y'all picking up from just this portion that he just read? What are y'all picking up? When you can apply it to your life in this time period, what are you seeing as he's reading what he's reading? Let's go to
I was thinking about scripture he pulled yesterday, Proverbs 6 and 16, talking about they're sowing discord and disagreement in the hearts of the people. They were motivated, like they went through all this tribulation, overcame all of these obstacles, and then they came back with, one person saying, they saying it's good, we can do this, we can overtake them, and then they doubling down like, nah, man, they let that fear come in.
Right.
They gonna stumble, they're not gonna make it.
Right. So one person's down, one person's confident. Right. And how would you apply that in this time period to yourself, or to just how we as Israelites in this time period could use that to further ourselves? You got it? Go ahead.
I was going to say to be steadfast and hold strong in your faith.
God.
God. They didn't have faith. That's what that was.
Right.
Lack of faith.
Go ahead, Master.
This kind of reminds me of the prayer factor, right? So when you make a prayer, most times, let's say you ask him something, right? Or something, he always puts you in a situation where you're not prepared, right? So that's why I said the prayer factor is, a lot of times they'll look
Right.
when he's actually testing you.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hold on. Right now?
Some of the issues and things that we face these days may seem like they are large issues or could be equivalent to the sons of Anak. And we use this as an example that the things that seems like they big or too much for us to handle, we have to have the confidence that the Most High is able to lead us through it, able to knock these things down as he did back then. So this is a thing for learning. One of the things that we can look in the past and see that they were still able to overcome when they was able to get rid of that doubt, because that generation didn't make it, but the next generation, they learned from these people, and the people were still there, but they was able to overcome when they got rid of that negative mentality.
Boom. Right. That's it right there. And you got one of them? So I gotta go get
When I sat down, I realized, so it took, they was out there for 40 days scouting out and everything.
Yeah.
So Caleb, he was meditating on the good aspect, like positive, like that's what he was meditating on. He was like, oh man, we can take this.
He stepped out.
Yeah, he was meditating on like the good positivity of it. The others, they were meditating on the negative, basically. So like every day they waking up, oh man, we gonna die, we come out here.
I gotta get out the camp, gotta leave my family, and
we gonna get butchered. We gonna get slaughtered.
Man, I gotta go close. I gotta go behind enemy lines. Man, Moses trying to get me slaughtered, man.
You know what? I like how both of the brothers brought it out, because when you put it in today's times, right? You have these big Anak kind of problems, right? That you see like, oh, I can't beat it, I can't overcome it. But if it was that bad, like they was out there for 40 days. If it really was that bad, how was you able to endure 40 days? You'd have came right back home. If that problem was that big, Barack, if that problem was that big, you still wouldn't be standing today. You see that? A lot of times we look at these obstacles being so, they're going to destroy me. What you're breathing right now. Right. Calm down, slow down, relax. Right? It's not that bad. It's not that big a deal. But see what they were doing though, and this is why we got to be conscious of what they were doing. They brought that negative outlook, and it affected the people around them. See, that's why I know they got the brothers in the other school where they say no cowards. You can't have that coward-like mind state when you come to serve the Lord, because you're going to be put through some things to test your sincerity, to test your love, right? Because those of us that are in a relationship, right, we know that it ain't always smooth. You're going to have your ups and your downs. Are you enduring that, or are you just here for the good times? Are you willing to fight for that love? Are you willing to go through those hard times? Be that ride or die, or you going to just ride out and leave me when I'm down? But that's the kind of mind state that people have, and then it's in the law. Did y'all know that being a coward, that's against the law? Because when you go to Exodus 20:1, thou shalt not have no other powers before me. So if you're fearful of something, right? This is again, I'm scared to swim. So that means that water is your God. And that water could either kill or save you, but the Most High can't. Y'all see that? Somebody go to Deuteronomy 20:8. I'm gonna show y'all the law real quick. Where you can't be a coward. Who got it? If you still flipping, you ain't got it.
Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 8.
Go ahead.
And the officer shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, what man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house.
Yeah, don't bring that scared. Wait, y'all seen the movie Belly? Don't bring that scared business upon me.
You don't know.
Don't bring a scared business. We don't deal with scared business. Why? Read.
Leaves his brother's heart faint, as well as his heart.
Because that's fearful, scared mentality that you have, that doubtful mind, that negative outlook, that negative Nancy is now going to jump on this brother that was ready to go run into battle. This sister that was ready to take the little that she had and apply it and make something out of that. But you brought this negative mind, Instead of bringing this courage, this optimistic, you brought this pessimistic. And what happens? Now we jumped on somebody next to you. Y'all see that? Read it again, because this is the law. Everybody let's talk about, oh yeah, I'm gonna keep on the law. But are you bringing this kind of a mind state when the Most High presents these obstacles to you? Read it.
Deuteronomy chapter 20 and verse 8. And no officers shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, what man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house.
Right, this ain't for you, because when we all got this truth, I know in this school, you got Ecclesiastes chapter 2. God? And what is Ecclesiastes chapter 2? Just quote it real quick. When I come to serve the Lord,
prepare thy soul for temptation.
Strap on some courage. It said, make not haste. Don't be a coward and start running. Don't tuck your tail. Because the Most High is with you. You can't say your how is the power when something pops up that you like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know if the Most High is going to deal with me. I don't know how my kids are going to eat. I don't know where the gas money going to come from. I mean, the bills is due tomorrow. I don't know. We might be out. So then you really don't trust in the Heavenly Father. Y'all see that? Read.
Least his brethren's heart, faint as well as his heart.
Yeah, because not only does it destroy your mentality, but it destroys the mentality of or those that's laboring. That's laboring for that salvation. That salvation from the burdens that you just laid upon them. Because you added it to you when you come with that fear, that's a burden. That's bondage. You're now in oppression because you're not free. You're not able to move with this lively mind state because now you're just fully in this box about what if, what happens, how we going to, instead of just trusting in the Most High and continuing in your labor. But yeah. So that was that it? Oh, you got something? Go ahead.
It was what all three brothers brought out concerning.
Go ahead.
Concerning the question about what are you getting out of that verse? What does the verse say? And it said that Caleb still, with his courage, with his faith, we have to have that faith, right? That we believe that we can move that mountain. We asked the Most High because He said if we had faith the size of a mustard seed, and we can say to this mountain, be thou removed, and it shall be cast in the sea.
Right,
we got to believe that.
Right.
We got to have confidence in assuring ourselves that the things that we are assured of, right? Those things are what's going to propel us in that preparation of remembering why we got the courage, of remembering why we got the confidence, of remembering why we're believing in this, right? Because the Most High said we're going to have this. And those are the things that, in this verse alone, that Caleb was remembering. Like, wait, the Most High said this. We were sent by the Most High. We were chosen by the Most High. Right. And we got to remember this when we step out on faith. We got to remember this when we do the work in the will of the Most High. These are the things we got to remember.
Yeah, because somebody get Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and 10. I mean, we done with the reading. We're going to finish reading the Apocrypha. But this point has to be clear. Like the brother said, we got to move in that faith. Read Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 10.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2 verse 10.
Because for all the murmuring our forefathers did the Most High ever leave them? Did he ever abandon them? Did he do like when Elijah was mocking the gods of Baal? Was he on vacation? Did the Most High ever clock out and says, my hours are from 9 to 5? This is why we can't forget the things that the Most High delivered us from. Read.
Look at the generations of old and see, did ever any trust in the Lord?
Did ever, hey, y'all gotta keep those kids down back there. Did ever any have faith in the Most High? Right? Did ever anybody believe in the Most High? Read.
It was confounded.
And was confounded means like, damn, why did I think that this Bible was going to fix my life? Why did I think the counsel that this brother gave and all the verses was going to help me when it didn't? Can anybody really say that the counsel and that they were given didn't work? It should be crickets. That's the only time it should be crickets in here. Because this Bible works. This Bible is true. The Most High is the power of all powers. Read.
Or did any abide in his fear?
In his reverence, right? In his respect, right?
And was forsaken.
Did the Most High ever forsake you? Did anybody come into this truth and now they got to live under a bridge, in a cardboard box? Now, if you are, is it because of your negligence? Is it because of you not being aware of your responsibilities? It ain't because you're serving the Most High. I'll tell you that for sure. Because I moved my family down here and we didn't skip a beat. Matter of fact, one of my sons, I ain't going to put him on blast, he actually gained weight. He gained weight. So he eating good. Y'all see that? So ain't nobody here starving. Ain't nobody here homeless. Because even in the times when we did have to live with other brothers, you know what that showed me? It showed me a type of love that I never seen. I only seen love when I was able to go buy that bottle of Henny or go roll up that little dime bag of weed. That's the only time people told me they love me, when I could do for them. But I had brothers that when I couldn't do for them, show me how much they love me by opening the doors for my family. And took on our family as a burden. But they never complained about it. See, that's what I learned in the truth. So there's nothing I can say that I was forsaken about. Y'all see that? Read.
Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him?
Right. You ever call for the most? I hate that. Y'all praying for something again? You asking for me to deliver you again? You want me to feed your children again? You want me to give you the wisdom to help you get out of depression again? Most I don't deal like that. He's not like us. He's not like a man. Y'all see that? So what we have a power that we can be assured of. That's not going to change. That's not going to mock us when we're seeking it with the right mind. Con?
Okay, so Ecclesiastes 35? That was done?
Yeah. So we finished the reading. So now we're in the Apocrypha. Ecclesiastes chapter 35. Ecclesiastes chapter 35.
So in the red book, the Ecclesiastes chapter 35, verse 1 through the whole chapter, verse 20. 35. Verse 20. So it says, Ecclesiastes 35 and verse 1. He that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough. You see that? And the scripture is clearing it up. If you ever thought, I wonder why brothers always saying spiritually, why like spiritually what? Like the Most High don't desire offerings. Well, you're hearing it right now. It says, he that keepeth the law bringeth offering enough. Keeping the law in what sense? We went over a little bit Friday. Keeping the law in what sense? It says, he that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough. Go ahead. I know you know.
Keeping the law in the right spirit, sacrificing yourself.
Boom. That's it. It's just he that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough. So that offering is you. So what we figured out is that the Most High don't care about the peace offering. He don't care about those things. He has you go through those steps in doing those sacrifices so that you can tap into the Spirit and see Him and see the Spirit of the law. But you weren't looking into it because you started going through the motions. We started going through the motions and we started being robots and just staying stuck in our way. Right. And the Most High saying, he that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough. And those things were enough. You giving yourself. Right? You giving that brother a ride. You giving that sister a ride. Right? You being there when somebody needed you. A space being opened up to you. Right? And that brother that was there assisting you.
Right.
That's enough. That's what the Father's looking at. That's enough. Because I seen the spirit he was in when he was doing it. But he's looking at that person that's not doing it in that spirit. You could have gave the offering, the best offering. You could have gave the best first fruit. But that person that had that penny, all you think he said, will bring whatever you can to the altar. He made sure the poor man and the rich man has something to give to the altar. Because why? He want to see what spirit you're going to give if you're able to give something. And that's what he's looking at. He's not looking at the best. He's not looking at the best grade. He's looking at what obviously he wants those things. But he's really looking at what you're doing, what mentality you're in while you're doing it.
That mind state you was
What mind state you was in when you was giving yourself.
Right.
Right? Was it toward me? I'm ready to go home. I'm at the feast, but I'm ready to go home.
Right.
It's an hour in the feast, and I'm ready to go home already.
I gave a sister a ride, but damn, we in traffic. You know, I'm hot because my AC ain't working. She want to talk the whole time. I just want to listen to music. You know what I mean? So you gave the sacrifice. Right. You brought it, but is it acceptable? Is the Most High going to accept that sacrifice? Because He's not. He's going to despise it because you didn't bring it in the right mind.
Was it enough?
Right. No, that's it.
Yeah, was it enough? What was you having, Zara?
Romans chapter 12, verse 1.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Romans chapter 12, verse 1. I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God.
You see that? The Most High is saying He beseech you. Right? Read.
That ye present your bodies a living sacrifice.
And that's enough. That's good enough that the Most High is looking for. Are you ready and willing to present your body as a living sacrifice? You're like, I'm just coming to the knowledge. I'm just learning. I'm just understanding. Well, what you do know to do that. The things that you do understand, that you're clearing, do those things and do those things with your full spirit. And then learn everything else that you got to learn. So that you can add things to yourself. So you can add qualities to yourself, characteristics, godly characteristics to yourself, so that you can be more beneficial to the ministry, to the body, to the brothers and sisters. And present your body as a living sacrifice. Read.
Holy, acceptable unto God.
The Most High wants to see you go from unholy to holy, unrighteous to righteous. He wants to see that transitional phase. What happened to him?
I have Colossians 3:23.
Yeah, but let's finish this first.
Which is your reasonable service.
And it's your reasonable service. That's enough. Because you're giving something that you don't, like, the natural man don't want to give himself. The natural woman does not want to give herself. They don't want to change. Because it's easy to be the way you are. It's easy to just accept that I'm filthy. I'm wretched. And then you go into the cycle of just playing it in your mind. Of like, I'm wretched, I'm filthy. Okay, cool. I'm just going to do filthy things because I am filthy. Filth that I am, filth that what I go do. Right? And you just run with that. And what's that feel? It's you just lay in your pride. Right? I'm argumentative, I'm just going to be argumentative. Right? I want to let them know that I'm argumentative. I want to let her know I'm argumentative. Right? I'm combative, I'm going to be combative. I'm a glutton, I'm just a glutton. Right? I'm going to just be greedy. Whatever it is, it's like the Most High saying, you put those things on the altar. That's what He really wants to see go on the altar. I'm prideful? Well, let me put that pride on the altar. What happened?
I had the Psalms 51:17.
Hold on, let me finish. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And be not conformed to this world,
And
but
that's really what He wants on the altar. He wants to see, are you not going to conform to the world? That's enough. That's enough. That's really the enough that the Most High wants. He wants you to not be conformed to this world. Read.
But be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind.
And let me ask you this. That's good. Dwyer. You drop that. When y'all read that verse, what do y'all think about? Verse 1. Ecclesiastes 35:1. Somebody else. Ecclesiastes 35:1. What do you think about when you read that verse? About what the Most High is communicating to us. I'm going to read it again. He that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough. He that taketh heed to the commandment offereth a peace offering. Nazar? Okay. Who else? We gotta get new hands, new people. We gotta get another new hand. They've all been on the road today. We need another new hand. Go ahead,
So, I was thinking, he that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough. So, is that like the bare minimum?
No. No, you're not bringing the bare minimum. You're giving more. You're giving the best. You're giving the most of your spirit. The only reason why you're using the word enough is saying that because the Most High knows how we think. He's using the word enough to show you that you giving yourself, when you tie in all the other precepts about what it means to give yourself, that's enough. But we're always going to be striving to reach for it because we got to be able to maintain that level that you reach. You got to always fine tune it and keep it in order. Go ahead, Lana.
He that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough. So you when you keep it in the law, you sacrificing yourself, and as far as keeping the commandment, bring offer the peace offering. That's how you show the Most High, or that's how you make yourself pleasing to the Most High by the way that you conduct the business that you do for the ministry or for the Most High towards His people.
Right. Yeah. You know, but it's about you. This scripture, this chapter is talking about us. It's talking about what we got to do when we come to the Most High. And there's a verse, I'm looking for it, in Matthew's. It's in the 18th chapter. It's in the 18th chapter. If I'm thinking about it, it should be in the 18th chapter. What'd you have, Master?
I had Romans chapter 14, verse 6.
What's that about? You what?
He that regardeth the day.
No. Understanding? Go ahead.
He that keepeth the law bringeth offering. I think that means like when you keep the law, I think that's an offering to the Most High because you're keeping the law.
Yeah. And you just said yes. Yeah, that's one point. But y'all was asking more so like for you to say it in your own words. You basically kind of repeated the verse. But you know that we get it. Everybody gets it, right? You bringing yourself, you giving yourself, and I'm trying to get everybody to interact, like, because it's like we just going through it. Mm-hmm. But if you're not getting it, and you're just kind of going through it, or you're just looking like, then you're not going to get that because that means your mind just went to a whole other world. You just went, where my car, where my food.
Right. You done checked out.
Is Dream Girls coming on at 7 or 8 o'clock? Like you done checked out, right? You gotta keep your mind in tune with the class because all this information is for you. This is all information that's gonna save your life.
God.
So you gotta be in tune. So we can just go through the class and just let you just be in that mode, and then be like, oh, the looks, hey, ooh. But if it's all going over your head because you tuned out, then what's the point, right? So you got to make sure you're in tune with what's being said.
Right.
Don't tune out. All right?
You had said in verse 18 in Matthew, there was the verse you was looking for.
Oh, you found it?
I think I found it, but it's a parable starting from 23. Because I know you on the topic of,
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Give also. Give also. Oh, it's Matthew 5. Okay.
Oh, it's
5 and 23.
You said 5 and 23.
Yeah, 5 and 24. Just go straight to the point.
Come. Matthew chapter 5, verse 24.
So, Ecclesiastes says, he that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough. Because what is the Most High really looking at? He's looking at your spirit. He's looking at how you give the things that you give. So, is it really that he care about the giving? He's how you give it. Read.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 24. Leave there thy gift before the altar, and go thy way. First be reconciled to thy brother.
You see that? Because it's like you got a blemish in your spirit. And in this instance, it's talking about a blemish, something that's causing you to be in a wrong mind toward your brother. But what else are you in a wrong mind about? But you're trying to present yourself to the Father and act like he's supposed to just accept that. And the Most High is saying, that's why this person that keeps the law, he's enough. He's all I need. I don't need that gift. Because he's going to come with me with quality anyways. So when I do want that gift, I know that gift is going to come in good shape. Right? Because the mind that he's coming to me with, he's coming with the right spirit. He's coming with the right intention. Right? I understand that he's clear. He's made himself transparent to me. He's not hiding from me. He's not hiding from the brothers that he's around. She's not hiding from the sisters she's around. She's being truthful. She's being honest. She's being forthcoming.
Right.
And that's why he said, leave your gift at the altar. Because before you come to that altar, you got to be reconciled with the person that you actually making this offering for, this peace offering. Your peace offering can't be accepted if you ain't reconciled with the person. Inwardly and doing the actual act. And the Most High is saying to you, to us, to me, that's enough. That's enough. That's worth more than you actually sacrificing on an altar. Because he knows that you're not going to go back into that mind, that you're actually going to keep on tapping into the method that he gave you. Read.
And then come and offer thy gift.
And that's when you can come. That's when your gift will be valuable. That's when your gift will be worth something. But jump back to, I'm jumping back. To Ecclesiastes. It says in Ecclesiastes 35 verse 1, he that keepeth the law bringeth offerings in us. That's what makes it enough, because you're actually applying the Bible. You're actually living the Bible. You're a living testimony of the word being true. And you're being an example to your people. He says, he that taketh heed. So that means you're taking heed. You're looking. You're looking to get it right. You're looking for the right way. You're seeking out the right method. You're seeking out what to do to make sure that you can appease the Lord. Right? And you can do the things that's pleasing to the Father. And you're finding a way to do righteousness. And it's like finding a way to be around brothers. Like yourself, you already jumping in. Yeah, I'm trying to be around brothers. I'm trying to can I come street speaking? Listen, I know how to edit. Y'all want to edit? I can do editing. Listen, y'all can, what you can do, y'all can get the thing for the cord and so that the cord ain't moving around. You're finding ways to be helpful and show that, hey, listen, I want to be around. I want to do more. God. But that's you showing the Most High. That's a brother, that's a sister showing the Most High that they're what? They're trying to give themselves and they're trying to right all the wrongs that they did in their past life. In this time period. God. When you was in the world, you're trying to get away from all the things that you were in the world and trying to come into the truth and actually learn what it is to be a righteous man, a righteous woman. But if you're looking at this whole experience with the wrong mind, the Most High can't accept your offering. He can't accept your peace offering because you didn't really come with peace. You came with the same type of peace that Esau offered Gad. Right? You came with the peace, that's the same peace offering you come with. Yes. You're not really coming to change. You know? Yeah. You say who?
I said that'll be about right.
That'll be about right, right? Oh, that country lingo. That'll be about right, but that's what you come with. That's what you come with. You come with that same mind that Esau had. And that's why the Most High can't accept the offering. You came with the same mind that Jezebel came with. She's slaughtering the prophets, right? You're like, well, I'm not killing no prophets. Well, you obeyed your husband's courage, right? When you wrestle against his counsel. When you wrestle against him trying to just show you how to do things according to the standard of the Bible. Yeah. You wrestle. But the Spirit is showing you that you got to take heed to the commandment offered enough of a peace offering. That's when you're offering enough. When you're actually giving your mind, your spirit, your soul, and everything that you're doing is for the Father. Everything that you're doing, that you're fighting against, is you trying to show the Most High, I don't want to be a devil worshiper. I don't want to eat pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, because I see what that's doing to my body, my health, and the mind of my people. Right? I see it. Go to first, huh? Right. I think it's 1 Samuel 16:34. 1 Samuel 16:34 about rebellion. Rebellion is that described? That 22.
1 Samuel chapter 15 verse 23.
Okay. Oh, the chapter off. Go ahead.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
And that's what's making it enough. Because you were such a rebel. We were such rebels in the world. And the Most High, he's glad at seeing the fact that you're breaking the rebellious spirit off you. Rebellion is as what?
The sin of witchcraft.
And remember, what did the Most High say about a witch? Oh, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. So you was there walking in a way that was making it to where the Most High just wanted to slaughter you. That's all of us. We walk the lifestyle. We live a lifestyle where the Most High didn't want to slaughter us and take us out of this world. But He's seen that the little light in you, and that little light in you. You have a question? That little light in you. That little spark. That's where Yahweh came into place, and being a mediator for Him to give us that grace period, so that we can start coming and really learning how to give a peace offering. Because we was rebellious. We're rebellious. We're stubborn. We're so stuck in our ways. When you get counsel, when you get correction, you don't like to think that that's you. When you hear certain things come out in class about your character, you're like, that's not me. That's not me. That don't apply. So what, I did that. That's the one that's bold. So what, I did that. And who gonna check me? You? Shoot. Please. I don't respect you. You ain't nobody. That's the bold part. And the Most High, when He sees that type of person, those type of characters switch from that, because that was a rebel. And that rebel was operating in the same spirit that a witch operates. Right? Read.
If stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry.
It was led you right into sin. But He's seen you idolizing yourself. And He's seen you breaking like you know how what do you call it? When an artist, he banging that sculpture, he chiseling the sculpture, he's chiseling stone. And he crafts it into the way He wants it to. And the Most High is always chiseling at us. And He's stumping that hard neck, that hard spirit on you. And He's seeing you working. He's seeing you changing. He's saying that's peace offerings enough. Because you're taking heed to the word. And was that enough?
Nah.
Go ahead.
Because thou hast rejected the word of the Most High.
But He's looking at that, He's like, that's rejection. But when you switch off from that nature, when you switch off from that spirit, and you actually fish. Right, food. Yeah, when you switch off from that state of mind, that spirit, the Most High is glad, and that's what's making it enough, because you was literally walking the life. We literally was living like witches. When you really put it in perspective of what this verse is saying, we was living like witches. We was crafting spells in our mind. No, Mama, I'm not going to listen to you. And then you put this shield wall in here. This is why I'm not going to listen to Mom. Mom, you smoke cigarettes, and you telling me don't smoke weed? No way. And obviously Mom was off for doing that, right? Because she's being a hypocrite. But at least she's telling you not to do something that she sees as destroying her life. But the rebellion is that witchcraft is you're over here, I'm not going to listen to you. And you tell yourself in your mind a good reason why you're not going to listen. You just casted a spell in your brain. You just casted a spell in your brain because you made it to where you allow that thought to create this high level of stubbornness. This high level. Read on.
Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, He hath also rejected thee from being king.
And that's why the Most High will reject us. But what makes the peace offering enough? What makes you keeping the law enough? You're not being rebellious. He's seeing that you transition from being a rebellious child, or a rebellious man. You stop living a life like a heathen and started actually trying to live like an Israelite. That's what makes it enough. That's what makes it more than that gift. Read. Me. You can drop that. Ecclesiastes chapter 35 and verse 2 says, He that requited a good turn offered flying flour. And let's look up
Who knows requited? The keys are in.
Right, let's look up that word required.
Requited.
Required.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Required. Requited. Who got the definition? Did you? Requited.
Off the top of my Okay. Because this is what I need.
All right, so let's look it up. Let's look it up. Requited. Good chapter. It's a good chapter. Requite. It's important. That's why I'm having y'all look it up.
Yeah, it says required to make return for.
Right.
To repay.
To repay. That's why I had you look it up. To repay. Go ahead. No. Was that it on the definition? Right. That was it? To repay? Okay. You can look it up in the 17, the 13, the 14.
To make retaliate.
Okay. So, to repay. So, he that repayeth a good turn, right? What are you repaying? What are you repaying? What you got?
It says required. Recompense, return, restore.
Right. What are you restoring? Right. So read 35 and 2. Well, I guess I'm reading. And he that requireth a good turn offereth fine flour. Right. So we're paying back. What are we paying back? What is Israel paying back? What?
The ransom.
The ransom. Okay. What else? What?
The years of just doing dirt.
Oh, the years of doing dirt. Right? You're paying that back. So, offereth fine flour. What's the flour referred to? Everybody should know this because y'all been doing this to the Old Testament. Y'all been eating this book. Like, this should be easy. Fine flour meaning what? What?
Virginia.
What? Oh, hold on. Let me pause a little bit. I'm trying to get this whole dramatic thing going. You're messing that up. Okay, you said what?
I thought it was like flower virginity. I didn't hear the whole verse.
Okay, you gotta pay attention to what you're saying and what you're seeing. So before you speak, right? Because you don't want to sound like that. But you do that often, so this is the whole pause. This is the moment. This is your moment that you got to recognize you do that a lot, and you're going to make yourself look a certain way. You know what I mean? What's the topic? What's the topic? What topic are we on right now? Who's been in class for the last 5 hours? All right, maybe I'm just getting in, I'm fresh, right? Let's shake it off. All right. Who's been in the class the last 5 hours? What's the topic right now? Go ahead, Lionel.
The topic right there is keeping the commandments.
Okay, what topic we on though in Ecclesiastes 35? What?
Sacrifices pleasing to God.
Okay, offerings, sacrifices, right? So, anybody read this chapter before right now? No? Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, so it's talking about our offering to the Most High. Alms. It's talking about alms deeds and what we're doing to give back. All these things, everything you said, the dirt, the payback, right? Doing our part to show forth that we appreciate the Most High, right? That's what this chapter is going to go into. So the fine flour, not flowers of your virginity, but fine flour was talking about, remember, you would mix the flour with the frankincense, right? And it would be the cakes for the priest. That would be your offering to the Most High, right? So this is what it's saying. The Most High says, if you're giving or you're paying back, offer fine flour. Meaning what? You're doing the service, right? You're going through the process of what the priest did, right? Everybody jumps on this, we're priests. Well, then what are you giving back and how are you giving it back? And we talked about that yesterday. We talked about what we're giving back and what we don't want to be like. You know what I mean? We don't want to be like Cain.
And what are we going to give back to show that? Our offering, our spirit, the pride, the negative, the doubt, right? All those things. We're like done with that. So we know it's not the fine flour because nobody's doing that anymore. Y'all get that, right? Nobody's baking any cakes and bringing them to the priest and saying, listen, this offering is for you. Or the priest, or you bring the priest flour and oil and say, here's my offering. Nobody's doing that. Or the priest ain't doing that, right? So how are we repaying back? Something we always know, right? Broken spirit, contrite heart. Then you present your body a living sacrifice, right? Okay, go ahead. It says, and he that giveth alms sacrifices praise. So, what is in place for these things? What is in place for the fine flour? Because nobody's doing that. It's alms deeds. Right? Alms deeds. What?
That's what we do.
Right, it's what we do. So look up the definition of alms. Alms deeds. Right? And while they're looking that up, I'm going to read on. It says, it's going to tell us, to depart from wickedness is a thing pleasing to the Most High. So this is our sacrifice. This is what we're giving up. Right? But I don't want to miss that point. He offereth, what does it say? I'm sorry. He giveth alms, sacrifices praise. Right? So that's your praise right now. That's what you're doing to show the Most High. What you got?
Alms deed. Mm-hmm. An act of charity, a good work.
There you go. Look at that. Straight to the point. An act of charity, good work. You see why we push that it got to be done through clarity? Because you come in and you're not clear, you just get in robot mode. Why are you doing it? Because my husband got me doing it. Why are you here? Because I stumbled on you niggas and I'm just here now. I'm telling you, there'd be a whole diluted mentality. So when they start giving and doing, then it's like, well, why are you doing that, sis? I don't know. My husband told me to. And it'd be like, well, you're not doing it from the heart? We've gotten this a million times because the mind state, the logic ain't really clear. So think about it. If you're doing things like that, are you really giving to the Father? You see? So the Most High is reminding us that if we're going to really pay back, and we're going to give this sacrifice and this praise to the Most High, these alms deeds got to be with clarity, because it is, verse 3, to depart from wickedness is a good thing pleasing to the Most High. And to forsake unrighteousness is a propitiation. You know what propitiation is? Anybody raise your hand? Propitiate. Y'all got to look up these words. This word propitiation is not only here, it's also in the Bible. So if you don't know this word, and it's a few times in the Apocrypha, you're not going to understand what you're giving. Propitiation, what you got?
The act of appeasing.
Right. So what is it saying here? To forsake unrighteousness is pleasing. It pleases the Lord. It appeases Him. Go ahead. That's it?
Yeah.
Right. The act of pleasing.
Yes.
What else?
Propitiation is the act of gaining the favor of or making things right.
There you go. Wronging the right, amending and fixing what you've done wrong. You see why you got to be clear? Because if not, if you come into the body, the ministering, right? In the ministry. And then you're supposed to minister to the saints, but then you come not with a pure heart. Think about it, what you're undoing. You're undoing the amending, the fixing, right? You're undoing this. You literally are. That's why The scriptures tell you about a whole heart unto the Most High, not unto man. It tells you about the Pharisees. When they did it, what did they do? They blew the trumpets, they wore the fringes, they wore the phylacteries, they wore all these things just to be seen of men. So he said, what did he remind us when you read that? He said, well, then you got your reward. And see, this is what messes up a lot of brothers and sisters and why they don't love doing what they're doing, because they're not doing it with a whole heart and clear-minded. See? And you don't last like that. You don't last, because who lasted? How many of y'all last relationships that you were forced in, that you felt like you was confined in? Is that my water? No?
No. Gotta get it fresh.
Right? Oh, that was from yesterday?
No, that was mine.
Oh, that was yours?
You gotta get it fresh.
But y'all understand that? You know how many of us felt like that in a relationship where you're like, I don't want to be in this relationship. And usually it's what? Arguing, fighting, back and forth. Well, think about it. Think about what happens when we come to the Most High like that. Our arms, and we went over yesterday, the prayer of the wicked is, was that yesterday? Or the day before yesterday?
Yesterday.
Is it the prayer of the wicked is an abomination? It was yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? So, this is what the Most High is showing us, man. I'm pressing this point. You know why? I wish a lot of brothers in the past kind of like reminded a lot of brothers to be clear what they're doing. Because we get on the bandwagon, we jump on the bandwagon, the hype. Right? And then you there one minute and you're gone the next minute. You know? So we gotta press these issues. That way you don't jump on the bandwagon. It ain't just like, I'm here because I'm feeling good, everything's okay, everything's right. But then when a little turmoil happens, you reveal what you are really here for. Right? And it's a sad turn. So we could avoid a lot of that if we start pressing brothers. Get home, sit down, and be like, what really am I? What am I really doing? And then when you snap out of religion mode, you can really say, oh, damn, this is serious. You know, because religion mode is what? No, it's you're right, but it's put the music, the dancing, oh, hallelujah, hallelujah, right? That's religion mode. And then we come, and right? And then you get hyped. You're like, you the vibe. Where they at? Where they at?
God.
And not really understanding what it's going to take to go long term.
Yeah.
Right? So, think about it. It's talking about alms, but we're talking about what you're giving yourself. You're giving yourself. You're amending. You're fixing the things that we've done wrong in the past, right? It's at Acts 17, right? What is it? Acts 17:29? Real quick. I mean, there's a lot of them, but Acts 17. And you're going to read 29.
Acts chapter 17, verse 29. For as much then as we are the offspring of God, we ought not to think that the Godhead is like unto gold,
right,
or silver,
right,
or stone,
read,
graven by art in man's device. In the times of this ignorance,
right,
the Most High winked at.
So at the times of our ignorance, and I know Paul is pointing out here, or rather, who's this? Paul is pointing out idolatry. But we know this is for everything. Whether it's idolatry, fornication, murder, whatever sin it is. The Most High winked at that. Go ahead.
But now commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
So how am I going to repent if I don't got a constant mind state that I'm fixing what I did wrong? And now you know why brothers and sisters get caught up on the knowledge, on the wrong things, instead of on fixing themselves to be a better Israelite, to be able to stand before the Most High. That's what we're building. I want you to see the bright day. I don't want you to just be on the Israelite hype. You know what I mean? Y'all remember, I can say it because they're not around no more. Y'all remember Thug? Anybody remember Thug Cap? Y'all remember, huh? See? You got to go back on the in-depths of YouTube. This is one of the camps, right? A young brother that didn't want to do it the right way, that jumped on the bandwagon of banging on people, right? And is gone now, right? They all went back to the world. It's like he said in Acts, like, leave them alone. If it be of the Most High, you can't stop it. But if it don't, it will come to naught. And I'm not glorying in that. What I'm saying is this: it's not a game. It's not a game. It's not like we're going to jump on this wave, this Hebrew Israelite wave. It's about repentance. It's about really changing and mending our ways to be able to stand before Judgment Day. So we got to get off that fake-ass fad that everybody's jumping on. I want to just argue verses. Bro, let's work on ourselves. You know what I mean? Let's get our spirit right. Because that's what the Most High wants. That's what we're reading about. Back in Ecclesiastes 35:3, to depart from wickedness and is a thing pleasing to the Lord, and to forsake unrighteousness is a propitiation. Thou shalt not appear empty before the Lord. What do you have? That's the commandment. Don't come empty. What do you have? Right? Alright, let's chalk off the money. You know me. I'm going to chalk that off because that's the first thing that comes in your mind. I'm broke. Right. Okay, but what do you have then? Let's go through the checklist. Right? You said it earlier. The brother comes in, the sister comes in, they just, hey, I want to help. I want to do this. What do you have? Well, before you can help, you got to be looking at yourself. Well, damn, I ain't got nothing right now because I'm so dirty in areas. I got to clean myself up. That way my obedience is fulfilled. That way I can go ahead and deal with others. Right? Then when you talk about outward ministry, then you can say, oh, damn, I do have things to have I never noticed now. You see that? But you got to come with something. You know what I mean? Like you said, it can't just be about, I'm sitting here taking. You're a forever trooper. You're a forever member. Most of these sisters that come in here do that. Yeah. But why? They're not really here for Yahweh Shai. I'm here for a man. I'm here for a man. I get it. You brought your husband in. You brought your woman in. But after a certain time, you have to be an individual for yourself toward the Most High. Be very conscious and aware you're here and learning this to please the Father, not no man. Granted, you're still going to be in order. That's your husband, that's your wife. But you're pleasing the Father first. In that, all the Spirit will flow through you. If you don't understand that, it'll be easy for you to be taken out. Easy. Guaranteed. So we got to ask ourselves, what are we bringing to the Most High? Are we always coming empty? I don't got it. We talk about a positive mind, a positive spirit. An optimistic mind, right? A lively mind.
You can take, you don't mind hitting up the priest for counsel for 3-4 hours where you want to just vomit all the things that's going on in your life and look for the solution and the method, but then how are you paying that back? He's not charging you per hour. I mean, at least not in here. You don't get no brothers that go, okay, I'm going to counsel you and give you the method, the biblical method, and I'm going to charge you. Here's your bill. Right. Plus tax. You don't get that. But then how do you pay that back? You come in with the lively spirit. You're here in the class? Well, let me add on. Because the scripture says, skillful man here for our word and add it to it, right? But then you got enough counsel, you should be able to add on to something. Like, who was the leader after Moses? Crickets. Somebody's going to get up and say, I know that's Joshua. But that same liveliness, because that's what you're giving. That's an offering. That's alms. Right? Because we're not asking you to bring your unblemished lamb, because you ain't got no lambs. You ain't got no cattle. How about bringing that unblemished spirit where you can push past 4 hours, push past 5 hours, to still be on fire for your brother, for your sister?
But that won't take effect unless you're conscious and aware why you're here. If you're in a boys club, then it won't be conscious. If you're in the church meeting, then it won't be clear. But when you come with a clear mind and really understand what's going on, all those, I mean, it is going to be a church meeting. Right. But what happens after the church meeting? Are you go back to digging up? Yeah. Are you going back and really realizing it's what I do outside of this is going to help this? You know what I mean? How I interact, how I am, how I study, right? Where my mind's at is going to help this. You know, just with this, just trying to bring a sense of awareness to understand or understanding to brothers and sisters that what you're here for. You got to bring something to the table. You can't always come like we're not the white man. You can't come begging. The Most High don't want you to come begging. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean by that. White man terms, right? Meaning what? We think we're going to go to the white man for everything, and he's going to help us out. The Most High wants you to, yes, bow to him. But you got to give yourself to these things. Right? And that takes what? It takes a broken, desired heart. Right? So, understand what I'm saying is that you think about what the Most High wants. He wants you to bring something to the table. If it is humility, if it is, I got to let this ego go. Once again, I'm going to say it from yesterday. What's your stronghold? What's the one thing for you to say, nah, I'm done? And we're not talking about wickedness, y'all, so stop it. I'm talking about in righteousness. And you're saying, well, nothing's going to hold me back. Well, you better know that. You better know that because the Most High he wants what? Everything. I want everything. He wants it all, right? He wants your attention. He wants your love. He wants your dedication. He wants your commitment, right? Okay. It says, thou shalt not appear before the Lord empty. For all these things are to be done because of the commandment. There you go. Exodus 23 verse 15, right? It's supposed to be done because of the commandment. The offering of the righteous maketh the altar fat. Right? We always talk about it. And when we talk about alms, we got to go to these scriptures. When we talk about giving, we got to go to these scriptures. Your helping is a reciprocation from what you were given. Right? You're helping because you were helped. Right? Give me that one real quick. Freely give, freely receive. Get that one. Matthew 10 and what? Go there real quick. Yeah.
Matthew chapter 10 verse 8.
And this is exactly what it said in the beginning of the chapter. If y'all got to connect this Matthew with Ecclesiastes 35 and 2. He said, he that required a good term, meaning he that repaid. Like you learn, you was a Hebrew Israelite for somebody, right? How you give it back. You learn not just their identity, but how to live. So you're not just a person walking around with funny things on the end of your shirt or a sister with her head covered in these long dresses, but you move it in a sense that separates clean from unclean. Or that's how you should be, but how are you paying that back? Thank you for showing me how to be a real man. Thank you for showing me how to be a real wife, a real husband. How are you paying that back? Because you got it. Did they charge you for it? I didn't get charged, right? So then how do you give it back to the next man, to the next sister? Read.
Matthew chapter 10 verse 8. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils.
Right.
Freely ye have received, freely give.
Freely ye have received, freely give. So that's what we're doing. Right? And I mean, I don't have to beat in your head what's been beating in y'all head for the last few days. As much is given, much is required. We don't got to do that. You know why? Because y'all know that. You know, as much is given, much is required. So what do you got to do? You got to say to yourself, wait a minute. I've been given much, right? I've been given much. Well, the Most High is requiring much. Y'all see that?
Huh?
Go to one of our favorites, 2 Corinthians 9.
2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 1. Am I?
No, 9 and 7.
Who goeth a warfare any time?
2 Corinthians 9.
2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 7.
Go ahead.
Every man, according as his...
As he what? Go ahead. As he proposes.
Proposes.
Right. Every man as he proposes. See? This is what this is about. Everybody as you propose it. Right? This would snap me out of a lot of the wrong mind state. You can't force a Hebrew Israelite. You can't force nobody. Right? And we were just dealing with that sister. It's like, we can't force her. She going to kill herself. What are you going to do? Chain her up? Right? Like, people don't want to listen. What are you going to do? Jesus love you to death. Hug you to death. You know what I mean? But when people got demons on them, they pushing you off when you trying to hug them. Like, nah, brother, we love you in the name of your house. Nah, man, no, I ain't with that. I ain't with that. Right?
God.
So it got to be what every man proposes, what every sister proposes in their heart. Right? Go ahead.
So let him give.
So let him what?
Let him give.
Let him give. He's supposed to know. You were supposed to know to give. You were supposed to know that you need to be an asset to your nation. You were supposed to know that you needed to be a help. You're supposed to know that. Right? Huh? Black Wall Street, black community, black power, black pride. Let's get it, man. We need to get together. You know what we need to do? We need to get land. We need to get black economics, right? Everybody always talks about that until it's time to actually get the economics going. Well, one thing we woke up to, right? We can't do nothing economically if we ain't in the same mind and the same judgment. That's what we all woke up to. Right? Zion was talking to these cats out there, and they're like, man, we need to get together with y'all. It's like, we have no problem with getting together with y'all, but when we start actually trying to get together, and you want to bring in things around that have to do with Egyptology, and we're not with that, and you're not with what we're with, how are we going to get things together when you talking about gods that suck their own penis? Like, how are we going to do that? So everybody always says, hey, well, let's just put those things aside. Nah, we got to be in the same mind and the same judgment at least. Right? To know that we serve the one true God. Right? And that's the thing that is we gotta be in the right mind. We have to be in the right mind, y'all. Read on.
So let him give.
Right?
Not grudgingly.
Not what?
Not grudgingly.
And then you can give, and then you can put your spirit in the right way. But you see why a lot of people are uneasy? I know this, you know this. They're uneasy and they don't want to give. Why? Because their heart is not fully there. Their heart and mind is not fully there. So you hear me say, okay, we're going to give you time. What do you need? You need time to watch, to spy out, to make sure we're on point. Take that time. But after that damn time, let's do it. Right? Go ahead.
Order of necessity.
Right? It says not grudgingly. Not grudgingly. Right? Now, this is when you get into those relationships. When you get into kids in your house. Right? Oh, I'm only forced. My husband forced me. My wife forced me. Right? Nah. It can't be grudgingly. Or what?
Or of necessity.
Or I need something. I may need, and I'm doing it for that reason. Right? See, that's the wrong mind. Read.
For the Most High loveth a cheerful giver.
But it's supposed to be a cheerful mind, a right mind. See, that's when you go back to that Ecclesiastes 35. See, it's supposed to be a cheerful giver, right? The offering of the, the offering of the righteous maketh the altar fat. Well, the cheerful giver, right? He's going to make the altar fat because he's going to know how to give, what to give, how to dedicate himself. The other giver is what? Problems, anarchy, arguing, confusion, right? But you got to say, damn, how do I benefit? Not just be a problem, but be an asset. You know what I mean? And that's not saying we don't got problems. No. Don't mix the two. That's not saying we don't got problems. That's saying how not to be a problem. Because we all, remember, we're sick. That's why we're here. It's not saying you can't be sick. You don't got the right to be sick. That's not what the word says. That's not what we're saying. We're saying what? You got problems, but do you have to be a problem?
Yeah.
Right? That's why he said a cheerful giver. Right? See, but this puts you back in the mode of I owe. Right? Like what we started out with in Ecclesiastes 35. I owe. So why am I in this mean ass, lazy ass, disrespectful, doubtful, hateful spirit? Half-hearted spirit, right? I got to come with the right mind. A cheerful giver. Right?
Wow.
Who wants that relationship where you ask your husband, baby, can we haven't made love in months. Can we make love? I guess. Whatever. You be like, bruh, never mind. I'll keep waiting. Like, who wants that? You know, you tell the kids, could you get the trash out? 30-minute freeze look. Bruh, I'll get a new kid to do it. Don't worry. I'm going to replace you. You know what I mean? I tell my kids like that now. We're going to make new ones, and they're going to be better than you, right? I don't need no damn 30-minute pause. I want smiles and yes, Father. I want to add to this house. You see what I'm saying? Right. So the Most High wants a cheerful giver. He don't want you to come in with the, why you here? Because the Most High is going to chop off my head if I don't be. That's what the brother said. I'm going to burn in hell. That is going to happen, but damn. Are you just here because of necessity? Right. It said, go ahead, read on there.
Verse 8.
Go ahead, yeah.
Verse 8. And the Most High is able to make all grace abound toward you.
See, you want grace. How the hell do you get grace? By making the altar fat. Yeah. What are you bringing to the table? Right? Mind you, I'm going to say it again. A good heart, a good mind, health, right? A cheerful, a respectful, order, discipline. All the qualities that the Most High need. Right? Yeah, you're supposed to. Go ahead.
That ye, always having all sufficiency.
Right?
In all things.
See, you want to be sufficient in all things. You need things. Well, how the hell do you get them? By giving. You get them by giving. And that's what the Most High is telling us. What are you giving? Go ahead.
May abound to every good work.
See? You want them and you need it to do what? The next work. Come. You need that. So when you face the east and you pray and you ask for mercy and grace, you want it to benefit the work or yourself. What do you want it for? You see how you got to transition? Oh, I'm just doing it. I got to worry about mine. It's for me and my family. We got to transition out of that and understand that this is supposed to be for the ministry, for the work. Right? We got to be there for each other. Right? It got to be a nation, not just about ourselves. Right? The white man taught us to be individuals. We, black brothers, brown brothers, Native American brothers, we had unity in the community at one time. Right? It was at one time where you nodded a brother, and we knew what that nod meant.
Yeah.
We knew what that nod meant. Right? And I know we're into 2020s, and that nod is far gone. That nod is like, well, we got a problem?
Right.
But back in the days, there was a nod where it's like you're acknowledging the brother that we in the same struggle. Right? We're in the same fight. You know what I mean? Now you got to be careful. Because, we Israelites, but, we nod at you. You know what I mean? I'll even smile at you. Shalom, brother. How you doing? But you got to be careful. Cats get weird. Like, you know me, though? Like, whoa. Oh, brother, bro. See? The white man is broke community, love, respect. There ain't no... the girl, y'all see the sister that came to the door, Esau? Shot through the damn door? Con, don't come to my house for no damn sugar.
Wow.
There ain't none of that. Right? The heart of many shall wax cold. Right? The love of many shall wax cold. So it ain't no more I'm going to the next door to borrow a cup of sugar. Not in the world, but among us is what? It's peace. AI, shalom, I need this. AI, I was wondering if you got this. We're learning. We're bringing it back. We're rehearsing the righteous acts. But if you're all about taking, then you're not giving nothing back. You see that? You're still in white man selfish mode. I'm going to come, and then, you know what? I'm in church. Like, what you niggas want? I just came to learn. Leave it the hell alone. Right? That's what mode they get in. And we got to come out of that mode and do what the scriptures are saying. This is what the Most High said about making the altar fat. Read. Come on.
Verse 9. As it is written.
Right?
You have dispersed the broad.
See, you have what?
Dispersed the broad.
I ain't dispersing nothing. To who? To what? Disperse what? What you asking for, Al? Niggas always asking. What you want? What you talking about, Willis? Right? Go ahead.
You have given to the poor.
You have given what?
To the poor.
There you go. That's the dispersion. Right? You're giving to the poor. You're like, okay, my brother needs me. Right? My sister needs me. And that charity is supposed to be reciprocated all the way through, as we see. That's making the altar fat. That's what it was about with the priests. It was supposed to be like that and continue to be like that. But we know wolves came in. Paul said it, the apostle said it, after we leave, grievous wolves shall enter, and all they did was worry about themselves. The damn church could be big as hell in the crap neighborhood. You don't see those church people out on the damn corners and streets teaching our people. But they're giving plates on Thanksgiving. And, bro, the thing is this. We can give out food. Right? True. But the food that they need is not going to come with a plate of lies.
Right.
You see that? I give you some food, but it comes with lies. It comes with stay in your condition. That's not help. What Christ said, I have bread to eat. Right? So yeah, we gotta get there though. As we build ours and know we're in the same mind, same judgment, we gotta do that. Because we know we're gonna go out and feed them not only with the food, the carnal, but the spiritual food. But how do we get there? We got no unity. We got no, if you come in and it's just all about gaining knowledge. Ministering is what we're doing. We're ministering to the nations.
Like what you read, what you pull in that Matthew, we're healing the sick.
Yeah.
Right? We're raising the dead. Because
yeah.
If you give them this turkey dinner, but then they still don't know how to deal with the issues of life, what they got is a fat belly.
Yeah.
What they got is a fat belly and a a mind full of sorrow.
Yeah.
A mind full of hurt and pain.
Yeah.
But see why you slide into that plate of turkey? Because he didn't want to plate of turkey. How about dropping some wisdom? Asking them how they're doing in life.
Yeah.
Giving them, asking questions. Seeing where you can slide the wisdom in to now feed them something that's, just go to the bathroom and it's out your system. Something that you can eat on day after day. You know what I mean? That they can now give to someone else as well.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why what we're trying to do is our part. We're doing the first annual, it was ISB HBK, but being that we're changing the name, y'all, to a stream of wisdom. We wanted to do a first annual barbecue, and it was going to be held in Rochester, and getting community, right? But one thing we're going to have there is a stage. We're going to let them do their poetry. We're going to even let her, a conscious rap might come through. We ain't no thug rap. You can't come up there and just start spitting cocaine rap. We're going to listen. And then what's going to happen? We're going to have a brother up there to speak. Nothing drawn out like this, 5 hours, 6 hours, but we're able to, as we're doing these community barbecues, we're able to speak and really speak to the things that we need to touch the people on. So that's our plan. But once again, we can't do it alone. We need help. You know what I mean? It just can't. I wish we can do it alone, but it don't work like that. The Most High set it up to where we need each other. So Zion's been looking for the location. He's trying to get a free location, a free park, and then see if we can set it up that way. We're trying to work different angles with that. But just one thing that we're trying to do, to get to that point, because it is about this, but we got to transition also out of here, outside of the body and show everybody else how to use this. Y'all see that? But why is it really focused on us? Because the priests got to get themselves right. The priesthood, you brothers, you sisters, we're all the priesthood, right? But we got to step into that office and let that spirit come on us. Like those 70 elders, right? All right, go ahead, read on.
His righteousness remaineth forever.
Yeah, his righteousness remaining forever. Why? Because they see your works. They see what you're doing. They see what you're giving. What, Mo, you had your hand raised?
I was going to ask, did you, I was trying to tell you that the YouTube channel name is Token.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
S.O.W?
Yeah, S.O.W. stuff.
Yeah.
Stream of wisdom?
I was checking right now.
Right. Oh, I didn't even check that. That good one right there. All right. We'll figure that out. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 10. Now he that ministereth seed to the sower, both minister bread for your food.
See, the Most High is doing and moving all the pieces. The Most High ministered seed to the sower. Right?
Sure does.
Go ahead.
And multiply your seed.
No, read that part again.
Now he that ministereth seed to the sower.
The Most High does that. He gives seed to the sower. Go ahead.
Both minister bread for your food.
See, the Most High gives the bread. Remember in Deuteronomy, he said he was going to cut that bread off? Because we didn't listen. Right? But we know the Most High, when we lock in, he ministers that seed to bring forth that bread. Go ahead.
And multiply your seed sown.
And multiply it. Right? But who is he going to multiply? The greedy? The selfish? Right? So before we all know this. Before we can give, we gotta what? We gotta have this right. Right? Because there's been many that refuse to give because what? Other men's ill dealings. So now you gotta what? Recalibrate your mind. Y'all see that? So we know what's going on with Israel. You refuse to give in many ways. because you've been hurt. I don't want to give my communication because I've been hurt. Right? I don't want to give my love because that's been misused. I don't want to give my time because I got other things going. I don't want to give this. You see that? You've been hurt in areas. So you got to come back and heal that hurt. Learn how to process what you've been through. Right? And now, as you clean yourself up, you're able to say, okay, now I understand why I'm giving, how I'm giving, and I can do it with a whole heart, whole mind. It's a process. We know this. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of times when brothers and sisters come in, they want to give right away. We're like, hold on a second. Hold on. Because that could turn ugly too. You know what I mean? One instant, the brother was in Rochester, and the brother was like, hey, man, I'll buy it for you. Let me buy you the sandwich. Right? And brother gets his, oh, cool, huh? Right? But the one that he bought the sandwich was a young brother. Right? Now, the young brother was what? He was on that mode of the worldly mode. You see, he didn't know how to receive. Right? And the brother didn't know how to give. They're both new. So you got to see, if you don't understand this whole dynamic, you come in that moment, you can offend that brother and you think you're doing good. You see that? And just like we were telling Delvon, it's like, think about it. You want to give, you want to help, you want to do this. But if you don't know us, if you don't know how we roll, how we talk, how we communicate, how we function, then what happens? When we're asking, yeah, let's do this, let's do this. Then if you're not in the same mind, same judgment, then you won't understand why the things are being asked. You see how everything has to be clarity? And you really have to understand, or else it'll be like, yeah, brothers asked me to, I took the test and, they was like, can I go out to Rochester and hold it down with this brother for a month? Like that just, I didn't know I was going to do that. But you see why we let brothers and sisters, brothers know, like, hey, this is your calling. This is what you're going to do. This is what steps you're going to take. Right? This is your job. That way it ain't surprise. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, damn, I didn't even know it was going to be this. That's happened, y'all. That's happened. Because you teach class and then you think everybody's on the same point. It's not comprehend that way, though. So we got to get more specific and detailed, pull you aside and be more transparent. I've done it. I've done it thinking like, oh yeah, the brother's on it. He knows, she knows. And they be like, I didn't know that. What the hell? What are you talking about? You see, so just trying to avoid all these mishaps by really understanding this word. You see? So you got to let go of all that so you can be clear and you can give like the gospel says. That's how you're going to make the altar fast. Finish that. Come on.
And increase the fruits of your righteousness.
You see, and the Most High is going to increase the fruits of your giving. But above all, He's going to increase the fruits of your righteousness. He's going to increase the seed. He's going to increase the food, the things that's needed. But your righteousness is increased. Right? Because why are we doing what we're doing? Right? Whatever you give, it's because you're saying, I want to be righteous. And whatever righteous attributes come with and these abilities that come with righteousness, I want. Yeah. Nobody's just saying, hey, I'm giving and I don't want nothing back. You're saying, I want to be increasing the spirit, Yahweh. Right? Come on. Well, come on now. Don't be naive. You're not doing this for no reason. You're saying, Yahweh, I'm doing all this so you can increase my mind and keep me in the spirit. Right? Sheesh. Yeah.
I like how you take your time with it because a lot of times we'll do it for that attention but don't know what that's going to entail.
Right.
So you're being charitable, right? I'm going to use an example. You loan out your car.
Right.
You know that's your vehicle for the body. Right? I'm letting people use my cars so they can do the things that's necessary for the body. And what happens? Wear and tear. So now your car that was, riding smooth, now sounds like the hoopty wagon, right?
Right.
But if you're in the wrong mind, you're not going to receive that blessing. Now you get what? You get long suffering, you get temperaments, you get all these fruits from the spirit that you're going to attain by that first offering.
Now check this out. I like that. Because you come into the body and you learn about giving, right? And you're like, damn, I see these other cats doing rides, doing that, being charitable. But then when it's time to fix your car, nobody's there to show up. That's what we gotta stop. Because the problem is this. If I see you doing all that and you need help to fix it, it shouldn't just be on you alone. Because you're using that for the body. You see that? That's the problem. You know why people don't think like that? Because when people come in, all they're thinking about is receiving. Taking.
They got that Christian mind. That's why I tell Islamic could. That's why I really had to make sure that Brother Lionel understood that it wasn't a light thing. Because we had a little quagmire this morning. Right? We had a bunch of it quagmire this morning. We had a situation. A lot of people needed rides. And we didn't have a vehicle. Like the keys, long story. But the brother was being a brother. And it's not something that you take lightly.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, but I had to make sure that the brother understood. Because what could have happened? You could have one of these kids in the car, and they would have been back chewing gum got his rugs. Because those kind of things happen.
It does.
And that's those offenses that you was talking about. And like, damn, now you don't want to give that anymore. Yeah. Now they take it from the altar. Now the altar doesn't have that.
Right. There you go. So you see how if we're not in the right mind, all that giving, it's plundered. You know what I mean? It's destroyed. Because it's got to be a constant flow. Constant reciprocation. You know what I mean? But the only way that's going to happen is the spirit of love and unity and brotherhood and all those things, right? All right, finish that. Come on.
Verse 11. Being rich in everything,
right,
to all bountifulness,
right,
which causeth through us thanksgiving to the Most High.
Which causeth through us thanksgiving to who?
To the Most High.
To the Most High. You get it? And then you're like, what? Dang. You're like, oh wow, dang, the right? But how is that done? That started with what? You making the altar fat. You giving yourself to the Most High. Go ahead.
For the administration of
for the administration. Go ahead.
Of this service.
A lot of people don't understand what the service is. They think it's just coming in gaining knowledge. This is an administration. This is a service. If you don't know that, then we'll go back to the Gospels when Christ said, go get these stewards. Right? We're the stewards of the Most High. Go ahead.
Not only supplieth the one of the saints.
And not only do it what?
Supplieth the one of the saints.
Wait, what are you here to do?
Supplieth the one of the saints.
No, you're here to take.
Supplieth the one of the saints.
Bro, this is about the saints. It's no different than when Yahweh Shai said, go heal the sick, heal the blind, do this, do that, right? It's supplying the want of the saints. Go ahead.
But it is abundant also.
But it is what?
Abundant also.
Go ahead.
By many thanksgivings unto the Most High.
But it shows that you thank the Father. This goes right back what we were just going over. How do you thank the Father? You requite back what you were given. Repay. Y'all see this? Go ahead.
Whilst by the experiment of this ministration, they glorified God.
Okay, so jump from over there. Go to 8 and 11.
Verse 2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 11.
Go ahead.
Now therefore, Perform the doing of it.
Perform the what?
The doing of it.
Go ahead.
That as there was a readiness.
That there was a what?
A readiness.
It always got to be a readiness. It's got to be a willing mind, a ready mind. He said, what did he say to the cats, the cowards?
Oh, go home.
Leave the cowards. Leave them at home. Let's get the men, the women that are ready. We know in the ancient days it was just all men war, right? But we're talking about the administration. Let's get the men and women ready. Right? Go ahead.
There was a readiness to will.
There was a readiness to what?
To will.
Right. You kids ready to will to help? You sisters ready to will to help? And that's what you're doing. The test ain't about us. It ain't about us. Oh, we got a test. The bishop, the standard, when you go through the ranks, the Moses ranks and all those ranks, and the Spirit came on the 70 and all that, that ain't about us. That's about you making the altar fat, you doing the administration of the Most High. Oh, we're present as the proper way, so you can really have an abundance, and your works won't be for nothing. Right? Go ahead.
So there may be a performance also out of that which you have.
Right. There may be a performance out of that which you have. You know what he's saying? You ain't crippled, man. Where's the work at? Right? You ain't crippled, bro. There's supposed to be a performance. You got arms, legs, heads, bodies. You're walking. You're good. Right? What are you doing? Let me see some performance. Go ahead.
For if there be first a willing mind.
So it has to be a willing mind. I'm going to say it again. Children, when you come here to serve, you know what I mean? Don't look around and say, well, somebody else can sweep. Get the damn room. Brothers, don't lessen anything that you've been given, because we know the smallest thing you can do, it says, if you give a prophet a cup of water. So don't lessen that and be like, well, that's not big enough for me. Sisters, that's not big enough for me. You know what I mean? I want to do something different. Well, he got you giving a cup of water out right now. Why is that less when Yahweh Shai said it? That those are the greater things. You see that? But that's what brothers and sisters do. They don't come with a willing mind. Go ahead.
It is accepted according.
It is what?
Accepted according to that a man hath.
Right.
And not according to that he hath not.
What is that saying? Could your arm do this? I can't, no, I can't do that. I got a problem with going vertical. So you can't help out? Nope. Bruh, you got an arm, you can help. You got bodies, you can help. You got minds, you got spirit, you can help. But what are you willing to help with? Go ahead.
For I mean not that other men be easy.
See, it's not about that. You got some lazy ass brothers and sisters, man. You know what I mean? You sit there and you eat. You eat, you eat, you eat. Right? You get fat. Right? But they what? Me and my house is good. You know what I mean? I'm at ease. I'm good. Yeah, but all these brothers are sweating, fighting, warring, right? And you what? You making sure you're good. That's that Edomite mind state. That's that crab in the barrel mind state. Now I'm gonna worry about me. Everybody else, they got to get their own. It don't supposed to be about you in your comfort zone. It's supposed to be about what are we doing for each other. Right? Go ahead.
For I mean not that other men be eased, and ye burdens.
And ye what?
And ye burdens.
See? You see everybody else giving the cup of water, but you too big for the cup of water. Yeah, you too big for the candles. You too big for picking up this, picking up that, doing this, doing that. And I'm using small things to show you how your small mind can't even fit into that slot. You don't want to even fit into that. Why? Because you're lazy as hell, slothful, selfish. Go ahead.
But by an equality.
But where's the equality? Where's the equality that we're supposed to have amongst each other? And that's what the Most High is reminding us. This is the epitome of make the altar fat. This is how. Go ahead.
That now at this time,
right,
your abundance may be a supply for their want.
See, When you come in, our abundance is a supply for your one. What do you need? Because if you don't understand we're at service to you and you don't see that example, then you won't really know what this is about. You see? You won't know that, oh damn, this is what we supposed to be doing. So you got to see that example from us. The time, the dedication, the counsel, the talking, the brotherhood, the rise if need be, the hey, I need some food if need be. Hey, I need help with this if need be. You got to see that. You know what I mean? It says prove a friend. Fine, prove us. Right? But know this, Negro. You're going to be proven too. Everybody want to come in with the, no, I'm watching y'all. Well, damn it, we watching you too. And you ain't stepping up. Right? It's time for you to step up. It's time for brothers and sisters to step up. How long are you just going to sit around online and just take? What are you doing? How are you adding to the body? Well, I'm not out there. Bruh, if you ain't out there, then you are the one that's supposed to be giving alms. Right? If you ain't out there, because the other brothers among us, they doing what? They're doing that plus, hey, give me that bag. Give me this. Throw that on my shoulder. Let me take the burdens. But you got a lot of brothers and sisters that be just eating. You know what I mean? Oh, you know what? Nah. You asked for something, so nah, I'll go eat somewhere else. That's fine. But you were supposed to give to them. Right. You think this is written here just because it's us? Oh. You, like Israel, what brother say? You want to eat and dash? What it say? How's it go? Dash and die and dash. Like, it doesn't matter where you go. You weren't supposed to be selfish and greedy. You were supposed to say, damn, what could I do to get to the next level? Okay, you're a member now? You're a member now? How do we get you to a trooper, a soldier, an officer? Y'all see that? All right, go ahead, finish that. Come on.
Now at this time, your abundance may be a supply for their one.
Your abundance may be what?
A supply for their one.
Your abundance may be a supply for their one. Go ahead.
That their abundance also may be a supply for your one.
Go ahead.
That there may be equality.
That there may be a what?
Equality.
Brothers and sisters online, you're supposed to understand about the equality. We're supposed to be equal in work. But how many people do you hear get upset? That's why when the brother hit me up about Israel United, it trips me out, man. Because I already know. You know why I don't jump on that? Because I already know if you're complaining about what they want, then you're complaining about what we want. Yeah. It's like, it doesn't matter. We're not dealing with doctrine stuff. We're dealing with, oh, you know what? What did he say? He said, can I go to y'all Passover? I'm like, yeah, you can go to Passover. But he was with Israel United, so I was like, well, why you ain't going with them? You know what I mean? No, they charge too much. It's like, bro, there's one Passover out of a whole year. How many J's? How much food? How much stuff you spend on? How many Hulu, Netflix, Amazon, Prime? How many? I could go through a list. Right? Of how much you can save money to get to the Passover. But instead of him saying, damn, I'm with these brothers, let me go with them, it's like it's too much. No, you're selfish as hell. So that's what I'm like, bro, if you're with them, you're going to come around us, not agree with us, but eat with us. That don't make no damn sense, You agree with these brothers. Dine with the brothers, right? And that's why I be like, no, go back, brother. What you need to do is understand to go back. And yes, the brothers got to help those situations because we try to help the situations. You know what I mean? Hey, brother, I can't get my Passover this year. Okay, well, here, let us help you out with that. Because it's not about you not making it to the Passover. Oh, brother, I can't do this. Well, we can help out with that. We've done that many a times, and not to boast, but to say, That's what we need to teach. I know that. If we don't teach it up, you ain't going to follow it. If we ain't the example of it, then you're not going to do it, right? So we got to be the examples. That way everybody can see what needs to be done. But they don't supposed to be, oh, I'm eating with these brothers and I'm sitting there online learning from them, but all of a sudden, I don't want to give, right, in this arena or that arena, so I'm going to jump over. That's selfishness. Israel got to stop that. I don't give a damn what camp you would support, right? Remind you, I'm not saying money. I'm talking about what? Support. Yeah. Yeah, she said Bibles, Apocryphers. There's many things like, well, you know, you still got that skeptic, I don't want to give cash. Bro, there's a lot of other things we need. You know what I mean? Yeah, for all that stuff. But once again, we're trying to get brothers and sisters off their ass and remind them, this is how you make the altar fat. Y'all get this, right? That there be a what?
A willing mind.
No, a equality. It's about being equal. Not just you eating it all up. Y'all get this? I gotta do this because that's what subject we on. This is the subject we're on. This is how you get the altar fat. Finish it. Come on.
As it is written, he that had gathered much,
right,
have nothing. As it is written,
right,
he that had gathered much had nothing over.
Right. The funny thing is, you know where that's written? That's written in the Old Testament, and that's written in Acts. When you go to Acts 2, right? No, not Acts 2. Acts 5, 4, 5. About the ministry when they setting all those things up, it says they had all things common. Right? Read.
And he that had gathered little had no lack.
Right.
But thanks be to the Most High.
Right.
Which put the same earnest care into the heart of Titus.
See, which puts the earnest care in who?
The heart of Titus.
See, all men that have not that care. So he's like, Barak Yahweh for putting that spirit on Titus, because Titus is coming in this spirit. That's what we're saying, all right? Jump back. Let's jump back to Ecclesiastes 34. 35. And 7. The sacrifice of a just man is acceptable, and the memorial thereof shall never be forgotten. Right? The Most High said that the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. Especially, we went over that yesterday, right? So, the Most High is showing here, the sacrifice of a just man is acceptable. Right? What makes you just? Well, you read back up, he tells you. Are you fighting? And the memorial thereof shall never be forgotten. Meaning what? When you die, what are you going to be known for? You know what I mean? These white people, man, at Microsoft, what did he say, Bill Gates? He said, I'm giving mine to charity.
Man.
That's his memorial. His memorial is like, nah, my kid's going to have to work for it just like I did. His memorial ain't going to be, I'm passing it down. Right? So what is our memorial going to be? If you die tomorrow, what is it going to be? You got to think about that. You're building your name. You're writing it in the heavens. That's why he said, Matthew 6:19, lay up yourself what? Treasures in heaven. Right? This is what the Most High is seeing. Okay, 8. Give the Lord his honor with a good eye, and diminish not the first fruits of thine hands. Good eye, we just went over all of that. We don't have to repeat that, right? Good eye meaning what? Not grudgingly. Where does bro, you gave $5, really? No, where it's going though? I want to see the record. It's $5. That's how Israel be. Like, bro, come with some bread and then you can ask. You know what I mean? But that's how it be, that evil eye. Like, your eye's in the wrong place. Right? And then if that's the case, hold that $5, watch a little bit more, see who you're giving to, see what you're giving to, and then judge correctly, right? And diminish not the first fruits of thine hands. Right? We know about the first fruits. What were the first fruits were supposed to be? The best. Right? First fruits was about be your best. Right? Not what? I'm going to give the beat up cow. I'm going to give up the beat up lamb. I'm going to give, no, the first fruits. You see? It says, in all thy gifts, show a cheerful countenance. Oh, man. We got to, bro, I'm sending this out to the whole camp. Right? Yeah, I don't want. I'm going to say it again. Hey, what you feel like eating today? I feel like some lamb, right? Some lamb tacos mixed with that. I already have spaghetti ready. Why you asking? Why Israel do that? Man. Bro, give with a cheerful eye. You can't ask me what I want, then I tell you what I want, and then it's with a sad eye. The Most High knows what you're supposed to be doing. Right? This is a sad ass spirit you coming in. Like, now, I didn't really plan for all that. Then why you ask? Give with a cheerful eye. You're supposed to be giving what? So, do we have to go to our favorite scripture, Colossians 3? What is it? 23? Get it real quick. Come on, man. We got it. Listen, this is the line of precepts that go with this topic. I know most of you in this school chew this up, eat this up, but a lot of these people out there don't know. They just want to eat, take, and they won't give nothing. Right? They won't do nothing. Go ahead, read that.
Colossians chapter 3, verse 23.
Go ahead.
And whatsoever ye do.
No. Whatever I feel like doing.
And whatsoever ye do.
That don't mean whatsoever.
And whatsoever ye do.
Go ahead.
Do it heartily.
Do it what?
Do it heartily.
Heartily. From the heart. You see why I'm nailing this in your head? Because if it's not from the heart, fall the hell back. Just hold that. Just hold it. Right? Go ahead.
Do it heartily as to the Lord.
Go ahead.
And not unto men.
Not unto men. Why? Go ahead.
Knowing that of the Lord, ye shall receive the reward.
Yeah, because he that supplieth the seed to the sower, he will give you the abundance. Right? Go ahead.
Of the inheritance.
Of the what?
Of the inheritance.
Go ahead.
For ye serve the Lord.
You serve who?
The Lord.
The who?
The Lord.
You serve the Most High. But all have not that belief. But I'm going to put it in your face. I'm going to be like, bro, nah, you're giving with the wrong attitude. Take that. I'm going to tell my rib, like, look, nah, I don't want that. You know what I mean? Don't come with that unless you come with a cheerful heart. Yeah.
You got the sisters at the feast and they think they're doing something because they're doing it both physically.
Right.
But then when you bring the plate, their face looks dead and bland, and I don't even know if I want to eat this. What did you cook? So I can scrape it to the side.
Oh my God.
Because you're supposed to be putting your full spirit in. And I know for sure, I can tell in anything, in everything. You see when, just like your children, you see when your kids are passionate about something. They wake up, they're talking about it, they're giving their best to it, but that's what the Most High wants from us, to be passionate, to have a fire about whatever we put our hands to do.
Right.
But it shouldn't just be for yourself, it's to be what you do for other people.
Right.
Y'all see that?
Con. Go ahead.
But he that doeth wrong.
See, but they didn't do. Well, what you asked for this, but he didn't do, but she didn't do. But what about them? Won't you worry about you? You're worried about everybody else, and you're holding back. He's holding back. They're holding back. That's holding back, and nobody's making the altar fat. Nobody's worried about this. Because why? You always worried about somebody else. Go ahead.
But he that doeth wrong shall receive for the wrong which he hath done.
Most High got everybody unlocked. Nobody's gonna escape. Stop thinking that. Stop thinking somebody's gonna get away with something. Yeah, I mean, well, what about this person? That sister, he don't got his rib helping. Like, don't worry about that. Whatever you do it heartily to the Lord. Jump to verse 17.
Verse 17.
Go ahead.
And whatsoever ye do in your word.
In what?
In your word.
In word, read.
Or deed.
And deed, read.
Do all in the name of the Lord.
Hell yeah. Yes, sir. When you're in that mode, y'all see more. There won't be no distractions. But when you get a lot of man pleasers, you get a lot of brothers that come in for the wrong reason, you get a lot of sisters that come in just for their husband, they don't be in the mode of giving, helping, adding, spirit, good spirit, a cheerful spirit. It'd be like, I don't really want to really be here. Y'all see this? So, the Most High is telling us how to do it. Remember, these ain't our scriptures. This is Yahweh's scriptures. This ain't our book, y'all. All right. Let's jump back. You got something?
No.
Okay. I thought you were going to get something. Okay. So, I'm at verse 9, right? In all thy gifts, show a cheerful countenance, and dedicate thy tithe with gladness. Oh, with the tithes were... Brother, let's remove the word tithes. How many other words are there to describe giving? And let's not play with the Most High. Right? There's many other ways the sanctuary, the priest, the office, the job, this was done. Alright? If you want to play with tithes, well then we'll take the lamb. I'll even take the cumin, the anise. I'll take all the damn spices and herbs too. Bring it up. Bring it on. I'm going to give my tithe. Well, bring the damn lamb if you want to play. You know what I mean? But you know that if it came to translating that to money, that the Bible speaks of that. You know that there was many other things than tithes. There was alms, there was offerings, there was free will offering. There was many ways to give. Y'all get this? And above all, that's why you don't see us using that word a lot. Because you got cats that are running, they want to use that as the dodge point. Nah, the scriptures say alms. Alms, deeds. Right? Y'all see this, right? What's that?
No, that was her question. She's gone.
Well, what was her question?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but she left.
I guess for the future. Right, for the future.
Which one?
Both. It's kind of two. But it's like...
so the entry story with Adam and Eve... Oh, so this is after, or... What part were you talking about? What I just said. You said, oh, that was her question. What part was her question?
Oh, no, I was thinking from earlier, because it was connected to a question that she asked earlier that I wrote down.
This, what I'm talking about now?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Well,
no, I was kind of like...
All right. So, it says here, give unto the Most High according as he hath enriched thee, and as thou hast gotten, give with a cheerful eye. He keeps repetitively repeating that, cheerful eye. For the Lord recompenseth, and will give thee 7 times as much. All right? Do not think to corrupt with gifts. When I give, watch with the spirit of I'm giving because I did something wicked. Right? You know what? Now I'm giving because I'm buying the Most High. This ain't Catholic, the Catholic Church. This ain't Christianity, man. You can't buy the Father. You drop on because you're giving. You're doing it from the heart. You're trying to help, but don't never come with, you know what? Now I'm gonna give because I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this. Nah. You know how you fix it? When we read back up, it said. It says what? Depart from wickedness is a thing pleasing to the Lord. That's how you fix it. Don't think to corrupt with gifts. For such will not for such he will not receive. And trust not in the unrighteous sacrifices, right? That goes into what? Getting crack money and giving it to the church.
Right.
Getting stripper money and giving it to the church. The hire of a harlot. Right. That goes, I did something corrupt and gave, right? It says here, for the Lord is judge, and with him is no respect of persons. Okay? Verse 13, he will not accept any person against a poor man, but will hear the prayer of the oppressed. You know how the scriptures go into, you go steal from the poor, then use that? The Most High is saying he's going to hear the prayer of the poor. Okay? He will not despise the supplication of the fatherless, nor the widow when she pours out her complaint. Do not the tears run down the widow's cheeks? And is not her cry against him that causeth them to fall? He that serveth the Lord shall be accepted with favor, and his prayer shall reach unto the clouds. The prayer of the humble pierceth the clouds, and till it come nigh, he will not be comforted, and will not depart, till the Most High shall, till the Most High shall behold to judge righteously and execute judgment. The prayer of the humble. That's one of the keys. You want your prayers heard, you got to be humble. You're not going to tell the Most High nothing. You're not going to demand of the Most High. And what I mean by demand means you not doing the will of the Father and expect him to hear you. Right? Verse 18. For the Lord will not be slack, neither will the mighty be patient toward them, till he have smitten in sunder the loins of the unmerciful, and repaid vengeance to the heathen, till he have taken away the multitude of the proud, and broken the scepter of the unrighteous, till he have rendered to every man according to his deeds, and to the works of men according to according to his deeds, and hold on a second, and to the works of men according to their devices, till he have judged the cause of the people, and made them to rejoice in his mercy. Mercy is seasonable in the time of affliction, as clouds of rain in the time of drought. You know why that's a beautiful ending? He's telling us who we receive the mercy from. He's telling us how we get the mercy. He's reminding you, don't you need mercy? That's what he's saying. It's like, mercy is seasonable. Don't you need that? Well, how you get that? Well, rewind. Rewind and you'll understand when you crying out, why the hell you don't get mercy? Why the Most High ain't hearing you? Because you're not doing these things the Most High said. Y'all get this? Okay. Yeah, so much. So, did she want this answered now or during class? When she's here, it'd be better for us to go over it. So when the entire story of Adam and Eve is metaphor. No. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go over that in class for her. This is a good one, Adam and Eve. There's a good refresh for everybody. We'll hit that when she gets here. You know what I mean? It's better for her to be in class. All right. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I had a question about resurrection and regeneration.
Let's go over that in class too. You know what I mean? We can go over that in its entirety because we haven't been over it in a minute, and it will help other brothers and sisters. All right. So those are good questions. Resurrection. Let's go back. Was it one question, or did you want to just go over it?
It was a question about, because I know it says some will be raised up to everlasting
life,
and some to
everlasting contempt.
Yes. So my question was, how does that, does that mean the spirits that went back up to the Most High are going to be raised back up out the dead?
Right. Resurrection. Right. That some are going to be resurrected, just like us. We know, according to the scriptures, there's a cycle. We come back, right? But the resurrection is a whole different thing. It's a promise that everybody will come out of those graves. So we can touch on that.
So it's different.
Yeah, totally different. Yes, sir. So we can touch on those two things. Those would be some good refreshers for some of y'all and for everybody else. All right. Any other questions? Yeah. Go ahead, sis. What you got?
I was just going to ask, does not have a respected person? What does
That means that because of a person, you know what? I'll answer this with a scripture. Go to. I'm going to answer it, and then we're going to go to a scripture. All right. But respect a person is because this person is in a position, or this person has something I need, or this person is my friend. Right? Now, I'm not going to tell them the right thing, correct them, right? Or rebuke them because they're a friend, there's someone in high position, right? So there's many ways you can show respect a person. When it comes to a person of a high position, it might be like, okay, well, I seen something that was wrong, I'm not going to say nothing. Well, why not? The scripture said, be not afraid to inform the extreme age and the unwise. Right? So, it's just how you do it. The other scriptures tell us. Right? Rebuke not an elder. But still, you got two things here. Be not afraid to inform them and rebuke not an elder. What is it saying? Well, you got to go to them properly. We know the other scripture tells us about being our brother's keeper no matter what age they're on. So, respect a person can come in the form of, you know what? This is that person, and you know what? I'm just not going to say nothing. This is my husband, and you know what? He's wrong right now, but I'm not going to say nothing. It's not that you can't say nothing. It's that, how are you going to say it? You see that? You got to be careful with that one, too. Well, the brother said, I'm supposed to say something when I see something wrong. First of all, you got to know what the hell you're talking about. And you can't just go all willy-nilly to your husband and rebuke him. You got to come respectful. So I want to throw that part in there. But you still you can't be like, you know what, well, he's my husband. I'm going to let that slide. Right? She's my best friend. I'm going to let that slide. Now you're having respect of persons for whatever reason. Right? The other scripture is, you got the other one in Corinthians? It's, it is, I thought it went like that. Dang, I'm quoting that scripture wrong. I thought it said held him in admiration. Man, this scripture, I'm missing it. I'm missing it, how it's quoted. But let's look for it. But where you at? Right. We could go there. Let's go there, and then we'll break it down. Go ahead. Go to Ecclesiastes 4:22. But there's another one I'm thinking of. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 22.
That's Ecclesiastes?
Ecclesiastes.
Oh, Ecclesiastes 4:22. Go ahead.
Accept no person against thy soul.
Right, meaning what? It's going to tell us. Go ahead.
And let not the reverence of any man cause thee to fall.
Right, meaning You know this person is doing something defiled and wicked, but because he's an individual that, once again, there's different situations. It might be someone high stature. It might be a husband. It might be a sister that you like. It might be a friend. So now you don't want to say nothing. Now, you're doing this with them. Instead of saying, this is wrong. You see that? Now, they're causing your soul, your spirit to stumble because you don't want to speak up. This is what it's saying. Go ahead. What verse?
20.
Where you at? Verse 20. No, read down.
Verse 23. And refrain not to speak when there is occasion to do good.
You see that? So what happens is the respected person, you will shut up. You know what I mean? When you have the right, you should be saying something. Now, mind you, all right, I know who I'm talking to, and I'm not saying you. I'm saying Israelites. It's a proper way. It ain't, you know what I mean? No, I got the right to speak. You niggas, I'll put cases on all you niggas. Right? You know what I mean? You should, mind you, you have the right to, but there's a proper way to do things. You know what I mean? Because you let people know this, and then it's like anything that pops in their head that they feel is wrong, and their judgment can be off, then they would speak out of turn. That's not what this is, so let's be clear. Let all things be done decently and in order. Okay? So I want to put that in there in the middle of this as we connect these precepts. Go ahead.
And hide not thy wisdom in her beauty.
See, the scriptures is telling us, hide not your wisdom. Right? Meaning that you got somebody doing something, you know it's wrong, but you won't say nothing. You rather what? Hide your wisdom. No. You got to be your brother's keeper. Right? And you got to say, hey, brother, that right there is, that might be truthfully wrong. You know what I mean? And then it's the job of that brother to humble himself and say, oh, you know what? You're actually right. I didn't listen. Y'all see that? Okay, what you got?
James 2 and verse 9.
Yeah.
But if ye have respect to persons...
Okay, hold that. Let us finish this. We're gonna go there. Go ahead.
Verse 24.
Go ahead.
For by speech wisdom shall be known.
So it is establishing how to do that. It's saying by speech, right? Wisdom may be known. So how are you going to come to this individual that so you can tell them they're wrong? It's a proper way. Go ahead.
And learning by the word of the tongue.
Go ahead.
And no wise speak against the truth.
Go ahead.
But be abashed of the error of thy ignorance.
Go ahead.
Be not ashamed to confess thy sins, and force not the course of the river.
Right. So what it's telling us is the proper way to do that. Now, you're at 4 and what?
4 and verse 27.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 27. Make not thyself an underling to a foolish man.
Okay, so going back to show you what it means. You see this person doing something foolish, and you follow along with it. That's respect the person. If the blind lead the blind, we're going to both fall in the ditch. You see that? Go ahead.
Neither accept the person of the mighty.
Right. Or it can be a mighty person. Right? I can't accept your persons because you're in this position. It got to be on point. Now, you got to be on point, though. You see that? You can't just be like, you're right, and you're unsure. So, we gotta understand the dynamic of this. All right? Go to James. Where is it, Moa?
James chapter 2, verse 9.
Yeah, but you're going to have to read loud.
God, but if ye have respect to persons, ye commit sin, and are convinced of the law as transgressors.
Right. You see that? So we're not to have respect to person. This Ecclesiastes 4 is kind of giving you the structure and how to go about to do it, how to speak, and not just lose your mind about it, but be able to inform the unwise, right? James what?
2 and verse 9.
What was that it?
God.
Okay, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Yeah, that is it. That is it. Yeah. But let him go here. We use that as a finisher dagger, yeah.
Deuteronomy chapter 1 verse 17.
Deuteronomy 1 and 17. Go ahead.
Ye shall not respect persons in judgment.
Go ahead.
But ye shall hear the small as well as the great.
Right, you see that. So, another instance. You got a situation between your children. Now, men of the world, they have this thing of, well, this is my favorite. I don't have that in my house. There ain't no favorite. All my kids are my favorite. But when you come from the world, a lot of people think, well, this is my favorite. Let me hear him out because I like him more. Instead of hearing the matter out and judging according to the matter. So you start respecting persons, looking at this one instead of actually hearing out the situation. That could be in life, right? That could be in the truth. So once again, it's establishing how to have true judgment and not how to prefer someone over. No, I'm going to hear the whole matter. Yeah, I know this person, but people slip. People slip. What happened? And you hear the whole matter. Finish it.
Ye shall not be afraid of the face of men.
Right.
For the judgment is the most high.
Mm-hmm.
And the cause that is too hard for you, bring it unto me.
Right. So y'all get that. We actually went over that. That was what?
Deuteronomy chapter 1 verse 17.
Okay. All right. One more. You got some? Go ahead. Where you at?
Daniel 4:35.
Daniel 4. Let's put it. Let's see where we at.
He's saying respect the person of God, right?
Where you at?
Alright. The book of Daniel chapter 4 verse 35. And all the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing. And he doeth according to his will in the army of heaven. And among the inhabitants of the earth. And none can stay his hand or say unto him, what doest thou?
Right. Which your scripture is true, but along the lines where she's going with it, she's more so talking about as far as, well, the angle we went with her was dealing with people, as opposed to the Most High. We know the Most High don't respect nobody, and you know that, right? The Most High don't respect nobody. We went more so with the angle was, how is this applied to you when you deal, and how it frames your outlook on dealing with people, right? But of course, the word is true. The Most High don't have no respect to persons. He don't look at, you know what I mean? You're this age, you're this young, or you're female or male. He's looking at the spirit of the man, right? But you get that part, right? One last thing. Where is that at?
Jude chapter 1 verse 16.
Go ahead.
Jude chapter 1 verse 16.
These
are murmurers,
right?
Complainers,
right?
Walking after their own lusts,
right?
And their mouth speaking great swelling words.
Well, one of the things is that these cats were doing were out of the spirit, right? These were murmurers, complainers. What else?
Walking after their own lusts.
Go ahead.
And their mouth speaketh great swelling words.
Right.
Having men's persons in admiration.
Yeah. Remember I said it the other day? They lift up a man instead of lifting up the gospel. Right? They lift up a man's title instead of lifting up the Most High. So you get to that point where, bro, I seen this recently on the Clubhouse where the brother knows that this other guy, the other brother in the camp, is doing things out of order, disorderly, and instead of him addressing it, he won't address it because he thinks that's showing that how they're in unity. Apparently, it's that damn street mentality. But what he's doing is showing respect to persons. You know, another brother was talking about how this one brother gets on there and he's just disrespectful and all these things. And it was the brother that was high ranking that was supposed to correct it and say, you know what, this is wrong. This is off. You know what I mean? I'm going to talk to the brother. But he never does that. Anybody in his camp, if they do something off, they never do that. Because, once again, their mind probably is, oh, we're showing unity. We're supposed to be in unity. Bro, you're showing respect to persons. If a brother's wrong, he's wrong. It doesn't matter who it is. So, you can't hold men in admiration and then they be off. Right? So, respect the persons. That make a little sense now? Okay. All right. So, you finish it? Go ahead.
Having men's persons in admiration.
Go ahead.
Because of advantage.
Because of advantage, like position, right? Men in authority, or what you think you're going to receive or get. It's many different reasons you can have respect of persons. All right. All right. What else we got?
That was it.
That was it.
That was a statement. That was a statement.
Okay. All right. What happened?
No, I just really realized today is Saturday, not Friday.
Right.
Time be flying.
Yeah.
I was thinking like, okay, you gonna say something? I forgot the closing phrase.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Was that it though? Any other questions? What?
What's he doing?
Is it possible for someone to be born a tribe and then die and come back a different tribe?
Yeah. The different tribes, yeah, because none of them we went over before. But Elijah was what tribe? Elijah was Judah. And John the Baptist was what? Levi. And remember he said what? John the Baptist was Elijah? He said, if you can take this, he said John the Baptist was Elijah. So that means what?
You can switch.
Yeah, you can't do a different tribe. You still Israel, but what? Can't do a different tribe. Yeah, I had to be corrected on that. The high priest showed me that one. He was like, oh, hold on a second. I was like, oh, you got me. You got me. That is true. So you can. All right? Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Let's go ahead and finish up the prayers, Sabbath prayers. Shabbat prayers. And the sister asks about Miriam.
Yeah, that's the same.
Oh, the same. Okay, yeah, because the Miriam thing was an easy one. Y'all were like right there. You were like right on the precipice of it. But the only thing was Miriam got cursed because obviously she was the agitator. She was the agitator. That was easy. You know what I mean? And I get what you were saying, the speculation, but remember the thing was this, that why would you get hit more? Right, you did something to pursue it aggressively this situation to where, no, you got to be checked harder. Right? We know that from being Israel. I mean, I don't got to go through 1,000 scriptures, but that check is going to come more on the disobedient. So that's I think it was 7 days she had to be outside the camp, right, for leprosy. Yeah, y'all were right there. I mean, there's nothing wrong with holding on, but still. Miriam she took the blunt force of that. Somebody has said it, I couldn't hear him. No, somebody has said about her being a prophetess. Right. She was meaning what? She was up in that ranking system, right? As a woman, right? But she's running her mouth more. So okay, you want to run your mouth more, then you hit it with the scripture where it says in Corinthians.
First Corinthians 14:34.
14-34, right? Which is about suffering a woman not to teach. There was supposed to be an order. Like, it wasn't like they do now. A prophetess is a sister. She could come in and teach everybody and step over the line. And nah.
Okay.
Go ahead, read it.
1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse 34. Let your women keep silence in the churches.
Right. So this is the order she step outside of. Why else? Why else would it be? Why else would she get it when they both was out of order, but she got blunt force? Right? Because she had to be pressing more. So, yeah. Yes, sir. All right. It's all right. Let's see what we're doing.
Barak So what do you hold for this Sabbath, this day? We ask of you to protect us when we teach your word, to remove all evil, hurt, harm, danger, death away from us, to put your hand on us and bless us in all the things we do to glorify your name. Please, Yahweh, bless us with wisdom, knowledge, understanding, faith, patience, kindness, and long-suffering. All the fruits of the Spirit to increase us. We beg of you. Put your Spirit on the husbands, the wives, the children, to be unified in one mind, one spirit. Raise up prophets, raise up teachers, raise up women that have been in our name. Please, Yahweh, reward them that wait for you, and let thy prophets be found faithful. In Yahweh Shai's name, we ask of you, come quickly, deliver your servants, raise up indignation, pour out wrath, take away the adversary, and destroy the enemy. Please, Yahweh, make the time short, and remember the covenant. Let them declare thy wondrous works. The water, the yard, Barak Yahweh, Hashem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Ha-Tawara.
That is bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shah, that gives to us the law.
Barak Yahweh, Hashem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, a war.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barak Yahweh, Hashem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Ha'ayo, Korah, La Korah,
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horns to call the people.
Barak Yahweh, Hashem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Shaman, Zayan, Hamashah, Yasha'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And as always, we do the anointing after the class. Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto his name. And thy faithfulness. Every night. Upon an instrument. Of 10 strings. Upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With a solemn sound. So thou, Yahweh, has made me glad. Through thy work, I will triumph. In the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high, forevermore. Below thy enemies, O Yahweh, below thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shall thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn, we shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see the desire of my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Bahasham Yahweh. This is Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamalawa, Nadawa, Hana, Matawa, Wama, Nayom, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawa, Ayo, Arash, Yerad, Ayo, Azakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayaran, Ayo, Panya, Marawafiwa, Kato, Karawan, Shayaran, Ayo, Haria, Tazaya 1, Kaya, Sham, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayim, Ai, Haiwalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai. All right, take a look. Definitely need a harp. Who played in the band? Tuba? Bro, we need some trumpets up in here. Bring your tuba up in here, huh? Bring the harp. Huh? I still saying these sister at Light of Zion, she came in with a song. Wow. And I was like, whoa, it was dope. She sang a song real quick, so it was nice. Call it.
Akim, Amad, Barak.
Turn to face the sistren. Call it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Imagine. Barak.
Yeah, you matah. Dismiss. Hey, say shalom to everybody online. Shalom. 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 Shabbat shalom. Right.